Chapter 1897. However, Li Shimin did not care about this. As if he did not hear Xiao Gizi's words, he took a deep breath and exhaled. "Your Majesty!" Xiao Gizi lowered his head, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. He knew His Majesty's temper. As long as he had decided on something, he would not listen to any advice. For example, smoking now. His Majesty liked it and would not throw it away. However, he was thinking of His Majesty and was unwilling to give up persuading him. "Your Majesty, why don't you take a break?" This time, the persuasion seemed to have worked a little. Li Shimin glanced at little Gizi, somewhat sullen. "What's wrong? You want to abdicate too?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Gizi's legs suddenly went soft. He hurriedly crawled on the ground, his face turning green and white. Your Majesty, this slave does not dare." How could he dare to have such thoughts? Abdicate? This was a capital offense. How could he dare? He only wanted to persuade His Majesty, but he was being accused of something? However, on second thought, there was a trace of anger in His Majesty's words. It did not seem to be directed at him. After all, he had not done anything out of line recently. Thinking of this, he raised his head to look at His Majesty. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Xiao Gizi instantly quivered and hurriedly lowered his head. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." Although he was begging for mercy, his heart was already in his throat. He was afraid that if something went wrong, his head would be separated from his body. After all, His Majesty was a temperamental person. Li Shimin looked at the trembling Xiao Gizi with mixed feelings. What he had said just now was actually words of anger. Abdicating was a reflection of those ministers. In his heart, he did not know if he was a qualified monarch, but those ministers' way of abdicating made him angry. Although he was angry, he could not do anything because he knew that these fellows did the right thing. When everyone thought that the Black Tortoise sect was in the sky, he had already been pushed to the climax of public opinion. The ministers were also thinking of the people. As for Xiao Gizi, he had become a punching bag. This fellow was loyal. If he was told to go left, he would never go right. At the same time, he was also glad that he had such a loyal servant by his side. How could he kill him? Thus he put away his angry expression and said softly, "Get up, I'm not blaming you." Little Gizi didn't get up immediately. Instead, he looked up and saw that His Majesty had already turned his head away. He didn't hesitate and quickly got up. However, his legs didn't seem to listen to him. They kept shaking and he had to stand up several times before he could stand up. After getting up, he bowed again. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a hoarse voice at the door of the imperial study. "Your Majesty, there is a letter from Shangzhou." Before he could finish, Li Shimin abruptly stood up and glanced at the door. He said excitedly, "Quickly bring it up." He knew that Fengzi was in Shang State, and this letter was most likely related to Fengzi. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from the door. A strong man walked in with small, quick steps. However, as soon as he came in, he seemed to feel that something was wrong. A pungent smell wafted over, making it hard for him to breathe. Cough, cough. He covered his mouth and coughed non-stop. He felt that tears were about to come out. For a moment, he even wanted to go out and never come in again. However, when he thought that he still had to send a letter to His Majesty, he still made up his mind and walked in. However, something even more strange happened. He couldn't see inside clearly, and he couldn't see His Majesty's figure. Layers of smoke blocked his line of sight. What should he do? He could only muster up his courage and walk in. However, Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer. He glanced at little Gizi beside him and urged, "Quickly go and bring the letter over." Little Gizi was still looking at the door. When he heard that His Majesty wanted him to go, he hurriedly ran towards the door. Speaking of which, his legs were still weak just now, but when he heard that he had to do something for His Majesty, his legs instantly became light. As soon as he walked, he formed a gust of wind. Even the smoke started to swirl. His vision suddenly became clear. At this moment, he saw a figure walking over. It was the strong man just now. He immediately berated, "Stop, give me the letter." That strong man didn't hesitate and hurriedly handed the letter to little Gizi. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard little Gizi's figure again. "Next time you're so slow, boy, I'll break your legs." His expression changed. He wanted to refute but didn't know how to. He could only secretly feel bitter in his heart. It wasn't that he was slow, but this room was full of smoke. How could he be fast? Thinking of this, he still walked out of the room quickly. Little Gizi received the letter. Without hesitation, he turned around and handed it to Li Shimin. At this time, Li Shimin was already impatient. He opened the letter and read it carefully. "Your Majesty, since leaving Chang'an, I have chased after Zhang Feng all the way to Xingzhou. I have not seen any trace of him." When he saw this, his expression changed and he slapped the table. Chapter 1898. This frightened little Gizi. He stumbled and fell to the ground. He quickly knelt down. "Your Majesty, please calm down." However, Li Shimin ignored him. He leaned on the table and stared angrily in the direction of Shangzhou, as if he was thinking about something. He had always regarded Feng Zi as one of the most important people by his side. This time, he had even mobilized troops to search for him. As for Li Jing, as the Minister of War, he had never disappointed me. However, this time, this fellow had chased him all the way to Shangzhou and still hadn't seen him. This was ridiculous. I thought so highly of him, but he couldn't even catch one person. What's the use? If Feng Zi is in danger, what should I do? However, on second thought, Yu Qigong had also chased after Feng Zi. There should be news, right? After thinking for a while, he suppressed the anger in his heart and read again. Unexpectedly, I learned that the various Turkic tribes had been attacked by heavenly lightning. There were countless casualties. When he saw this, he suddenly trembled. His eyes suddenly widened. He even rubbed them, suspecting that he had seen wrongly. However, after reading it a few times, it was still the same words. Finally, he could no longer contain the shock in his heart. He kept exclaiming, "The various Turkic tribes had been attacked by heavenly lightning? There were countless casualties? How is this possible?" Xiao Gizi, who was crawling on the ground, seemed to have noticed something unusual. He quickly raised his head, only to see Li Shimin constantly crying out in alarm. His feet seemed to be somewhat unstable, and he was about to fall down the steps. He was so scared that he quickly got up, strode forward, hugged Li Shimin, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, be careful." Suddenly being hugged, Li Shimin steadied himself. However, his brain seemed to have suffered a great impact. He was a little dizzy. He shook his head hard and slowly woke up. Then, he looked at little Gizi. "I'm fine. Help me sit down." Hearing this, little Gizi finally relaxed. He ignored the cold sweat on his head and quickly and carefully helped Li Shimin to sit on the dragon throne. Seeing that Li Shimin was fine, he said, "Your Majesty, don't be so agitated. Your health is important." Li Shimin didn't answer little Gizi because he was still immersed in shock and couldn't extricate himself. The various Turkic tribes had been attacked by heavenly lightning? Countless casualties? These words were like a brand that was deeply imprinted into his heart. Heavenly thunder? This was something that only the heavens could control, so why would it suddenly attack the Turkic camp? This was completely illogical. Moreover, even if the Turkic camp had been struck by lightning, how could there have been so many casualties? The only possibility was that Li Jing had given a fake military order. However, he quickly rejected this hypothesis. He knew very well what kind of person Li Jing was. He was an upright person with strict discipline. It was absolutely impossible for him to do such a thing. Of course, he didn't dare to do it either. However, all of this was too strange. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Li Shimin frowned. Little Gizi seemed to notice that something was wrong and said softly, "Your Majesty, please don't worry about state affairs." "What does a castrate like you know?" Li Shimin glanced at little Gizi with some dissatisfaction. "This is a huge matter for the Turks." Halfway through his words, he felt that something was wrong and immediately changed his tone. Forget it, forget it. What's the use of saying so much to a eunuch like you?" After that, he read the letter again. "This heavenly thunder incident is very strange. I suspect that it has something to do with Zhang Feng." "Feng Zi?" Li Shimin frowned, somewhat puzzled. Didn't I ask Li Jing to track down Fengzi's traces? How could the heavenly thunder have anything to do with Fengzi? Could it be that the heavenly thunder was summoned by Fengzi? It shouldn't be possible. With doubts in his mind, he continued to read. According to the survivors, a round object appeared in the sky that night, covering the sky and the moon. Then, countless things with sparks were thrown down, causing countless casualties in the Turkic camp. The specific number of casualties is unknown. Li Shimin put down the letter and frowned even more. This description was exactly the same as the thing in Chang'an City. In that case it was Fengzi. However, why would this guy go to Shangzhou and blow up the Turkic camp? Could it be premeditated? Whether it was premeditated or not, it was still a good thing for the Tang dynasty. However, now this guy should still be in Shangzhou. Would he be in danger? Thinking of this, Li Shimin was a little uneasy. He glanced at Xiao Gizi and said seriously, "Immediately send someone to Shangzhou to pass on my order. You must let Li Jing find Zhang Feng and bring him back smoothly." After that, he seemed to think of something and added, "In addition, tell Wei Zhang, Du Ruhui, Feng Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and others to come to see me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao Gizi bowed and turned to walk out of the door. After instructing everything, Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne again, picked up a cigarette from the desk, put it in his mouth, lit it, and slowly smoked. At this time, he had mixed feelings. On one hand, he was happy about the bombing of the Turkic camp, but on the other hand, he was worried about Zhang Feng's safety. The Turkic people had always been a thorn in the heart of the Tang dynasty. Almost every year, they would come to the Tang dynasty to burn, kill, and loot. The people of the Tang dynasty hated them to the bone, but they could do nothing because they lived in the grassland and could not be killed. Chapter 1899. However, the blow this time was undoubtedly huge to the Turkic headquarters. Although it was impossible to know whether Xieli and Tuli were dead or alive, it could definitely stop the other party from going south. And Zhang Feng had really made a great contribution this time. However, he had been missing, which made him very vexed. Just as he was feeling vexed, footsteps came from outside the door. Then, little Gizi walked in and bowed. "Your Majesty, the verbal order has been sent. Duke Wei and the others are also waiting outside. Should we summon them?" "Summon them." Li Shimin waved his hand. Little Gizi accepted the order and turned to leave the room. After a while, he walked in with Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang and the others followed little Gizi's footsteps into the imperial study and smelled a pungent smell of smoke. Although they usually smoked a little, it was only when they had nothing to do. In addition, they were generally old. How could they smell such a strong smell? They immediately coughed. Cough, cough, cough. This smell. Everyone covered their noses and coughed. Seeing this, little Gizi hurriedly comforted them. "Sirs, please bear with it. His Majesty is waiting." Hearing this, everyone did not complain anymore. After all, His Majesty had already issued an edict and admitted his mistake. Strictly speaking, he was a good emperor. Besides, the thing in the sky was not the vengeful spirit of the Xuanwu Gate. After thinking about it, everyone still walked toward the main hall. They saw Li Shimin sitting on the dragon throne. Everyone came forward and bowed together. "Your Majesty." Li Shimin was already impatient. He waved his hand casually. "Rise. Everyone, sit." After he finished speaking, he handed the letter on the table to Xiao Gizi and said, "Pass the letter to the officials." "Letter?" Everyone looked at the letter in Li Shimin's hand in confusion and guessed. Could it be that there was something wrong with that place? Or did something happen at the border? With doubts, they looked at Li Shimin but could not see any joy, anger, sorrow or joy. At this moment, Xiao Gizi handed the letter to Wei Zhang. Because Wei Zhang was the closest person to Li Shimin, it was convenient for him to pass it down. Wei Zhang took the letter and looked down. Two big words appeared in front of his eyes. Li Jing. Wasn't Li Jing sent by His Majesty to find Fengzi? Could there be news of Fengzi? Delighted, he immediately tore open the letter and read it. The officials sitting around felt as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. They also wanted to read the letter because they knew that the letter that His Majesty allowed everyone to read was definitely a matter of national importance. As the backbone of the imperial court, they all wanted to read it in advance. However, This little Gizi had already given the letter to Wei Zhang. They couldn't possibly snatch it away, right? Therefore, everyone looked at Wei Zhang curiously, trying to get some information. At first, Wei Zhang's expression was normal and even had a hint of a smile. However, slowly, his eyes widened and his mouth opened wide as if he had seen something unbelievable. In the end, he stood up abruptly and kept exclaiming that it was impossible. Seeing this, everyone knew that the matter was definitely not simple. They quickly went forward and snatched the letter from Wei Zhang's hand and gathered to read it. However, halfway through, everyone's eyes widened and they kept exclaiming. What? The Turks were attacked by lightning? And it was Fengzi who did it? Countless Turks died? Xieli led the troops back to the grassland? How is this possible? They felt that their worldview had been turned upside down and they kept exclaiming. Lightning was a divine object that only the heavens could control. How could it be related to Fengzi? Moreover, according to Li Jing's letter, it seemed that Fengzi had sent down lightning from the sky and caused the deaths of various Turks. If that was the case, it was even more unbelievable. How could a human control lightning? Could it be that Fengzi was an immortal? Only immortals had such means. However, they quickly denied this theory. Because the people present had more or less interacted with Fengzi, they could be considered to know his character. This kid usually liked to fiddle with strange things. In terms of talent, he was a little talented, but it was impossible for him to have such means. Therefore, everyone looked at Li Shimin, hoping to get some information from His Majesty. Li Shimin naturally knew the doubts in everyone's hearts. He smiled faintly and said, "Have you all read the letter just now?" After that, he continued, Li Jing said in the letter that the lightning this time was very likely to be Fengzi's doing. At first, I was also puzzled as to why there would be such a ridiculous statement. However, after I thought of the Xuanwu Gate incident in Chang'an, I felt that everything was logical. The Xuanwu Gate incident in Chang'an? Everyone was puzzled and confused. What was the connection between these two things? One was what happened in Chang'an, and the other was what happened in Shangzhou. The two had nothing to do with each other. Perhaps he saw through everyone's thoughts, Li Shimin continued. Have you forgotten that these things have something in common? That is, they can all go to the sky, and they were all done by Fengzi? Chapter 1900. As soon as he said that, everyone exclaimed in unison. They looked at each other as if they had understood something, but at the same time, they seemed to be missing something. Wei Zhang was quick-witted. He stepped forward, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, are you saying that Fengzi's original intention was to blow up the Turkic camp in Shangzhou, and he was just passing by Chang'an? As soon as he said that, everyone suddenly understood. So that was the case. Fengzi's goal was the Turkic camp, and Chang'an was just passing by. In that case, the Xuanwu Gate incident was really a farce? They even forced His Majesty to issue an edict? They really shouldn't have done that. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help blushing. However, Li Shimin didn't seem to care about this. He glanced at everyone and said seriously, Yes, from Li Jing's letter, Fengzi's goal was indeed the Turkic camp. In this case, Chang'an was just a farce. It's not worth mentioning. As soon as he said that, everyone felt even more ashamed. They blushed and didn't even dare to raise their heads. Because of the farce in Chang'an, they had forced the emperor to abdicate. This was really inappropriate for a subject. Of course, this was based on the fact that the emperor didn't make any mistakes. Li Shimin was such an emperor. Except for the incident at the Xuanwu Gate, he basically didn't make any serious mistakes. He was conscientious in politics and treated the people like his own children. However, finally, someone couldn't help it. Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward, lowered his head, and said softly, Your Majesty, I committed a heinous crime a few days ago. Your Majesty, please punish me. With the first person, there was naturally a second person. Soon, all the officials stepped forward one by one. Your Majesty, I know that I have committed a heinous crime. Please punish me. Your Majesty, I know that I have committed a heinous crime. Please punish me. Your Majesty, I know that I have committed a heinous crime. Please punish me. They bowed together, lowered their heads, and blushed. Li Shimin looked at them meaningfully. In fact, he was still a little angry. Just a few days ago, he even wanted to punish these old fellows for their crimes. However, when he thought of everyone's contributions to the Tang dynasty, he silently endured it. Take Wei Zheng for example. Although this guy had a bad temper, he was indeed a pillar of the country. He was upright and plain-spoken, and as an official, his sleeves were clean. There's also Zhang Sun Wuji. He's been with me since before I became a cavalry. Although he's not as good at strategy as Feng Xianling, and he's not as good as Wei Zheng, he's still my brother-in-law. How could such a person be punished? Moreover, they had all admitted their mistakes today, so it was even more impossible to punish them. Thus, he revealed a trace of a smile and waved his hand. Everyone, rise. This emperor has never taken it to heart. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Since when did His Majesty become so generous? It wasn't like this in the past. However, thinking about it was just thinking. Naturally, he couldn't say it out loud. However, they couldn't help but feel a little guilty and a little worried. They were worried that His Majesty still hadn't vented his anger. Therefore, Zhang Sun Wuji looked up and saw that His Majesty wasn't angry, so he said, "Your Majesty, since it's not the ghosts of the Xuanwu Gate, why don't we withdraw the edict in the Water and Land Assembly?" He had his reasons for saying so. The edict was an edict issued to state the sins of the current emperor. It was bound to be recorded in history. If it was passed down, it would definitely cause damage to Li Shimin's reputation. At that time, if future generations scolded Li Shimin, they might implicate Zhang Sun Wugo. As his brother-in-law, he didn't want that to happen. Of course, Li Shimin also had the same idea. However, he was the emperor of a country. How could he withdraw the edict so easily? Moreover, the Water and Land Assembly and the Heaven-worshipping ceremony were almost ready. If he withdrew them, where would his prestige be in the future? After thinking about it, it was better not to withdraw them. Therefore he said, "Forget it. The edict has already been issued. Moreover, the Water and Land Assembly and the Heaven-worshipping ceremony have already been put on the agenda. How can we withdraw them? Where would my prestige be in the future?" But Zhang Sun Wuji was obviously unwilling to give up. He wanted to continue persuading, but he was interrupted by Li Shimin halfway. "No buts." Li Shimin waved his hand to stop Zhang Sun Wuji. Then he scanned the crowd and said seriously, "This time, I called you all here to discuss the matters of Shang State. Would you all like to express your views on the current situation of Shang State?" Everyone looked at each other and didn't immediately answer. Instead, they all began to think in their hearts. Shang State could be said to have won a great battle. Although the Turks didn't take the initiative to attack, they dealt a heavy blow. There shouldn't be any danger. However, His Majesty didn't seem very happy. Everyone was a little cautious, afraid that they would make His Majesty unhappy, so they didn't step forward to answer. The imperial study slowly fell into silence. Finally, after 15 minutes, Wei Zhang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Turkic tribes were struck by lightning and suffered countless casualties. In the next few years, they probably won't go south to pillage. Our dynasty should strengthen the defense of the border, and even train the soldiers to strengthen our own defenses." Chapter 1901. Li Shimin nodded his head and praised. Wei Qing's words hit the nail on the head. "What you said is correct. This time the Tujue have suffered heavy casualties. It should be the best time to exterminate them. But right now the Battle of Chotzi City is still ongoing. We cannot spare too many troops and horses for the time being. Otherwise, Zhen would personally lead the troops to exterminate these animals." "Your Majesty, there's no need to be so angry." Zhang Sun Wuji bowed and said solemnly, "The Turks are like grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to jump around for a few days. The current casualties are enough to make them suffer." Everyone nodded and felt that Zhang Sun Wuji's words made sense. Li Shimin also felt the same. He smiled faintly and said, "You're right. This matter can't be rushed." After saying that, he changed the topic and said with a frown, "However, we haven't found any traces of Feng Zi. I don't know how he is." As soon as he said that, everyone frowned. Zhang Feng and the others were very familiar with him. In the past, they often drank and chatted together. If there was something they didn't know, they would ask this kid for advice. Now that he suddenly disappeared, they were not used to it. Especially Du Ruhui and Zhang Sun Wuji. They knew that their son and Feng Zi hung out all day. Moreover, when they found out that their son was missing, they felt as if they had lost their souls. They sent people to look for him every day and finally found out that these guys went with Feng Zi. This caused the two of them to be extremely anxious. If something were to happen to their son, what would they do? Thinking of this, they felt as if their hearts were blocked, and they felt very uncomfortable. Li Shimin seemed to have seen through their thoughts and comforted them. Minister Zhang's son, Minister Du, don't be sad. Your son will definitely return safely. The two wiped the corners of their eyes and said in unison, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind words. As soon as they said that, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Then, a strong man walked in and quickly walked in front of Li Shimin. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the Emperor invites you. The Emperor? Li Shimin was stunned. Father usually doesn't see me if there's nothing important? Could it be that something happened this time? With doubts, he glanced at the strong man and asked, Why does the Emperor want to see me? I don't know. The strong man shook his head, then glanced at the officials present and added, However, the Emperor said that if the officials want to go, it's fine. Li Shimin frowned and had a bad premonition. Usually, even if the Emperor wants to see me, he will never bring the officials. Because he has long ago stopped caring for the Emperor, why does he want to see the officials today? Moreover, these words were very metaphorical. If the officials wanted to go, it was also possible. That means, the Emperor knows the officials to be Li is? To the Emperor, the Emperor's is. The Emperor's the Emperor to go Z to make A. By right, the previous Emperor had already abdicated and no longer cared about politics. B's S's twos. Except twos. To go. Ts with doubts in their minds, everyone looked at Li Shimin. But at this moment, Li Shimin also looked over, he said with a solemn face. Since it's the Emperor's request, then everyone should go and take a look. Maybe the Emperor has something important to say. Everyone naturally didn't dare to refuse and agreed. Thus, Li Shimin led everyone to Li Yuan's residence. In less than a moment, the group arrived. Li Shimin was the first to be led into the main hall by Li Shi. Just as he entered the door, he saw Li Yuan sitting on a chair, drinking alone to drown his sorrows. He did not seem to be too happy. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Imperial Father. Li Yuan raised his sleepy eyes and glanced at Li Shimin, waving his hand. Get up, Erlang. Then he seemed to feel something was wrong and asked, Erlang, the officials didn't come? They came, but they're waiting outside. Li Shimin smiled, then looked outside and said to the strong man, Let them in. As soon as his voice fell, everyone walked in and bowed in unison. Greetings, Your Majesty. No need to be polite, sit. Li Yuan glanced at everyone, then looked at Li Shimin and pointed to a chair beside him. Erlang, sit. Everyone didn't stand on ceremony and took their seats. However, they seemed a little reserved, because they didn't come to this place many times, so they were naturally not used to it. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats, Li Yuan opened his mouth. Erlang, I heard that there's a letter from Shang State? The Emperor's palace was very big, but the news was very fast. This kind of news from outside the palace, those in power were often the first to know. Although he didn't have any real power now, he still had his trusted aides, so this wasn't a big deal. Obviously, Li Shimin also knew a little, but he didn't expect Father Emperor to care about Shang State. This was the border, logically speaking, only the Emperor could ask about it. What did Father Emperor mean now? Perhaps seeing Li Shimin's slightly changed expression, Li Yuan hurriedly changed his words. Erlang, don't misunderstand, I just want to know about Feng Zi's news. After all, that kid isn't bad, I don't want him to die. Chapter 1902. Hearing this, Li Shimin finally understood. It turned out that his father wanted to inquire about Feng Zi, so he didn't care too much. Thus he said, Father, there is indeed a letter from Sheng Zhou, but, halfway through he sighed and seemed a little annoyed. It's just that Feng Zi hasn't been brought back yet. What? Li Yuan exclaimed and threw the wine cup in his hand. He glanced at the officials and said angrily, There are so many people in the imperial court, but they can't even bring Feng Zi back? He couldn't believe it. Even if Feng Zi could go up to heaven, he should have come down, right? It had been almost 3 days, and there was still no news at all? How could this not make him angry? If Feng Zi didn't come back, who would research new things for him in the future? Who would play with him? Thinking of this, he couldn't restrain his anger and glared at the officials. The officials seemed to be afraid of being glared at. They all shrank their heads and didn't dare to speak. Because they didn't know how to speak. Looking for people wasn't something they should do. Moreover, His Majesty had already handed this matter to someone else. Why was he blaming them now? Now they finally understood why he called them here. It was to vent his anger. However, even if they knew, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was the emperor. However, Li Shimin couldn't stand it anymore. As the emperor, how could he watch his officials be scolded? So he quickly said, "Father, don't blame them. After all, they are just civil officials and don't know about these things." After that, he changed the topic and continued, "Although we didn't bring Fengzi back this time, there is some news about Fengzi." "News? What news?" Li Yuan turned his head and was instantly interested. "Father, don't be anxious." Li Shimin smiled faintly and then looked at Zhang Wuji, who was in a daze, and said, "Minister Zhang, you say it." Zhang Wuji was still in a daze, but when he heard this, he immediately became energetic. However, he knew that this wasn't a good task. If he didn't say it well, he would definitely be scolded, but he couldn't refuse. He could only step forward and said, "Emperor, just now, Shangzhou sent a letter saying that the Turkic camp was attacked by lightning." "What? The Turkic camp was struck by lightning?" Li Yuan opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief on his face. However, looking at Zhang Wuji's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Then, he looked at Li Shimin. Li Shimin's face was even more sincere, as if he was telling the truth. This made him a little less confident. Heavenly thunder? Where did the heavenly lightning come from? And attack the Turkic camp? Isn't this a little strange? With doubts in his mind, he looked at Zhang Wuji and said coldly, "Speak clearly. What heavenly lightning? What was going on? Is it related to Fengzi again?" How could Zhang Wuji withstand the shock? He hurriedly replied, "Zhang Feng was the one who did the heavenly lightning. He used the heavenly lightning to blast the Turkic camp." "Fengzi did it?" Li Yuan frowned. The more he listened, the more confused he felt. What was this? If Fengzi could control the heavenly lightning, wouldn't he be an immortal? Now, he increasingly felt that Zhang Wuji was dishonest. "Do you see that I'm old and deliberately deceive me? I don't dare." Zhang Wuji hurriedly cupped his hands. Cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Although the emperor didn't have real power, his prestige was still there. How could he dare? Therefore he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, do you remember the incident of the Black Tortoise Gate in Chang'an last time? That was Fengzi. At first, we always felt that there was a problem. Later, we found out that Fengzi was going to Shangzhou to blast the Turkic camp." "Oh!" A trace of surprise flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. He was very clear about the incident of the Black Tortoise Gate in Chang'an. At first, he blamed Erlang blindly. Later, he thought that since the incident had passed, he didn't care anymore. Moreover, he had promised to preside over the worship ceremony. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a thing. It seemed that Fengzi was really not simple. He drifted all the way from Chang'an to Shangzhou just to blast the Turkic camp. However, Fengzi had blasted the Turkic camp. Would the Turkic people let him go? Wasn't this kid sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked at Zhang Wuji and hurriedly asked, "How is Fengzi now? Is he dead or alive?" Zhang Wuji lowered his head tightly. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Because he didn't know. Li Jing's letter only mentioned the Turkic and Shangzhou. There was no news of Fengzi at all. Or rather, he hadn't been found yet. How could he answer this? Although he had his own difficulties, Li Yuan didn't care. He hurriedly asked, "How is Fengzi?" He still didn't get a reply. Therefore he turned to Li Shimin and hurriedly said, "Erlang, tell me, what happened to Fengzi?" Li Shimin paused. He didn't want to answer at first. However, when he saw his father's worried expression, he said patiently, "Father, there is no news of Fengzi for the time being. Do you know where he is?" "What?" Li Yuan suddenly stood up. He glanced at everyone and said angrily, "Shangzhou is such a big place. You can't even find a person?" Chapter 1903. Li Shimin could understand Li Yuan's feelings. He was also anxious about Fengzi's disappearance, but what was the use of being anxious? Right now, Li Jing had already gone to Shangzhou, and Yu Qigong and the others had also rushed over. They were all trying their best to search for him, so it was not the fault of the officials that they could not find him. Thinking about it, he hurriedly advised, "Father, I have already sent people to Shangzhou to handle this matter, but there are not enough people. However, I believe that the results will be out soon." Li Yuan glanced at Li Shimin, but at this moment, he was furious, because he knew that Erlang had already done his best. Thus he looked at the officials, his eyes somewhat gloomy. "Since there are not enough people, then let the clan send out some people." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was in an uproar. Li Shimin looked at Li Yuan with a bewildered expression. Although he really wanted to touch the clan, he knew in his heart that the clan had a deep foundation and could not be eradicated overnight. Therefore, he had always buried this thought in his heart and had never said it out loud. But today, his father had personally said it out loud. Although it was said very tactfully, but he could still hear his father's hatred for the clan. On this point, Imperial Father and I happen to agree. However, could the officials agree? Thinking about it, he shifted his gaze to the officials. In fact, the officials were no longer calm, because many of them were also in the ranks of the clans. The emperor's words just now meant that he was prepared to let the clans search for Zhang Feng. Although they were also worried about Zhang Feng, they did not plan to use the people of their clans. If they touched the people of the clan, it would definitely cause damage to the clan. Thus, everyone hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, please show mercy. The clan cannot be touched." Li Yuan glanced at the crowd, his face could not help but flush red, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he roared, "Not using the clan? Then who can I count on?" As he spoke, he walked in front of everyone, stretched out his finger, and pointed angrily. "It's you? Or you? Is it still you?" Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment as they retreated. They knew that the emperor was currently in a state of anger and could not be provoked. Li Yuan glanced at everyone and roared again. "Since you can't find Feng Zi, then what's the harm in touching the clan?" After saying that, he looked at the door and shouted, "Pass down my decree. Let all the clans send people to find Feng Zi immediately. If they can't do it, don't come back." But at this moment, a voice came from behind. "Wait!" Li Yuan turned his head abruptly and saw that the one who spoke was his son, Li Shimin. Li Shimin actually wanted to get rid of the clan as well, but he knew that getting rid of the clan was not something that could be done overnight. Using his father's method was even more impossible, so he stopped him. At this moment, facing his father's bewildered gaze, he could only step forward and comfort him. "Father, this matter cannot be rushed. Li Jing, Yu Qigong, and the others have already sent people to search for Feng Zi. I believe there will be a result very soon. Moreover, if we let the people of the clan move out now, they will definitely be unwilling, and at that time, it will inevitably cause some twists and turns." Hearing this, Li Yuan was somewhat moved, but he couldn't help being somewhat worried in his heart. Thus he said, "Then what about Feng Zi's safety?" "Father, there's no need to be like this." Li Shimin smiled faintly, trying to ease the awkward situation. "With Li Jing, Yu Qigong, and the others, I believe Feng Zi will not be in danger." Of course, he was not confident about all of this. Right now, he only wanted to appease his father. Li Yuan naturally did not know about this, and thought that Erlang really had a way, so he said, "Since that's the case, then listen to Erlang. I won't participate." In fact, ever since he abdicated, he had basically not participated in political affairs. If it wasn't for Feng Zi, he wouldn't have summoned the ministers at all. Li Shimin seemed to have put down a huge stone in his heart. He let out a long breath and smiled. "Thank you for your understanding, father." After he finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the crowd of officials. "Since there's nothing else, all of you may leave." Everyone looked at each other and did not leave immediately. It was as if they had something to say. A moment later, Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and bowed. "Reporting to Your Majesty, Emperor, the heaven worship ceremony and the water and land assembly will be held in a few days. When the time comes," speaking to hear, he raised his head and glanced at Li Shimin and Li Yuan. However, he did not continue speaking because the heaven worship ceremony and the water and land assembly were originally ordered to be held by His Majesty. Now that it was a farce, whether or not to hold it would depend on His Majesty. Moreover, the Emperor had originally agreed to attend the heaven worship ceremony, and His Majesty had also agreed to attend the water and land assembly. Now that the ceremony and assembly were almost ready, they had to confirm whether or not to attend. Li Shimin naturally knew what everyone was thinking. He did not plan to cancel the heaven worship ceremony and the water and land assembly. In fact, he was prepared to attend. Of course, all of this was built on the basis that he was the emperor. There was also a portion that came from personal feelings. After all, he was brothers with Jianqing and the others. They were already dead. Holding a few ceremonies was something that should be done. It was just that he didn't know what father was thinking. With doubtful thoughts, he looked towards Li Yuan. Chapter 1904. Li Yuan furrowed his brows tightly, as if recalling some kind of sad matter. He picked up the wine cup on the table and gulped it down. Looking at everyone, he said, "Since the preparations are almost complete, then let's hold it as scheduled. Don't worry, I will definitely preside over it." This heaven worship ceremony and water and land assembly was to send his two sons to the afterlife. Even if no one asked, he would still participate. Li Shimin seemed to be able to feel Li Yuan's feelings. He nodded emotionally. "That's right, I will also participate at that time. Everyone, if there is nothing else, you may leave." When his voice fell, the officials finally put down the boulder in their hearts. They all cupped their hands and left. Only Li Shimin and Li Yuan remained in the palace. Li Yuan picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Then, he looked at Li Shimin and said softly, "Erlang, I'll have to trouble you for this water and land assembly." "Father Emperor, what are you saying?" Li Shimin lowered his head. He was a bit ashamed. His two brothers died because of him. This matter was naturally nothing. "This is what I should do." Li Yuan nodded and did not say anything, because he could also see that Erlang was a bit sad in his heart. He picked up the wine cup and personally poured a cup of wine. He handed it to Li Shimin. "Come, drink with me." Just as his voice fell, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Immediately after, a strong man walked in. Li Shimin remembered this strong man. He was the eunuch of the imperial study. But why was he in such a hurry to come to the emperor's palace? Could it be that something had happened? Even if there was something important, he could not be in such a hurry. What if he disturbed the emperor? Thus, he pretended to be angry and said, "You eunuch, why are you in such a hurry? What if you disturb the emperor?" He said this mainly to give Li Yuan a good impression. After all, they were father and son. He had to show a considerate appearance. Secondly, it was a hint to this eunuch. If it wasn't something important, then don't say it and go back to the imperial study. And this strong man thought that His Majesty was angry. His legs immediately went soft and he prostrated on the ground. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." Li Yuan did not seem to care about all of this. Instead, he looked at Li Shimin and waved his hand indifferently. "Since there's something important, you can go back and talk about it." When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't do it. If he went back, wouldn't it mean that he was going behind his father's back? Thus, he looked at the strong man and said, "If you have something to say it quickly." The strong man was quick-witted. Seeing that His Majesty had spoken, he hurriedly said, "Just now, Lu Guogong sent a letter. His Majesty, please read it." After that, he quickly took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Li Shimin. Li Shimin took the letter and hurriedly opened it because he knew that Chang Yaojin was also looking for Feng Zi. Now that the letter was sent, there must be some clues. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, lines of clues about Zhang Feng appeared in front of him. "Your Majesty, I was looking for Zhang Feng's traces. When I reached Shengzhou, I lost the clues, but later I found some traces. At present, I know that Zhang Feng is floating towards the grassland." Seeing this, Li Shimin frowned. Feng Zi is floating towards the grassland? The grassland is the Turks' residence. Now that the Tang dynasty and the Turks are in a war, isn't going to die? What is this Feng Zi thinking? Li Yuan seemed to see Li Shimin's worry and asked curiously, "Erlang, what happened?" Li Shimin did not answer, but handed the letter to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was puzzled, but he still took the letter and read it carefully. However, after reading half of it, he was not good. Feng Zi is going to the grassland? What's going on? Why does he want to go to the grassland? Doesn't he know that the Tang dynasty and the Turks are like fire and water? Isn't going to die now? He felt bad. After thinking for a long time, he still could not understand why Feng Zi wants to go to the grassland. Therefore he looked at Li Shimin nervously and asked, "Erlang, why do you think Feng Zi wants to go to the grassland?" Isn't this going to die? Li Shimin naturally did not know, but facing his father's question, it was not good to not answer, so he could only frown and say, I don't know, maybe Fengzi is unwilling to let Xieli go? He himself did not believe what he said. Could it be that those people wanted to attack the grassland? It was impossible. However, he really could not think of any other reason in his heart. Li Yuan was not stupid. Naturally, he would not believe this nonsensical answer. Shooting a glance at Li Shimin, he stood up and paced in the hall. After a long while, he finally stopped and looked at Li Shimin with a solemn expression. Erlang, I think there must be something fishy about this. You immediately write a letter and order people to speed up and track Fengzi. Otherwise, once we reach the grassland, it will be difficult for the King of Hell to save us. Li Shimin nodded. He also understood the seriousness of this. Although he still did not know why Fengzi wants to go to the grassland, he must stop him. Otherwise, if something happens, there will be no chance to regret it. Therefore, he waved his hand to signal Xiao Gizi beside him to prepare a pen and paper. Soon he wrote 2 letters. One was for Chang Yaojin, and the other was for Li Jing. Now that the two were not together, the letters must be written separately. Chapter 1905. After he finished writing, he glanced outside the door and waved his hand. Someone, quickly send this letter to Shangzhou. Just as he finished speaking, a strong man walked in and took away the letters. Seeing this, Li Yuan's frown slowly relaxed. He looked at Li Shimin and asked worriedly, Erlang, do you think Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, and the others can successfully bring Fengzi back? Why do I feel uneasy? Don't worry, father. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and didn't look too good. However, when he thought of his father beside him, he tried his best to put on a smile. You know the abilities of Li Jing, Chang Yaojin, and Yu Qigong. It shouldn't be a problem to bring Fengzi back. Li Yuan nodded. The 3 of them were indeed fierce generals. Each of them could guard an area. It shouldn't be a problem. He thought too much. After some thought he said, Erlang is right. It shouldn't be a problem. After he finished speaking, he picked up the wine cup again. However, his slightly trembling right hand betrayed his nervousness. At the same time, White Deer College. A man in plain clothes shuttled through the mountain roads. He looked nervous and looked around from time to time, as if he couldn't wait. When he saw the words White Deer College, he seemed to be energized and his steps became lighter. In a short while, he reached the entrance of the college. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by a shout. Stop, who are you? Why are you trespassing into the college? The one who spoke was Wan Xian. This time, it was his turn to guard the gate. However, he didn't expect someone to trespass into the college without saying a word. Naturally, he had to stop him. When the man heard someone speak, he looked over and saw a man in the corner. He cupped his hands and walked forward. Greetings, Senior. I am Bai Ping, a distant relative of Mr. Bo Shi. I'm here to look for Mr. Bo Shi. Looking for Mr. Bo Shi? Wan Xian frowned and circled Bai Ping. What proof do you have? Yu Shernan was too famous, and many people came to look for him every day. Therefore, he needed a certificate to prove the identity of the visitor. Otherwise, he would not be able to receive so many visitors every day. When Bai Ping heard that Wan Xian wanted proof, he didn't hesitate. He quickly took out a jade pendant and handed it to Wan Xian. This is the proof. Wan Xian glanced at the jade pendant and saw a large Yu character engraved on it. Presumably, this was given by Mr. Bo Shi, so he didn't suspect anything. He waved his hand and said, Go in. Thank you, Senior. Bai Ping cupped his hands in salute. Then, he turned around and slipped into the academy. He had important news to report. He did not dare to waste any time. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of people reading. He didn't know why, but the sound of reading seemed to have some kind of attraction, pulling him forward. He quickly walked to the door of the classroom and glanced into the classroom. He saw Yu Shernan teaching on the podium. Yu Shernan seemed to have felt the gaze on him. He glanced into the classroom. With just one glance, his expression changed. He casually said a few words in the classroom, then turned and walked out. He looked at Bai Ping nervously and asked, Why are you here? Did something happen in the palace? That's right, Bai Ping was a trusted aide he had arranged in the palace. Usually, if there was any important news in the palace, he would be sent out. Moreover, as a large family, the Yu clan had to do these things. If the emperor were to make a move against the clan one day, they would be prepared. Also, he had once held a position in the palace, and many people were his disciples and grand-disciples. Needless to say, the news would spread to his ears. Most importantly, he had arranged for people to stay in the palace for Feng Zi's disappearance. As long as Li Erlang received the news, he would immediately send it to White Deer College. Bai Ping was one of them. Facing Yu Shernan's question, Bai Ping did not hesitate and hurriedly said, "Sir, there is news from the palace. They said that there are clues about President Zhang." "How is it?" Yu Shernan hurriedly asked. Bai Ping glanced at the surroundings. Seeing that there was no one around, he carefully said, "President Zhang is floating towards the grasslands." "What?" Yu Shernan exclaimed. He knew that the grasslands were the territory of the Turks. Why would Feng Zi go there? To seek death? This brat was not usually such a brave person. Moreover, even if the few of them went there to seek death, what was the use? After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a conclusion. He continued to ask, "What other news is there? When will Feng Zi return? Also, why did he go to the grasslands?" The series of questions made Bai Ping's mind a little confused. Fortunately, his mind was still agile. After thinking for a while, he replied, "There is no news for now. As for when President Zhang will return, His Majesty did not say. However, His Majesty seems to have written a letter to Lu Guogong and the others. As for what he said, I do not know." Yu Shernan frowned. He was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. However, he also knew that it was not easy to obtain such news from the palace. Therefore, he did not fuss too much. Chapter 1906. However, why did Li Erlang give Chang Yaojin a divorce letter? Could it be that he wanted this guy to find a way to bring Feng Zi back? That should be the case. Li Erlang was also worried about Feng Zi, so he wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Thinking of this, he finally felt a little comforted. However, Feng Zi went to the grassland this time, so it was inevitable that she would be in danger. No, he had to find those old guys to discuss countermeasures. Thinking of this, he glanced at Bai Ping, took out a silver ingot from his sleeve, and handed it over. His eyes were cold. "Go back and continue to investigate. If there is any news, immediately inform the old man. Also, today's matter cannot be known to a third person." After saying this, he didn't care about the other party's reaction and turned to walk to the other classroom. Chu Suiliang was teaching in the classroom. When he saw Yu Shernan looking at the door with a gloomy face, he knew that something big had happened. He hurriedly threw down the book in his hand and said to the students, "It's time for self-study." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the door. As he walked, he said to Yu Shernan, "What's wrong? Old guy. This is not a good place to talk. Let's go." Yu Shernan's face was still gloomy. With his hands behind his back, he walked quickly to the other classroom. As he walked, he said to Chu Suiliang, "Let's go separately. Call the other old guys out and gather at Feng Zi's residence in 15 minutes. Hearing this, Chu Suiliang's face changed. He knew that something big had happened. Without hesitation, he walked quickly to the other classrooms. 15 minutes later, in front of Zhang Feng's residence, Yu Shernan glanced at the people in front of him. After confirming that they were all present, he waved his hand and said, "Come in and talk." Although the others didn't know what had happened, they knew from the old guy's face that it was definitely not a small matter. And now, the only one who could be considered a big matter was Feng Zi. Could something have happened to Feng Zi? Everyone looked at each other and their faces were not good. However, they didn't speak immediately. Instead, they went into the room together. In the room, Yu Shernan sat on a chair and glanced at everyone. "I think you all have guessed that something happened to Feng Zi." "What? What happened? What happened to him?" Everyone abruptly stood up from their chairs and looked at Yu Shernan with a look of bewilderment. To them, Feng Zi was their disciple. Now that their disciple was in trouble, how could they, as his teacher, accept this? Especially the old Xiaocai. He regarded Zhang Feng as his disciple and son. Among these people, he couldn't guarantee that he was the one who treated Feng Zi the best, but he could guarantee that he had the deepest feelings for Feng Zi. Now something had happened to Fengzi? What was he going to do in the future? Yu Shernan could tell what was on everyone's mind. He waved his hand and gestured for everyone to take a seat. Then he said, "Just now, news came from the palace that Fengzi is floating towards the grasslands." Grasslands? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they were also somewhat astonished. The first thing they thought of was why Fengzi wanted to go to the grassland. Then, he thought about how dangerous the grasslands were. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went there? They couldn't understand Fengzi's actions. In other words, they didn't understand Fengzi's thoughts at all. However, they were truly worried about Fengzi. Therefore, the old scholar spoke first. Why did Fengzi go to the grassland? Why did he go there? The old elementary scholar's question broke the silence in the room, as if pulling everyone back from their deep thoughts. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on Yu Shernan. Yu Shernan frowned. He didn't know the answer to these questions and didn't know how to answer them. However, looking at everyone's anxious eyes, he still said, "Old man doesn't know either." Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of loneliness. Seeing this, Yu Shernan continued. However, news came from the palace that His Majesty had already sent letters to Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing. As for the contents of the letters, we don't know. Letters? Everyone looked at each other, as if a glimmer of hope had been ignited. Because they all knew that Li Erlang had always regarded Fengzi as a brother. Now that he had sent a letter, it must be to save Fengzi. Thinking of this, Chu Suiliang glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Since His Majesty sent a letter, it must be to save Fengzi." "That's right." Xueji nodded and stroked his sparse beard. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes. "However, we can't place all our hopes on the imperial court. What if there are people with bad intentions? Therefore, we have to think of a way to save Fengzi as soon as possible." Hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously. What he said made sense. Although the imperial court had a powerful army, they were only following orders. It was inevitable that some of them would slack off. This would be a great threat to Fengzi's life. Therefore, Yu Shernan said, "Old man had the same idea. He asked you to come here to discuss how to save Fengzi. Now that no one has any objections, how about we send our men to Shangzhou?" Chapter 1907. The old man still has a lot of servants in his family. They're willing to send a team. The one who spoke was Chu Suiliang. He used to be in power and had a lot of disciples under him. With his current family business, it was enough to send a team. The old man will also send a team. Xueji was excited. As a member of a clan, his family was also rich. Yu Shernan was delighted to see that everyone was enthusiastically signing up. He cupped his hands and said, "Then the old man will thank everyone on behalf of Fengzi." Hearing this, everyone was unhappy. Fengzi was their disciple after all. Why should he be thanked? Thus, Xueji said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Yu? Are we not Fengzi's teachers?" Hearing this, Yu Shernan blushed. He lowered his head and inadvertently glanced at the worried old scholar. Curious, he asked, "Brother Zihuai, what's wrong?" The old scholar shook his head, seemingly ashamed. Everyone can send a team, but the old man. At this point, everyone came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the old scholar was worried because he couldn't send a team. In fact, no one blamed him for this. Because everyone knew the old scholar's situation. How could he send a lone person? Thus, Xueji patted the old scholar's shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay, Brother Zihuai. Fengzi knows your intentions." Then he turned to everyone. "Since there's nothing else, everyone can go and prepare. After all, the more time we have, the safer Fengzi will be." Everyone nodded, flicked their sleeves, and left the room. The old scholar was the only one left in the room. In fact, he also wanted to send a team to help find Fengzi, but his situation didn't allow it. Moreover, Fengzi still had a family in Chong, and that he had to take care of. Family? It seemed that he hadn't seen the two girls in a long time. He wondered how they were doing. Well, he could take this opportunity to see the two girls and tell them about Fengzi. Thinking of this, he flicked his sleeves and turned to walk towards the door. He didn't know why, but when he thought of returning to the Zhang mansion, he felt lighter. He arrived at the gate of the academy in a moment. The academy would usually prepare some sedan chairs for these old men. Therefore, The old Xiaozai sat on the palanquin and wobbled towards Zhang Mansion. At this moment, the entire Zhang Mansion was busy. Ever since the two mistresses returned, the servants who made the cotton-padded clothes seemed to be more energetic than usual, and the output was also high. I wonder if these guys are trying to please the two mistresses? Or was he trying to please the two mistresses? Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu also enjoyed watching everything in front of them. Anyway, there was no harm in increasing the production. Right at this moment, a servant hurriedly ran in. Ladies, Master Zihuai is here. The old Xiaozai had been to the Zhang Mansion before, so everyone in the Zhang Mansion knew this amiable old man. At the same time, they also knew that this old man was the master of their master, so they didn't dare to neglect him. Zhang Yuyao was the same, because strictly speaking, the old Xiaozai was the middleman between her and Prince Zhang. Therefore, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and walked towards the door as she said, "Come, let's go and welcome the old master." Now that Prince Zhang wasn't here, as Prince Zhang's fiancé, she naturally had to fulfill the duties of a disciple. Jing Shu also understood this and hurriedly followed. Just as they reached the door, they saw the old Xiaozai getting off the palanquin. The two girls hurriedly went up and bowed. "Hello, master." The old Xiaozai nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, let's talk inside." After that, he raised his head and walked into the mansion with the two girls following behind. When they reached the front yard, the old Xiaozai was attracted by the cotton-padded clothes in front of him. It wasn't that he hadn't seen it before, but it was precisely because he had seen it that he was surprised. When he saw it before, each servant could only make 1 or 2 cotton-padded clothes, but now, almost all the servants were making 4 or 5 cotton-padded clothes, and their hands were constantly threading the needles as if they didn't feel tired at all. Therefore, the old Xiaozai looked at the two girls curiously. "How is the production of cotton-padded clothes now?" Zhang Yuyao stepped forward and smiled. "The production is almost twice as high as before. Maybe even 1.5 times. So good." The old Xiaozai widened his eyes and looked at the cotton-padded clothes on the floor in disbelief. "I really didn't expect that the production of cotton-padded clothes would increase so much without Fengzi here." After that, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to the two girls. "Come to the hall. The old man has something important to tell you." The two girls looked at each other, faintly ominous. Because there weren't many things that could make the master nervous, and one of them was Prince Zhang. Prince Zhang hadn't returned yet. Could it be about Prince Zhang? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuyao lifted the hem of her dress and quickly followed. Jing Shu was more rational. She glanced at the servant and ordered, "Immediately pour 3 cups of good tea to the hall, and then make sure no one is allowed to approach the hall." Chapter 1908. With that, she hurried to catch up. In the hall, the old scholar paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, thinking about what to say to the two girls. At this moment, the two girls walked into the hall. Zhang Yuyao stepped forward and asked with concern, "Sir, do you have any news about Prince Zhang?" The old scholar looked at the two girls meaningfully and nodded. "Yes, there is news about Fengzi, but," at this point his eyes flashed with worry. "But Fengzi is not in a good situation now. I heard that he is floating towards the grassland." "What?" Zhang Yuyao exclaimed in disbelief. As a girl, although she did not know much about national affairs, she knew that the grassland was the hinterland of the Turks. If Prince Zhang went there, would he still be alive? What if something happened to Prince Zhang? What would she do? Thinking of this, she could not help but feel sad. Jing Shu, on the other hand, was different. She was usually more knowledgeable and had a broader vision. The first thing that came to her mind was why Prince Zhang went to the grassland. That was the territory of the Turks. Going there was no doubt that he would die. Prince Zhang would not be so stupid to do such a brainless thing. Therefore, she began to guess in her heart. The old scholar saw that the two girls did not speak and thought that they were too sad. He quickly comforted them. "Girls, don't be sad. Although Fengzi is floating towards the grassland, he is not in danger for the time being." "Really?" Zhang Yuyao suddenly raised her head and looked at the old scholar expectantly. Jing Shu was also awakened by the conversation between the two. She quickly looked at the old scholar and asked hopefully, "Sir, what is going on?" She had a feeling that there was something behind this. Prince Zhang had no reason to go to the grassland, but she could not figure out why. Now, she could only ask for help from her teacher. The old Xiaozai didn't beat around the bush. He looked at the two women and said seriously, "That's right. There's news from the palace that Chang Yaojin and Li Jing have gone to rescue Fengzi. The emperor has also given the order to rescue Fengzi. The old men on the mountain have also volunteered to send their servants to look for Fengzi. So you don't have to worry." Hearing this, the two women's hearts finally calmed down. If His Majesty gave the order, Prince Zhang shouldn't be in any danger. After all, the emperor was the most powerful person in the world. If he couldn't save her, then who could? There were also those gentlemen on the mountain. Basically, all of them were highly respected people. If they were willing to help, Prince Zhang wouldn't be in any danger, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuyao finally revealed a smile. "Thank you, sir, for your hard work for Prince Zhang this time. We sisters would like to salute you on behalf of Prince Zhang." After saying this, she pulled Jing Shu and respectfully bowed to the old Xiaocai. The old Xiaocai didn't hold back and accepted the salute with ease. He was Zhang Feng's teacher in name, so he could accept this salute. The two women had just stood up and were about to speak when the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. A servant came in with a cup of tea. Zhang Yuyao looked at Jing Shu and instantly understood. This must have been arranged by Jing Shu. She couldn't help but praise Jing Shu in her heart. Then she looked at the old Xiaocai and realized that after talking for so long, they still hadn't invited him to take a seat. With a guilty expression she said, "Sir, please take a seat. We sisters have been rude. You've been here for so long and we still haven't invited you to take a seat." After saying this, she personally picked up a cup of tea and handed it to the old Xiaocai. She bowed and said, "Sir, please have some tea." The old Xiaocai naturally didn't care about such details. Those who could come to Zhang Mansion were naturally family. So he casually found a seat and sat down. He smiled and said, "You're welcome. We're all family." Jing Shu nodded and said with a smile, "Sir, you're right." Then the two women didn't stand on ceremony. They both sat down and talked about the cotton-padded clothes in the yard. At the same time, on the main street of Chang'an, there were people coming and going, and it was very lively. Peddlers, servants, and others weaved in and out of the crowd, shouting all kinds of songs. They were like fish swimming in the sea, doing whatever they wanted. There was a dazzling array of delicacies on the side of the street. There were wontons, steamed biscuits, and so on, emitting bursts of delicious aroma. Along the way, there were soldiers walking back and forth. They were wearing armor and holding triangular bayonets. They were extraordinary and added a solemn atmosphere to the street, making people feel intimidated. They were sent by the Ministry of War to patrol. Since the Xuanwu Gate incident, there had been casualties in Chang'an. Li Shimin gathered the ministers for a discussion and thought that it was useless to just stand guard. They had to do something practical. Although they knew that the Xuanwu Gate incident was a farce, they wanted to prevent the same thing from happening in the future. Li Shimin ordered that 12 teams of soldiers would be arranged to patrol Chang'an City every day. They would be changed every 2 hours. Although it cost some soldiers, it greatly increased the sense of security of the people. Think about it. If there were any thievery, burning, killing, and looting in Chang'an City, the people could immediately report to the patrolling soldiers. In this way they could stop it immediately. Chapter 1909. Regarding this matter, the people praised His Majesty for being wise. Although the Xuanwu Gate incident happened before, His Majesty had already issued an edict. The people let go of the grudges in their hearts and even secretly thought of His Majesty's achievements. His Majesty did some wrong things, but there was nothing to say about the people. He could always be called an emperor who loved the people like his own children. Thinking of Emperor Yang of Sui, His Majesty could be called wise. There was also the dethroned Crown Prince Li Jianqing. Even if this guy ascended the throne, he might not do as well as His Majesty. Therefore, the people were still happy to support Li Shimin. Of course, the shoulder-bearer Hu Zi also thought so. At that time, he went to see the edict with his own eyes. His Majesty said it so sincerely, it was obvious that he was sincerely remorseful. Since His Majesty was sincerely remorseful, it meant that he was a wise emperor. Since he was a wise emperor, it meant that his future days would be better. Thinking of this, his footsteps unconsciously became lighter. The corner of his mouth raised and he shouted, "Steamed buns, good steamed buns, 1 copper coin each." At this moment, a group of soldiers walked over. Hu Zi was delighted and hurriedly went up to them. "Sir, How about a few steamed buns? The leading soldier stopped and looked at the white steamed buns in front of him. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and wanted to take it. However, when he thought of His Majesty's order, if anyone dared to take things from the people, their hands would be chopped off or their official position would be removed. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "No, His Majesty's order is not to take anything from the people. Otherwise, your hands will be chopped off." After saying this, he raised his head, straightened his military uniform, and started patrolling again. Hu Zi was a little confused. He didn't expect His Majesty to give such an order. Not to take anything from the people. Otherwise, your hands will be chopped off? Wasn't this too strict? However, on second thought, His Majesty seemed to be protecting him. This could prevent the soldiers from filling their pockets while patrolling. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of respect for His Majesty. Fine, no one would eat it. He could sell it for a few more money. Just as he was about to take the load and leave, a shout came. "Hu Zi, Hu Zi." Hu Zi turned his head and saw Zhu Zi running over with a load. He was delighted and hurriedly went up to him. "Zhu Zi, aren't you selling glutinous rice wine near Zhang Mansion? Are you done?" As he spoke, he patted the jar of fermented glutinous rice on the pillar, his heart filled with envy. Zhu Zi, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. He grabbed Hu Zi's right hand and said excitedly, "Let's go to that corner. Lao Tzu will tell you a big piece of news from the Zhang residence." Big news in Zhang Mansion. Hu Zi scratched his head and was a little confused. He was about to ask, but found that his right hand was not listening to him. He turned his head and saw that it was Zhu Zi who was about to pull him away. He quickly said, "Wait, I'll go carry the load first." After he finished speaking, he flung Zhu Zi's hand away and picked up the pole in a few strides. He turned around and patted Zhu Zi on the shoulder. "Let's go. Lao Tzu wants to see what kind of big news you have." Zhu Zi didn't waste any time. He held onto the pole and walked towards the corner they had agreed on earlier. After standing still, the two of them put down their burdens and sat on the ground. Hu Zi looked at the pillar and said with a curious look, "Tell me now, what on earth is going on?" "Let me tell you." Zhu Zi smiled and turned his head to look around. Seeing that there was no one around, he looked at Hu Zi. "Just now, one of my men said that the thing that appeared in Chang'an City a few days ago was made by President Zhang." "What?" Hu Zi exclaimed and his eyes widened. To be honest, he had been selling steamed buns in Chang'an City for the past few years. He could be considered a wily old fox. He had heard all kinds of news. It was either that the rich family had married a widow, or that the family's official had his property confiscated. However, this Zhang Mansion was a little different. Every time the news came out, it almost shocked Chang'an City. For example, in the past there was an academy, and then there was the braised meat and so on. There were too many to count. At first, everyone thought that this guy was crazy. But later, when they had a taste of the sweetness, well, it was really delicious. But this time, it was a little too shocking, wasn't it? The hot air balloon last time was actually made by President Zhang? This was a little unbelievable. Therefore, he looked at Zhu Zi with a puzzled look and asked, "Is what you said true? Why do I feel that you are bragging? No matter how awesome President Zhang is, it is impossible for him to go to the sky, right?" Zhu Zi was unhappy when he heard that. He glared at him and said, "This is the news that Lao Tzu found out with great difficulty. How dare you say that Lao Tzu is bragging?" After that, he stared at Hu Zi and said unforgivingly, "To tell you the truth, not only did President Zhang make that thing that can go to the sky, I also heard that he went to Shenzhou and blew up the Turkic camp." "What?" Hu Zi jumped 8 feet high. That was 2F** King explosive, wasn't it? Blew up the Turkic camp? How was that possible? Shenzhou was at least a few hundred miles away from Chang'an. How did he get there? Taking a step back, even if he blew up the Turkic camp, he wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 1910. President Zhang was not stupid. How could he do such a brainless thing? He felt more and more that this guy was bragging. Therefore, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhu Zi. He asked, "Zhu Zi, are you crazy? Otherwise, why would you say such nonsense? You're the one who's crazy." Zhu Zi slapped Hu Zi's head and said angrily, "Lao Tzu has a relative who works in the Zhang Mansion. I heard this from my relative." This roar instantly attracted the attention of the passers-by. They all looked over. This street was not big, but it was not small either. People often saw each other, so Zhu Zi was also affected. The moment they saw Zhu Zi mention Principal Zhang, quite a few busybodies all gathered around, discussing animatedly. Zhu Zi, what did you say about President Zhang? Did he go to heaven? Is he an immortal? I heard that people with the surname Zhang were reincarnations of immortals. Could it be that President Zhang is one too? This brother's words were not groundless. The ancients had been pursuing the path of immortality since ancient times. Even ordinary people could not avoid it. Especially during the Sui, Tang, and Northern Song dynasties, due to the respect of the ruling class, Taoism was extremely prosperous and had a great influence on society. Taoism's philosophy, life-preserving techniques, spells, and regulations were also more perfect. As for why Zhang Feng was an immortal, this was the speculation of the common people. The source was the founder of Taoism, Zhang Daoling. Thinking about it, both of them had the same surname. Now that Zhang Feng had made such a divine object, the crowd could not understand for a while. Naturally, they connected all of this to Zhang Feng. They thought that this Zhang Feng might be the successor of Taoism, or even an immortal on earth. Of course, all of this was just the crowd's speculation and could not be confirmed. Zhu Zi saw that the crowd was getting more and more mysterious, and he could not help but feel satisfied. He glanced at Hu Zi from time to time, as if to say, "Look, even if you don't believe in Lao Tzu, there are plenty of people who do." Therefore he scanned the crowd and continued, "I don't know if President Zhang is a god, but..." At this point he paused for a moment, as if he was deliberately whetting everyone's appetite. Looking at everyone's impatient look, his vanity seemed to have been greatly satisfied, and then he slowly said, "However, I heard that President Zhang not only went to Shenzhou to bomb the Turkic camp, but also personally went down to remove one of Shelley's big legs." Everyone's eyes widened. It was as if their breathing had stopped at this moment. At first, they had come with the mentality of watching a good show. After all, everyone was curious about the unknown. However, the more he heard, the more he felt that something was amiss. Motherfucker! Not only did President Zhang blow up the Turkic camp, she even personally charged into the Turkic camp and removed one of Shelley's legs? Initially, when they heard this, they still had a trace of doubt in their hearts. Although many of them had never met Zhang Feng, they had heard of him before. How could they have charged into the Turkic camp? However, looking at Zhu Zi's expression, they didn't think it was fake. In addition, this guy's usual behavior made it even more impossible. Therefore, everyone tacitly agreed in their hearts. Then they thought again. Who was Shelley? He was a hungry wolf on the grassland. Although he ascended the throne smoothly, which of the generals who could unify the grassland was not a fierce general who could fight against 100 people alone? Could President Zhang charge into the Turkic camp? Unless this guy was really a god on earth? Actually, it was really possible. President Zhang had done so many things that humans couldn't do in the past. She might really be the reincarnation of a god. For a moment, everyone was skeptical. They believed that Zhang Feng was a god, but they didn't believe it. They believed it because this guy had done a lot of things that humans couldn't do. They didn't believe it because no one had really seen a god and only heard some legends. Now that this rumor suddenly appeared, no one could accept it. For a moment, complicated emotions intertwined in everyone's mind. They racked their brains but still couldn't get an answer. Finally, a teenager couldn't help but speak. He frowned and said, "Zhu Zi, where did you hear this news from? Is it true? Don't make a fool of yourself?" What he said was true. The streets of Chang'an were crowded. No matter who knew this explosive news, in less than 2 hours, no, in the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the whole Chang'an city would be abuzz. When Zhu Zi heard this, he was a little annoyed. Lao Tzu had talked for a long time, and you still have doubts. He stood up and glared at everyone. Does Lao Tzu look like a liar? To tell you the truth, I have a relative who works in the Zhang mansion. This news was spread by him. It's definitely first-hand and absolutely true. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and suddenly understood. It turned out that the news was spread by the Zhang mansion. In that case, it was much more reliable. President Zhang really blew up the Turkic camp and took off one of Shelley's legs. If this was true, those Turkic bastards wouldn't dare to come to the Tang dynasty for a few years. This was great news for the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1911. President Zhang had become a hero of the Tang dynasty. In an instant, Zhang Feng's image in the hearts of the crowd grew. A few people even looked up at the sky, trying to find traces of the hero in their hearts. At this moment, Huzi also believed in Zhang Feng's heroic deeds. Just now, he was still doubting. Thinking about it, he really shouldn't have. He blushed and said, "I really shouldn't have just now. I've decided to stay at home and worship President Zhang's memorial tablet every day." Before he finished speaking, Zhu Zi slapped him. "Memorial tablets are for the dead. If you really respect President Zhang, then set up a deity tablet for President Zhang." Zhu Zi's words were originally unintentional, but it attracted a fierce reaction from the crowd. "That's right. I also want to set up a deity tablet for President Zhang at home. I also want to set up one. A person like President Zhang deserves a deity tablet." Everyone raised their right hands and clenched their fists. The crowd was excited. They were all from Guangzhou, and the people of Guangzhou had always had a kind of belief that country first, home second. This kind of concept of sacrificing oneself for the country was incomprehensible to ordinary people. This was also the reason why Li Shimin had been recruiting soldiers in Guangzhou. And now, Zhang Feng had rushed into the Tujue camp alone and defeated Xieli. In their eyes, that was the performance of a great hero. They were never stingy to great heroes. Although they were all ordinary people and couldn't take out anything good, they could still offer offerings. So, as if they had discussed it, they all went home to prepare a deity tablet for Zhang Feng. As they walked, they also talked about Zhang Feng's heroic deeds. Soon, the news spread. However, just as it spread, it caused a huge uproar on the streets of Chang'an. Because many people didn't believe that the thing flying in the sky a while ago was Zhang Feng. How could a person go up to the sky? This was simply nonsense. If anyone could go up to the sky, then wouldn't they become immortals? Towards these questions, Zhu Zi and the others were a little unhappy. They were people who firmly believed that Zhang Feng was in the heavens. Now that these questions were being asked, wasn't it a slap to their faces? Thus, Zhu Zi and the others started to argue with these people who didn't believe them. For a moment, the streets of Chang'an were divided into two factions. One faction was led by Zhu Zi, who firmly believed that Zhang Feng could ascend to the heavens and attack the Turkic camp. The other faction was led by Fu Gongzi, who did not believe that Zhang Feng could ascend to the heavens. Actually, this was understandable. Many of these rich young masters didn't like Zhang Feng. "Why do you have so much gold, silver, and treasures? You're also so talented, and you even have 2 beautiful wives. What about me? I don't have anything. When I get home, my father even compares me to you. Naturally, I feel unbalanced." However, Zhu Zi did not care about this. He pulled the crowd and scolded them. Things like President Zhang being able to ascend to the heavens and President Zhang being awesome. In any case, they just said whatever was amazing. The confidence of some of the rich young masters was greatly damaged. Some even couldn't take it and had to raise their hands and surrender. Only then did Zhu Zi give up and continue to promote Zhang Feng's glorious deeds. Zhang Feng, who was thousands of miles away, knew nothing about what was happening on the streets of Chang'an. At this moment, he was lying on the hot air balloon. His eyes were half closed, as if he was not asleep. Gusts of cold wind blew, causing him to shiver. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced down. What appeared in front of him was a yellow color, as if it was rendered by a painter's brush. It was a little blurry. He rubbed his eyes, trying to see everything clearly. Finally, a cold wind blew and took away a lot of yellow. He saw clearly that there was a desert below. Countless sand and gravel were rolling in the wind. He was a little confused and subconsciously asked, "Where is this? The desert?" Looking at the terrain in front of him, it should be the desert. However, wasn't he in Shangzhou? Why was he in the desert? What the F***ck was going on? He shook his head and tried to remember everything that happened in Shangzhou. After a while, the memory emerged bit by bit. It turned out that after blowing up the Turkic camp, a gust of wind blew the hot air balloon away. At that time, because the wind was too strong, the hot air balloon could not be controlled. They could only wait for death. In addition, they had not eaten and were already hungry. They all fell asleep and slept until now. These were nothing. However, they were now in the desert. Once they crossed the desert, they would be in the territory of the Turkic people. Now, the Turkic people hated him to the bone. If he went there, he would die. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng could not sit still. He stood up and roared at Cheng Chumo and the others. You bunch of reckless dogs, get up quickly. We'll be in the grassland soon. Grassland? Zhang Sun was the first to wake up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng with a little anger. He joked, What grassland? Fengzi, are you crazy? Don't disturb me. I dreamed of eating drumsticks. After that, he turned his head and was ready to sleep again. Zhang Feng could not stand it. He went forward and slapped him. He said angrily, Why are you still sleeping? If you continue sleeping, you'll die. Wake up quickly. Chapter 19:12. After beating up Zhang Sun, he rushed over. It seemed that he was still angry, and he beat up Cheng Chumo and Dugo who were sleeping. Fengzi, are you crazy? Cheng Chumo rubbed his sleepy eyes and blurted out. He was already hungry, and he had just eaten braised meat in his sweet dream, but he was woken up by this guy. He was naturally dissatisfied. As for Dugo, he was clearly still sleeping and enjoying. How could he have expected to be woken up? He originally wanted to curse, but when he opened his eyes and saw that it was Zhang Feng, he was a bit scared. He could only timidly ask, Fengzi, what are you doing? I just saw the entrance to the lovely spring brothel, and I haven't entered yet. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was furious. At this time, these dogs were still thinking about eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Thus, he pointed at the sky and angrily glared at everyone. He scolded, You dogs only know how to eat and drink all day. Who knows where we're floating now? Hurry up and think about how we're going to get back. When these words came out, everyone instantly became spirited. Because they had been sleeping all this time, they really didn't know where they were floating. However, looking at Fengzi's current expression, it seemed very serious. They didn't hesitate and leaned over the railing to check. It didn't matter when they looked, but their legs seemed to not listen to them, and all of them went limp. Where was this? Why was there a patch of yellow everywhere? And there was a sky full of yellow sand? Was the ground also full of sand? They seemed to have never seen this place before. They sat on the hot air balloon, feeling waves of powerlessness coming from their bodies. After a while, Cheng Chumo seemed to have recovered. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked anxiously, Fengzi, where are we? How did we float here? When these words came out, Zhang Sun and Du Go also seemed to have calmed down. They nodded in unison. Fengzi, what's going on? Looking at everyone's appearance, Zhang Feng wanted to laugh. Weren't they all very tough just now? Why were they scared now? He originally wanted to scare them, but when he saw the situation in front of him, he decided against it. Thus, he said with a serious face, This should be the desert. In other words, we are only one step away from the grassland. Great desert. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know much about the desert, but when they heard that it was only a step away from the grassland, they couldn't help but shiver. One had to know that beyond the desert was the grassland, and the grassland was the hinterland of the Turks. And he had just blown up the Turkic camp. If he went over now, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? Thinking of this, everyone quivered and looked at Zhang Feng. Fengzi, hurry up and think of a way. If we continue to drift in that direction, we will definitely die. Zhang Feng was originally thinking of a solution, but after being called, he panicked a little. He glared at everyone. What's the rush? Do you want to die? If you don't think of a way, you'll really die. Cheng Chumo looked at everyone and said anxiously, Now that we are all in the desert, hurry up and think of a solution. Okay, I know. Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently. In fact, he didn't have any good ideas. When the hot air balloon was successfully made, it didn't have the function of turning. It could only change its direction slightly with the weight, so some sandbags were placed. However, there wasn't any wind now. Even if he threw the sandbags, it would be useless. What should he do? Just as he was deep in thought, a warm wind blew. It was as gentle and delicate as a baby's hand. He suddenly trembled as if he felt a vitality. He quickly raised his hands and carefully felt the direction of the wind. This seemed to be blowing in the direction of Chang'an. That's right, it was the direction of Chang'an. With this wind, they could return to Chang'an. This made him overjoyed. He quickly said to everyone, "Hurry up and throw down all the useless things on the hot air balloon." The only way now was to use this wind to return to Chang'en. However, the weight on the hot air balloon would increase the wind resistance, so the best way was to throw away all the useless things and return to Chang'en as quickly as possible. However, Cheng Chimo and the others didn't seem to understand. They looked at Zhang Feng with a confused face. "Why should we throw it away? How many steamed buns are there?" As he spoke, he walked to the package as if he was going to look for the so-called steamed buns. "You dog!" Zhang Feng stepped forward and kicked Cheng Chimo. He glared at him and said angrily, "The wind is blowing towards Chang'an now. If you don't throw away these useless things, when the wind stops, Lao Tzu will throw you down." Cheng Chimo didn't get angry because Zhang Feng kicked him, because he heard something more important. The wind was blowing towards Chang'an? Didn't that mean he could return to Chang'an? Thinking of this, he quickly called Zhang Sun and the others. "You two come quickly. Didn't you hear what Fengzi said? This wind is blowing towards Chang'an. Quickly throw these things down." After that, he didn't care what was in the package and threw it down. Chapter 1913. Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go were not to be outdone. They stepped forward and quickly cleaned up the hot air balloon. All of a sudden, the hot air balloon rose a few meters as the heavy objects were thrown down. At this time, another gust of wind hit. The hot air balloon began to sway with the wind and drifted toward Chang'an. Cheng Chimo was so happy that he jumped up and down. He seemed to have forgotten that he was hungry. "Fengzi, how long will it take for us to return to Chang'an like this?" He missed the braised meat, roasted chicken, good wine, and the girls in the brothel in Chang'an very much. He couldn't wait to go back to Chang'an. The days in the hot air balloon were really not for humans. There was nothing he wanted, not even a bottle of wine. There were only a few men, and they had stayed there for a few more days. If they stayed there for a few more days, he reckoned that he would be driven crazy. He was not the only one who had this thought. Du Go and Zhang Sun Chong also had this thought. Especially Zhang Sun Chong. This guy was used to wandering around Chang'an City. He ate, drank, and gambled every day. Although he had changed after meeting Zhang Feng, after experiencing life and death this time, he missed Chang'an even more. He didn't miss anything else, but the girls in the brothel. "Without me, you must have had a hard time. Don't worry, when I go back this time, I will make it up to you." Thinking of this, his face was full of lewd smiles. Zhang Feng scoffed at all of this, especially when he saw the lewd smiles on everyone's faces. He felt a chill run down his spine. "All right, stop having lewd thoughts. I reckon we'll be back in Chang'an in less than 2 days. If the wind gets stronger, it'll be even faster." When everyone heard this, they seemed to be more excited and cheered. The sky seemed to have heard everyone's cheers. A gust of wind blew again, and this time the wind was stronger than the previous one. The hot air balloon kept floating in the air and sped up. Soon they were out of the desert. Sure enough, as Zhang Feng said, the speed increased when the wind was stronger. A day later, they saw the outline of Chang'an City. This time, Cheng Chimo was surprisingly diligent. He did not sleep. When he saw that Chang'an was already in sight, he quickly patted the sleepy Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, we're almost at Chang'an. Wake up quickly." Zhang Feng turned over and ignored Cheng Chimo. He thought to himself, "Since we've arrived, why are you making such a fuss?" Seeing that Zhang Feng did not respond, Cheng Chimo woke up Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go. When the two of them heard that Chang'an was here, they immediately stood up and surrounded the railing to admire the scenery of Chang'an. At this moment, they felt that the scenery in Chang'an had never been so beautiful. There was no other reason. This was how they felt after surviving a disaster. People were like this. When there was no danger, they would always feel that everything around them was not pleasing to the eye. However, once they experienced life and death, they would instantly feel that everything around them was so beautiful and even precious. Now the three of them had such thoughts. They had experienced what they thought was life and death. Now, looking at Chang'an was a new scene. It was as if they thought that Chang'an was their mother and they had finally returned to their mother's embrace. They looked at each other and their throats twitched. They hugged each other tightly as if they were about to cry. At this moment, the hot air balloon suddenly swayed and began to descend rapidly. The three of them seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. They quickly let go and leaned over the railing to look down. It did not matter if they looked down. A strong gust of wind blew from below. It was as if air was being pumped into their faces, causing their faces to distort. Chung Chumo quickly reached out to steady his face and continued to look down. However, he only saw the surrounding clouds. The objects underground seemed to be moving faster. This scared him out of his wits. He quickly shouted, "Hurry up and think of a way. What do we do now?" After saying that, he strode toward Zhang Feng. However, he realized that he had only taken half a step when his body tilted. He could only shout at Zhang Feng, "Fengzi, hurry up and think of a way." Zhang Feng had not been asleep all this time. He had also noticed the swaying just now. His first reaction was that there was a problem with the hydrogen. His mind was working quickly. Chung Chumo shouted, which made him angry. "You are so damn noisy." Halfway through his words there was a whoosh. The hot air balloon suddenly shriveled. Everyone's expression changed because they all knew that the hot air balloon was supported by the air inside. Now that the air had leaked, wasn't that? Therefore, they quickly grabbed the iron wire and tried to find a way to survive. However, how could they withstand the pressure of the descent? The feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit them. Everyone fell to the ground. For a moment, screams were heard everywhere. It was as if the silent sky had been composed into a wonderful movement. Cheng Chumo looked panicked. He stretched out his arm and tried to grab Zhang Sun to give himself some buffer. Zhang Sun was not stupid. He stretched out his arms. Then, Dugo also stretched out his arms. The three of them hugged each other tightly. Zhang Feng was the last to descend. Therefore he was above the three of them. When he saw the three of them hugging each other tightly and ignoring him, he was instantly furious. He did not care about his unrecognizable face and shouted, "Bastard, wait for me!" Chapter 1914. Due to the airflow and pressure, Zhang Feng's voice was a little hoarse. Fortunately, the three of them still heard him. They reached out and hugged each other tightly. The speed of their descent became faster and faster. Everyone could only feel the cold wind cutting across their faces like knives. As they cried out in alarm, they were getting closer and closer to the ground. At that moment, they closed their eyes tightly, not daring to look down. It was not because they did not dare to look, but because the wind resistance was too strong. They could not open their eyes at all. Finally, a loud bang was heard, and pain spread through everyone's body. Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed them and scanned his surroundings. It seemed like they had landed, but why did he not feel any pain? He looked down in confusion and saw Chung Chumo and the other two with their tongues out and their heads tilted to the side. They seemed to have fainted. "Ah!" Zhang Feng exclaimed and quickly jumped down from the three of them. Standing on the ground, he realized that the three of them were stacked in the shape of a human pyramid. The unlucky Dugo was at the bottom, Zhang Sun was in the middle, and Cheng Chumo was at the top. Not only that, but the appearance of these three fellows had also changed. Their originally fair and clean faces were now bruised and swollen. Their clothes were also full of holes. The good thing was that they still had some haystacks under them. With these haystacks they should not die, right? But it was not safe. Falling from such a high altitude, who knows? He could not stand still anymore. He quickly went forward and shook them violently. "Iron Bull, De Bing, Worm, don't die. Don't die." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly reached out to check their breathing. Yes, there was still some breathing. This meant that they were not dead yet. However, why was his breathing so short? Could it be that they were about to stop breathing? His expression changed as he hurriedly roared. As he roared, he shook his head. "Iron Bull, don't die. If you die, that damn father of yours won't let me off. And De Bing, although you're stupid, I can teach you. Don't die. And Buggy, didn't you say you were going to bring me to the brothel? Don't King die." He didn't know if Zhang Feng's roar had an effect, or if these three guys were really lucky, but they actually had a reaction. Cheng Chumo was the first to open his eyes. He frowned as if he felt something was wrong. He subconsciously placed his right hand on his waist and cried out in pain, "My waist!" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Sun also woke up. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and he was a little out of breath. Trembling, he said, "Is it that bastard is holding down Lao Tzu?" Hearing this, Chung Chumo subconsciously looked down and saw that he was on top of Zhang Sun. He couldn't help but blush. Bug, it's me. It's you. Zhang Sun turned his head and glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He said angrily, Then why aren't you F*King coming down? Don't you know how heavy you are? Oh. Chung Chumo then nodded. Just as he was about to move his feet, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, which made it difficult for him to move. He glanced in front of him and saw Zhang Feng watching the show. He said angrily, Fengzi, you're F*King watching the show? Hurry up and help me down. Zhang Feng smiled and quickly went forward. He chose to ignore Chung Chumo's scolding. After all, this guy was his human punching bag just now. Moreover, now was the time to save someone. How could he have the time to care about this? Chung Chumo was carefully helped down by Zhang Feng. He sat down on the side. Zhang Sun felt a little better. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, Fengzi, help me up too. My waist can't take it anymore. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something. He asked, Where's that bastard Dabing? Zhang Feng chuckled and tilted his head. Isn't he just below you? Zhang Sun Chong frowned and glanced down. It really was Du Go. Du Go was still unconscious. His face was bruised and his blood vessels were popping. It looked like he had been pressed down. Zhang Sun saw this and his expression changed. He quickly asked, How did Dabing end up like this? He's not dead, is he? He shouldn't be dead, right? Zhang Feng went forward and looked at Du Go. Then he looked at Zhang Sun and said jokingly, If you continue to press him down, he might die. Ah! Zhang Sun exclaimed and grabbed Zhang Feng's shoulder. Quick, help me up. Zhang Feng smiled and quickly helped Zhang Sun Chong up. Only then did Du Go, who was at the bottom, return to normal. Fengzi, go take a look at Dabing. Zhang Sun stood at the side and looked at Du Go worriedly. As soon as he said this, Zhang Feng instantly felt that there was true affection between these brothers. It could be seen from this trip to Shang State. However, just as he was about to save Du Go, Zhang Sun and Chung Chumo's discussion came from behind him. If this kid dies, who will pay for our next visit to the brothel? Oh, that makes sense. It was obvious that Chung Chumo was the one who had spoken the truth. Chapter 1915. Zhang Feng turned around and glared at the two before patting Du Go's pale face. De Bing, wake up. Otherwise, these two bastards will take your money and go to the brothel. Brothel? What brothel? Du Go slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. What do you mean by that? Zhang Feng smiled. He knew that this guy would wake up once he mentioned the brothel. As expected, he chuckled. Hurry up and get up. After that, he went forward to support Du Go and prepared to pull him up. Na Cheng's face changed when he thought of this guy. He cried out in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My waist is broken. He was the one at the bottom of the human pyramid, so naturally, he was under the most pressure. His waist was probably not feeling well at all. Zhang Feng understood, but it was impossible for him not to get up. He still persuaded him. Chang'an City is just ahead. Don't tell me you don't want to go home? As soon as he said that, Du Go seemed to be instantly energized. He glanced at the city gate and pretended to be strong. Go home. I can do it. Help me up. Zhang Feng smiled. This guy was obviously not that strong, yet he was still pretending. However, his actions were praiseworthy. Without any hesitation, he helped Du Go to sit beside Chung Chumo and the other man. As soon as they stood still, the three of them seemed to have found something funny. They pointed at Zhang Feng and laughed. This made Zhang Feng confused. Could it be that his clothes were also torn? He quickly checked and found that his clothes were indeed torn. However, he could still wear them. Compared to these three guys, he was much better. He said unhappily, You guys still have the face to laugh at me. Look at your clothes. The three of them finally reacted. They had been thinking about how to escape and did not look at their appearances. Now that they looked at them, they were really F*King ugly. Each of them had a bloody nose and a swollen face. There were even straws on their heads. They were just like clowns. In fact, Zhang Feng himself was not much better. Most of his clothes were torn and there was a lot of straw on his head. However, he was not bruised and swollen. After all, he was at the top. After a burst of laughter, Zhang Feng looked at them and said seriously, Chang'an City is close at hand. Let's walk there. I'll treat your injuries when we reach the Zhang mansion. Cheng Chumo nodded. No problem. Let's go. Just as he was about to get up, a sharp pain came from his disappointing waist. Ouch, my waist. Dugo was the same. Just as he was about to get up, pain came from his waist. He wailed. My waist hurts. Zhang Sun Chong was a little better. He was in the middle, so his strength was neutralized. His waist was fine, but it was a little sore. Therefore, he looked at the two of them with a mocking expression. You two want to visit a brothel in your current state? I'm afraid you can't even move. Chung Chumo and Dugo were unhappy. Their faces turned red. They were about to refute when they saw Zhang Sun Chong standing between them. He crossed his arms and said proudly, Look, you still have to rely on Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu will help you back. Chung Chumo and Dugo wanted to curse, but when they saw Zhang Sun Chong helping them, they did not say anything. They just lowered their heads and tried to stand up. Zhang Feng could not stand by and watch. He helped Chung Chumo and Dugo up and walked towards Chang'an City. Although the two of them had a sore waist, they were usually in good health. Plus, they wanted to go home quickly. Soon, they reached Chang'an Avenue. However, as soon as they reached Chang'an Avenue, they heard some unusual things. They claimed that Principal Zhang had ascended to the heavens and had personally charged into the Turkic camp. There were even some who claimed that Principal Zhang was the reincarnation of a god. There were also some fellows who claimed that Principal Zhang could predict the future and would soon ascend to the heavens. Hearing all this, Zhang Feng's head was about to explode. When did he become so awesome? Reincarnation of an immortal? Pass away and ascend in 100 days? Lao Tzu did not want to die. Who was spreading rumors about Lao Tzu? With doubts and anger, Zhang Feng stopped a passerby and asked, Brother, why are there rumors about me everywhere in Chang'an City? Who spread them? Rumors about you? The passerby exclaimed. He looked Zhang Feng up and down and said disdainfully, Do you think you are President Zhang? Do you think a beggar like you can pretend to be President Zhang, an immortal on Earth? The passerby secretly spat and left. Zhang Feng was confused. The whole Chang'an City was spreading rumors about him. How could he pretend not to know a living person in front of him? Was this guy blind? Or was he really blind? Just as he was thinking hard, Chung Chumo's joking voice came. Come on, look at you now. It's already an honor for people to treat you as a beggar. Zhang Feng suddenly understood. He looked down at his clothes and was speechless. Sure enough, it was human nature to judge people by their appearance. However, he was not such a vulgar person. He looked at Chung Chumo unconvinced. Lao Tzu is a beggar. Aren't you? Why are you talking about this? Chapter 1916. Humph, Lao Tzu is just angry. Chung Chumo snorted and turned his head to the side. It was the four of us who went to bomb the Turkic camp. Why did you become the hero when we came back? Why didn't anyone care about Lao Tzu and his brothers? Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go also reacted. They raised their heads to express their dissatisfaction. Yes, we also contributed. Why didn't we get the same treatment? Zhang Feng laughed. It was Lao Tzu who made the hot air balloons and the gunpowder was also Lao Tzu. When he asked you guys to bomb the Turkic camp, you were all acting like cowards. It was Lao Tzu who held you back. Now, you even turned around and said that Lao Tzu was wrong? It was really King embarrassing him. Thinking of this, he was unhappy. He frowned and glared at the crowd. All of you shut up and stay here. After saying that, he ignored the crowd and quickly stepped forward to stop another passerby. However, this time he was smarter. He did not consider himself as Zhang Feng. Instead, he asked humbly, Brother, when I first came here, I heard everyone talking about President Zhang. They even said that President Zhang is some kind of god. What is going on? The passerby glanced at Zhang Feng. Seeing his tattered clothes, he thought that he was a beggar and did not want to answer. However, when President Zhang was mentioned, he seemed to be interested. He pretended to be knowledgeable and said, If you want to talk about President Zhang, there is a lot to talk about. Back then, President Zhang ran a tavern by himself. At that time, he could not make ends meet and his life was extremely difficult. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was a little speechless. What did he mean by he could not make ends meet? Lao Tzu was not poor at that time, was he? Now, he could roughly imagine that the rumors in Chang'an City were spread by these troublemakers. He wanted to curse, but when he thought of the source and the explosive news behind it, he felt as if his blood was boiling. Being praised by others doesn't seem to be a bad thing, right? Iron Bull and the others didn't even have the chance to be praised. Yes, that was the logic. When others didn't know who he was, it felt so good to hear them flatter him. He comforted himself. He purposely pretended to be humble and listened carefully. Looking at Zhang Feng, the passerby's vanity seemed to be greatly satisfied. He deliberately coughed twice and said with a serious face, "As for who was the first to talk about President Zhang in Chang'an City? I really don't know. After all, there are so many people in Chang'an City. There's no way to find out. But this discussion started a day ago. Also, I heard that President Zhang is an immortal. It's true. Many people in Chang'an City have worshipped President Zhang." What? Zhang Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Worship the deity position? How is this possible? The deity position was for immortals. He never thought that the people in Chang'an City would be so crazy. The passerby seemed to be very satisfied with Zhang Feng. He looked at Zhang Feng as if he were a country bumpkin. You don't know about this, do you? People in Guangzhou are bellicose. President Zhang bombed the Turkic camp this time. In the eyes of the people in Guangzhou, he is a great hero. Also, speaking of this, he turned his head and looked around. When he saw that there was no one, he slowly approached Zhang Feng with a mysterious face. Today, I heard that a woman from the Wang clan in Dong City became pregnant after worshipping President Zhang's deity position. You know, this woman from the Wang clan hasn't been pregnant for 3 years. It's all thanks to President Zhang that she is pregnant now. Zhang Feng was stunned. He stood there and didn't know what to say for a moment. Damn it. What did the woman's pregnancy have to do with Lao Tzu? And a woman who hasn't been pregnant for 3 years? This had nothing to do with Lao Tzu. Did these guys think that he was a child giving guanyin? At this moment, he felt that his head was in a mess. He could only hear a buzzing sound. But at this moment, the passerby leaned over again and said with a smile, "President Zhang is so awesome. When I go back, I'm going to let my wife have a try. Maybe she can make my family have children." After that, he turned and was about to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something. He took out several copper coins from the bag and counted them in his palm. He took out several coins and was about to give them to Zhang Feng when he felt that something was wrong. He simply handed them to Zhang Feng and said, "I'm happy today. Take the money and go drink with your brother." Zhang Feng was already petrified in place. He didn't react at all to what was happening in front of him. When the passerby saw that the beggar didn't react, he thought that he had made the beggar stupid. He simply grabbed Zhang Feng's right hand and stuffed all the money into it. Then he flicked his sleeves and left. Zhang Feng was stunned. Cheng Chumo and the others behind him heard everything clearly. They looked at each other and wanted to laugh. But when they thought that Zhang Feng was still standing there in a daze, they went forward and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. "Fengzi, are you okay?" Zhang Feng trembled violently. Only then did he recover. What the passerby said just now really made him speechless. How could a woman's pregnancy be related to Lao Tzu? Wasn't this normal? He wanted to vomit blood. He really felt that the people of Chang'an were crazy. Chapter 1917. Fortunately, Lao Tzu's willpower was strong. Otherwise, he would have fallen to the ground. He looked at Cheng Chumo and the others in confusion. He was a little speechless. What does a woman's pregnancy have to do with Lao Tzu? He did not know if these guys heard him, but he wanted to find someone to confide in. He wanted to say that this had nothing to do with Lao Tzu. However, Cheng Chumo revealed a meaningful smile and said, "This is a good thing. You have now become the child-giving guanyin. The people worship you." Speaking of this, he smiled slyly. "In the future, our family will worship you. Maybe you can give birth to our family." "Ha! That's right. Our family will worship you too." "Ha!" Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go also expressed their opinions and laughed loudly. There was nothing wrong with what they said, and there was even a trace of respect. However, in Zhang Feng's ears, it was slowly mocking. He clenched his fists and glared at the three. You bastards dare to make fun of Lao Tzu. Take this. After saying that, he swung his fist and greeted them. The three of them had more or less injuries on their bodies. How could they withstand Zhang Feng's sudden attack? With a roll, they fell to the ground. Of course, Cheng Chumo was not someone to be trifled with. How could he endure this kind of grievance? Lao Tzu painstakingly accompanied you to Shangzhou, and you still want to hit Lao Tzu? Naturally, he could not take this lying down. Even though his waist hurt, he still wrestled with Zhang Feng. Moreover, there was also Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go. Soon, the four of them wrestled together and rolled on the ground. The passers-by saw that there was a show to watch and stopped to look. Yo, where are these child beggars from? Why are they fighting on the street? Looking at their clothes, they should be from Chang'an. Look at the copper coins scattered on the ground. They should be fighting over the copper coins, right? This brother's words are reasonable, but these child beggars are really pitiful. Why don't you all be generous? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Many of them felt pity for Zhang Feng and the others and even threw down copper coins. There were even many busybodies who clapped and cheered, afraid that the scene wasn't spectacular enough. Finally, the four people who were rolling on the ground noticed that something was wrong. They stopped fighting and looked at the crowd in confusion. However, these guys didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Instead, they started to point and whisper. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Did Lao Tzu just pay? Continue, I'm about to place my bets. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Feng was instantly infuriated. He stood up abruptly and pointed at the crowd. Get lost immediately. If you guys want to watch others fight, go see old Wang next door. Cheng Chumo and the others could not stand it anymore. They trembled as they supported each other and scolded the busybodies. You bastards, did you not have a mother to teach you? Later, Lao Tzu will lead the troops to kill you all. When the crowd heard this, they wanted to refute. However, when they saw the clothes of Zhang Feng and the others, they shook their heads and remained silent. These child beggars were actually boasting shamelessly here? It seemed that they had been beaten silly just now. They didn't seem very smart now. After thinking about it, there was no need to argue with these child beggars. Everyone flicked their sleeves and left. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Feng glanced at Cheng Chumo and the others. He snorted coldly and walked toward the Zhang mansion. Cheng Chumo was a little embarrassed. If he went home in this state, he would probably be scolded by his father. Then he would be hung up and beaten. He would say that he was ruining the family's reputation and insulting the Cheng family. Zhang Sun and Du Go were similar. Both of them were young masters of aristocratic families. If they went home in this state, they would be laughed at by others. How could they raise their heads in Chang'an in the future? After thinking about it, the three of them decided not to go home. They followed Feng Zi to the Zhang mansion. This kid had brought them to Shangzhou. Now that he was in this state, he wanted to run away? No way. Therefore, the three of them followed Zhang Feng's footsteps and walked toward the Zhang mansion. Zhang Feng didn't care so much at first. He flicked his sleeves and walked forward. However, the more he walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. He realized that someone was following him. When he turned around, he saw that it was these three guys. Therefore, he stopped and looked at the three of them with a mocking expression. Why are you three following Lao Tzu? Weren't you very good at beating Lao Tzu just now? Cheng Chumo was already unhappy. When he heard this, he pouted. Who said that Lao Tzu is following you? It's not like your family built this road. Tisk. Zhang Feng looked at him with disdain and turned to walk toward the Zhang mansion. He knew in his heart that these guys didn't dare to go home for the time being. They could only follow him. However, they were unwilling to admit defeat. However, was Lao Tzu someone who would admit defeat? If you want to follow, then follow. When we reach the Zhang mansion, let's see how Lao Tzu will deal with you. They didn't speak along the way. Finally, they arrived at the Zhang mansion. When he saw the plaque of the Zhang mansion, Zhang Feng instantly felt a sense of belonging to his home. A warm feeling arose in his heart. It was still that familiar place. It was still those familiar voices. He felt like crying. Lao Tzu had suffered so much outside. He was finally back. However, he still held it in. He couldn't drop the ball in front of these guys. He sorted out his emotions and strode toward the door. He thought that he would be able to eat braised meat, chicken drumsticks, and other delicacies soon. Chapter 1918. Just as he was immersed in his beautiful fantasy, a shout pulled him back to reality. Stop, where did this child beggar come from? Why are you begging at the Zhang residence? Zhang Feng frowned. It was normal for people to call Lao Tzu a child beggar. After all, many of them had never seen him before. Why would someone call Lao Tzu a child beggar in the Zhang residence? Were they blind or did they take the wrong medicine? He stared at the source of the voice and saw two servants in the Zhang residence's uniform glaring at him arrogantly. This made him furious. He frowned and scolded. Are you blind? You don't even recognize Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is your master. Master? The two servants looked at each other in confusion. This was clearly a child beggar. How dare he say he was their master? How dare he? The leader of the servants stood out and took out a stick from his sleeve. He frowned and said, You dare to impersonate our master? Do you not know how to write the word death? Feng Zi almost fainted when he heard this. Not only did these people not recognize him, but they also dared to take out a stick? What were they trying to do? Beat Lao Tzu? Just as he was about to step forward, Cheng Chumo jumped out and pointed at the servant. He stared at him and said, Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Is this really your master? He did not want to help Feng Zi, but it was not good for him to just stand there. Moreover, if he was recognized by someone familiar, the Cheng family would lose face. However, the servant did not buy it. He only thought that these people were child beggars and started arguing again. Just like that, Cheng Chumo and the servant quarreled. Their voices could be heard throughout the Zhang residence. Not long after, the scolding attracted a large group of people from the Zhang residence. The leader was Du Ziting. He led a group of servants and walked out aggressively. Who is it? Who is impersonating our master? He stood at the door and glanced at the crowd, glaring angrily. When the servant saw the housekeeper come out, he quickly went forward and pointed at Zhang Feng. Housekeeper, it's him. He said he's the master. Du Ziting frowned and looked at Zhang Feng. Her first reaction was that a child beggar dared to cause trouble here? However, the more he looked at him, the more he felt that something was amiss. Why did this person look so much like master? This figure, this standing posture, this face shape, how could there be someone so similar in this world? Could this really be the master? However, on second thought, he felt that it was unlikely. Old Master had such a huge family business and was also the dean of White Deer College. How could he be dressed so shabbily? This person must have impersonated Master because he looked like him. Yes, that must be it. Having made up his mind, he waved his hand. Men. At this moment, Zhang Feng's face instantly darkened. Old Du, you bastard. Even you don't recognize Lao Tzu? Hearing this, Du Ziting felt goosebumps all over her body. This voice. Why did it look so much like Master? Thinking about it, Du Ziting took another look at Zhang Feng's appearance. In an instant, her legs went weak and she almost fainted. That voice belonged to Master. Only Master would call him Old Du in Chang'an City. Only Master dared to call him that. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He took a closer look and almost fainted. This. He looked exactly the same as Old Master. They were practically carved from the same mold. And this voice. This was a living example of Old Master. He could no longer remain calm. He came forward and looked at Zhang Feng. His voice trembled as he asked, Master, are you really Master? What do you think? Zhang Fu waved his sleeves and stared at Du Ziting. Who else in Chang'an City dares to impersonate Lao Tzu? As soon as he said that, Du Ziting was sure that this was her master. Only Master would speak to her like this. Only Master could emit such a domineering aura. Therefore he hurriedly cheered, Master, it's Master, Master is back. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped forward and covered Du Ziting's mouth. He widened his eyes and said, Do you want the whole mansion to know that Lao Tzu is like this? Du Ziting's mouth was covered, so she didn't react for a long time. Her eyes kept rolling until she saw Zhang Feng's tattered clothes. She suddenly understood and quickly nodded to show that she understood. Zhang Feng let go and snorted. Prepare hot water immediately. Du Ziting nodded and quickly waved her hand to dismiss the servants. Then, she welcomed Zhang Feng into the mansion. Cheng Chumo and the others saw Zhang Feng enter the mansion and quickly followed him. In the side hall, Du Ziting had already prepared hot water. Zhang Feng, Cheng Chumo, and the others ran in quickly, as if they were afraid that others would see them. Du Ziting was guarding the door. She looked around vigilantly and looked around from time to time. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu ran over with small steps. The two girls seemed to know what was inside. They didn't care that Du Ziting was guarding the door and were ready to rush in. This frightened Du Ziting. She hurriedly stopped the two girls. "Ladies, you are." Zhang Yuyao glanced inside and said impatiently, "I just heard that a few beggars entered the mansion. What's going on? I also heard that Master is back." Chapter 1919. Du Ziting quickly shook her head and put her hands on the doorframe. "Beggar? What beggar? Why don't I know? Master just came back, but he's taking a bath and changing clothes now." Zhang Yuyao frowned. Just now, she clearly heard a servant say that Master and a few beggars came back. Why wasn't there anyone now? She unwillingly glanced inside, but she didn't see anything. Jing Shu just smiled and didn't say anything, because she had already guessed the gist of it from Du Ziting's expression. Perhaps this Master was the child beggar. Master was so prideful. How could he let the housekeeper say it? After thinking for a while, she pulled Zhang Yuyao. "Sister Yuyao, the housekeeper is right. Since Master is back, let's go to the hall and wait. We'll see in a while." After saying that, she didn't care about Zhang Yuyao's reaction and pulled her to the hall. Zhang Yuyao was still confused. She looked back from time to time, but when she thought that Sister Jingshu's words were reasonable, she still walked to the hall. After a while, Zhang Feng finished washing up and walked to the hall. Zhang Yuyao rushed forward and hugged Zhang Feng, sobbing, "Prince Zhang, do you know how worried we were about you these past few days?" Jing Shu actually also wanted to pour out her heart, but when she saw that there was no place for her, she could only stand there and cry in a low voice. "Yes, Prince Zhang, if you didn't come back, we sisters didn't know what to do." Facing the two women's cries, Zhang Feng was a little helpless. He wanted to ask Cheng Chumo for help, but he saw this guy give him a look that said, "We're all men, we understand." So he gave up resisting and quickly persuaded, "Don't cry, aren't I back now? There are so many people watching, why don't you get up first?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuyao seemed to have realized something. She looked up and saw many pairs of eyes staring at her. She couldn't help but blush. She reluctantly left Zhang Feng's embrace and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "Prince Zhang, why are you dressed like this? Was he injured? Have you been eating well recently?" Zhang Feng was about to answer, but Cheng Chumo couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. "Sister-in-law, can you stop being so lovey-dovey? Our teeth are aching. If you have the time, hurry up and prepare some food for us. We're starving to death." Zhang Yuyao blushed and turned to look at Cheng Chumo, but she couldn't remember this person in her mind. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "This is Aya." Zhang Sun impatiently waved his hand. "I'm Buggy, this is Tai Nyo, and this is De Bing. Sister-in-law, hurry up and prepare some food. Also, call a few doctors." Jing Shu suddenly understood and smiled. "Please wait for a moment, I'll go and prepare." After that, she looked at Zhang Feng meaningfully and turned to leave. Although she also wanted to chat with Prince Zhang, it was obviously not the time. Seeing Jing Shu leave, Zhang Yuyao also bowed to everyone. "Please wait here, I'll go and help Sister Jing Shu." Du Ziting was also tactful. She probably guessed that the master and the young masters had something to say, so she casually found an excuse and left. After the three of them left, the hall became much quieter. But soon, the silence was broken by Cheng Chumo. He looked at Zhang Feng and showed an expression that all men understood. "Fengzi, you're really lucky to have such a wife. If I, Tai Nyo, had such a wife, I'd be willing to die." "You still have the face to say that." Zhang Feng stared at Cheng Chumo and was a little angry. "You dog, you really treated this place as your own home. If Lao Tzu didn't see that you were injured, he would have already cut off your arm." He was very angry that this guy was bossing him around in his own house. However, when he thought that this guy was still injured, he let it go. Moreover, this guy had helped him a little in Shangzhou. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have driven this guy out long ago. Cheng Chumo was a little disapproving. Fengzi, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Our injuries are all because of you. If it weren't for your hot air balloon, how could we be injured? Yes, if it weren't for your stupid hot air balloon, how could we be like this? Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go seemed to have found a topic to vent their anger on, and they glared at Zhang Feng. In fact, it would have been better if these guys didn't mention it. Once they mentioned the hot air balloon, Zhang Feng was puzzled. The hot air balloon was clearly fine in the sky, and there was no problem all the way to Shangzhou. Why did it deflate when it returned to Chang'an? Moreover, it deflated very quickly. Before they could react, it had already landed. It was a little strange. At that time, he was sleeping and didn't notice too many problems. It seemed that he could only ask these guys. Therefore he tried to put on a smiling face. What happened to the hot air balloon just now? Why did it deflate? You want to know? Cheng Chumo revealed a malicious smile. Seeing Zhang Feng nod, he joked. I won't tell you. Who told you to hit Lao Tzu? Just now, he was quite good at hitting Lao Tzu. Now he wanted to fish for information? Impossible. Chapter 1920. Zhang Sun also acted as if he was watching a good show. If you want to know, you'll have to reward us later. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. He already knew that they didn't have good intentions. Sure enough, they were waiting for him here. However, was he someone who would admit defeat? He coldly snorted. I'll naturally treat you to good food and drinks later. However, you must immediately tell me everything that happened on the hot air balloon. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will immediately ask the Zhang residence's people to spread your scandal. At that time, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chumo's expression immediately changed. He was most afraid of his father. If his father knew that he had become a child beggar, wouldn't he be beaten to death? He quickly begged for mercy. I said, please don't spread it. We are also people who care about our reputation. Yes. It won't do you any good to spread it. Du Go was also afraid. His family was very strict and was not inferior to the imperial family. If his father knew, he would lose a layer of skin. However, Zhang Feng was happy. He thought to himself, since these guys are so afraid, then Lao Tzu will have something to use against me in the future. Sigh, why say again? He couldn't care less. He smiled. Then quickly tell me. Originally, this smile didn't mean anything. However, in everyone's eyes, it was like a death knell. It harbored evil intentions and made people afraid. Cheng Chumo could only say, just now when we were in the sky, I heard the sound of air leaking. At that time, you were sleeping, so naturally you didn't have any reaction. I saw the hemp rope slowly breaking free from the sound of air leaking. Then, as he spoke, he spread out his hands. Then it became like this. After hearing this, Zhang Feng frowned. Originally, the hot air balloon this time wasn't very perfect. It could be said that it was the first generation. The previous ones were just experimental products. Even if it was the first generation, this time it was relatively successful. It was just that there was a leak just now. The leak should be because the seal wasn't tight enough, which allowed the hydrogen to leak out. It seemed that he had to find another way to seal the air vent tightly. Also, the direction of the hot air balloon this time was completely driven by the wind. He had to find a way to control the direction in the air. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. This time, it had drifted to Shangzhou. Who knew where it would go next time? Now that he knew about this weakness, he had to find the time to reinvent it. However, this was obviously not the time to talk about this. Thus, he glanced at everyone. All right, I understand. This will definitely not happen again. Just as he finished speaking, Du Ziting and the two girls walked in together. Prince Zhang, the bathwater is ready. Jingshu blushed and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded and glanced at Cheng Chumo and the others. Let's go and take a bath. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the room. Cheng Chumo and the others followed closely behind. The shower was soon over, and the four of them changed into new clothes. At this time, the doctor was already waiting in the hall. The doctor picked up Cheng Chumo's arm and carefully examined it. His brows were sometimes knitted and sometimes relaxed. He didn't know what was going on. After about half an incense stick's time, the doctor let go of the arm and stroked his beard. The problem is neither big nor small. It's just that the lumbar bone is damaged. Wait for old man to prescribe some medicine. Take it first. I don't know if it's useful or not. Take it first. After saying that, the doctor didn't explain. He took out a pen and paper, and a dragon and snake flew around. However, Cheng Chumo panicked. Hearing the doctor's words, it seemed that he couldn't be saved. He hurriedly asked, but the doctor excused himself by saying that his medical skills were not good enough. After that, he took the pulse of Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go. The conclusion was basically the same. The lumbar bone was damaged and needed to be recuperated. They couldn't stay calm anymore. They were about to ask the doctor, but unexpectedly, the guy ran away like a wisp of smoke. Cheng Chumo held the prescription in his hand and wanted to cry. It wasn't because of the doctor's words. After all, there weren't many in the Cheng family who were afraid of death. The injury on his waist wasn't fatal. It was because the doctor told him to avoid spicy food, avoid this and that. Most importantly, he couldn't touch women. Otherwise, the injury on his waist would worsen. How could he, one of the Chong and 4 tyrants, endure this? However, he couldn't ignore the doctor's words. Therefore, he decided to vent his anger on Zhang Feng. Feng Zi, you mother****. Lao Tzu is like this now because of you. That bullshit doctor told Lao Tzu to avoid this and that and not to touch women. What do you think we should do? Yes. Zhang Sun Chong also stood up and looked at Zhang Feng condescendingly. Lao Tzu's favorite drumstick is going to leave me. How are you going to compensate me? Du Go was naturally unwilling. He pointed at Zhang Feng and also attacked him. It was as if he didn't care about his back pain at all. As for Zhang Feng, he sat on the stool with a cigarette in his right hand. From time to time, he would take a puff. He was very satisfied. He was currently immersed in the stimulation of the cigarette, and had no intention of replying to the 3 of them. Moreover, he could understand what the 3 of them said. After all, an injury wasn't a small matter. Moreover, it was an injury on his waist. That was even more so he didn't choose to refute. Moreover, what was the use of refuting? These 3 guys were more vicious than dogs. He had no chance of winning. Chapter 1921. When Cheng Chumo saw that Zhang Feng didn't respond, he became even fiercer. He gritted his teeth and said, Feng Zi, don't F***king think you can just keep quiet. If Lao Tzu can't touch women, how can he carry on the family line in the future? At this point, his expression changed, and he actually wanted to cry. That's not the most important thing. Lao Tzu can't eat barbecue or drink in the future. What should we do? Obviously, eating and drinking were his first priority, and carrying on the family line was second. Would old Ching beat him to death if he heard this? Du Go also had a bitter expression. Thinking that he wouldn't be able to eat what he wanted to eat in the future, he held back his tears and complained, My drumstick, my duck neck, my... Stop F***ing quarreling. Zhang Feng suddenly stood up and interrupted the noise. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and spat out the smoke. He glanced at the crowd and scolded, Look at you guys. You're the F***ing 4 hegemons of Chong'an. Isn't it just a little injury on your waist? It's not like you broke your waist. That doctor just now was obviously a quack. I'll personally find a few good doctors for you. For the next few days, you can eat and drink as much as you want. As long as you don't die, I can pull you back from the gates of hell. These are my words, and no one can stop me. He wasn't bragging. He had a certain status in Chong'an, so it was relatively easy for him to find some good doctors. In addition to the connections of his teachers, there was no doctor in the Tang dynasty that he couldn't find. Of course, that immortal Sun Simiao might not be easy to find, but ordinary doctors weren't a problem. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, the 3 of them felt reassured. However, there was still a trace of concern in their hearts. You're not lying to us, right? Zhang Feng took a deep puff of his cigarette and waved his hand. Think about it. With your IQ, do you think I can lie to you? The 3 of them nodded and secretly agreed. Indeed, there were 3 of them, and this guy was only one person. How could he lie to them? After lying to himself for a while, Cheng Chumo said, Then let's cut the crap and serve the hot pot. Lao Tzu is already hungry. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the guy and said to Du Ziting, Old Du, serve the hot pot. Du Ziting accepted the order and left. After a while, the servants brought in all kinds of ingredients. This made Chung Chumo and the other two drool. Back then, when they were on the hot air balloon, they had nothing. When they finally found a few steamed buns, the four of them had to share them. This was the consequence of not bringing food. Of course, Zhang Feng did not think of this at that time. He thought that the hot air balloon would not float too far. Who would have thought that it would go to Shangzhou? Without saying anything more, everyone set up a fire and began to feed them. Not long after, the ingredients were cooked. Chung Chumo and the others wolfed down the food. But this was hot pot. How could he eat it like that? The three of them were scalded to the point that they could only stick out their tongues. After a sumptuous feast, the four of them sat on the chairs and each lit a cigarette to enjoy the peace and quiet. Before they finished smoking, Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao walked in. Prince Zhang, greetings. The two women bowed to everyone. Seeing this, Zhang Feng straightened his clothes and quickly sat up. After all, this would damage his image, especially in front of the two women. Then he said seriously, "What's wrong?" Jing Shu stepped forward and bowed. "Since Prince Zhang is back, when will you go to Shao Mountain to visit the gentleman?" This time, they were here to remind young Master Zhang to go to Shao Mountain. After all, the teachers had worked hard for young Master Zhang. It was said that their white hair had increased a lot. Now that they were back, if they didn't go and see the teachers, they would definitely be criticized by others. Although this was not important to others, it was extremely important to the Zhang residents because it was related to the reputation and direction of the Zhang residents. They could not be careless. As the future mistress of the Zhang residents, they naturally had to remind him. Zhang Feng naturally knew this in his heart. It was just that he had just returned and did not think about it. Now that he was suddenly reminded, he felt a little unnatural. This was his master, and he actually needed the two girls to remind him. He really should not have done that. After blaming himself, he said with a serious face, "Indeed, what you said is reasonable. I was not here for a few days, so my master must be very busy. I should pay him a visit." As he spoke, he raised his head and glanced outside the door. Seeing that the sun was setting in the west, he changed the topic. "It's already late. Let's go tomorrow morning. Send someone to Shao Mountain to pass on a message that I'm back." Jing Shu thought for a moment and felt that Prince Zhang's words were reasonable. She bowed. "Yes, young master." "What? Is there anything else?" Seeing that the two women did not leave, Zhang Feng could not help but ask. Jing Shu nodded and continued, "A few days ago, Madame Xie came and brought a lot of dried flowers." "Madame Xie?" Zhang Feng thought about this name carefully and asked, "How many dried flowers did she bring? Did she report it? Did she pay?" He had previously made an agreement with this Madame Xie. As long as he did not ask, she would continue to send flowers. This could be considered as secretly helping the Xie family. Chapter 1922. Moreover, the dried flowers were related to perfume, and perfume was a new product. He dared not be careless. Jing Shu also knew the importance of the matter. She took out an account book from her sleeve and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Young master, this is the account book. There are a total of 30 stones." Zhang Feng took the account book and looked at it carefully. Seeing that there was no problem, he closed the account book and handed it back to Jing Shu. "Well, there is no problem. Tell old Du to take good care of the dried flowers. I will have great use for them in the future." Jing Shu nodded. She seemed to have thought of something and said, "A few days ago, Mr. Zihuai also came. He brought some news. He said that the teachers of the academy sent some servants to Shangzhou in order to find you." Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little touched. The teachers on the mountain really treated him well. They really did help him when he needed them. Especially the old Xiaocai. Although he usually did not show it, he knew that he was the one who cared about him the most. The old Xiaocai was usually lonely and had no one to rely on. Since he met him, he even treated him like a nephew. This kind of feeling could not be understood by others. Only he knew. Thinking of this, the corners of his eyes became wet. Zhang Yuyao seemed to have noticed something. She quickly took a handkerchief from the ground and said, "Prince Zhang, don't be sad." "Who said I was sad?" Zhang Feng tilted his head. He was not convinced. How could a man cry in front of a woman? So he waved his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. He tried to be brave and said, See, I said I am fine. You don't have to say anything. He thought that he had covered up all of this well. However, he did not know that the two women saw through all of this. They looked at each other and giggled. Okay, don't laugh. Zhang Feng waved his hand. He felt that his face was a little hot. Keep laughing and see how I will deal with you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the two women reluctantly agreed and waved their hands before leaving the room. After the two women left, Zhang Feng felt that someone was looking at him strangely. When he turned around, he saw Cheng Chumo and the others smiling slyly. He was a little stupid. It was one thing for women to laugh at Lao Tzu, but they actually dared to laugh too? He stood up abruptly, pointed at the crowd and said angrily, "What are you bastards laughing at?" "Nothing, nothing." The three of them shivered and hurriedly waved their hands. Just now, they had seen everything with their own eyes. They had no choice but to laugh. Who would have thought that a grown man would be like this? However, this fellow seemed to not allow others to laugh. He was even fiercer than a dog. Naturally, they didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Feng knew in his heart what these bastards were laughing at. However, if they did not want to admit it, there was nothing he could do. He could only scold. If Lao Tzu sees you laughing in the Zhang mansion in the future, Lao Tzu will spread your scandal throughout Chang'an City. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and turned around to leave. Only the dumbfounded crowd was left in the room. This was too domineering, wasn't it? He didn't allow them to laugh? However, after thinking about it, they were in the Zhang mansion and they were still injured. They could only endure it and teach this bastard a lesson in the future. Therefore, the three of them decided to swallow their anger. Without anyone to vent their anger, they could only find a guest room to rest. It was night. The sky was gray and not a single star could be seen. However, the Zhang mansion was brightly lit. The flames swayed under the veil as if they were cheering for the return of the owner. The night gradually deepened. Small snowflakes began to float in the sky. Slowly, the snowflakes became bigger and bigger. The houses, flowers, and trees were all covered in a snowy white. The entire Zhang mansion became a world of silver and white. The servant on night patrol was holding a lantern with his hands tucked into his sleeves. From time to time, he would shiver. When he stepped on the ground, creaking sounds could be heard from time to time. Behind him, there would always be a string of beautiful footprints. The wind blew gently, and the snow on the branches rustled and fell. The snowflakes danced in the wind like jade shavings. Winter in Guangzhou was like this. It was dry and cold. Once it started to get cold, it would make one's nose ache and head ache. Their feet were like 2 blocks of ice. Fortunately, everyone had fallen asleep. Tomorrow, they would be able to re-examine this snow-white world. The next day, with the crowing of roosters, the courtyard of the Zhang mansion was busy again. The servants needed to shovel the snow in the courtyard. Otherwise, it would be a big deal if a noble got up and fell. In the backyard, the Zhang mansion was woken up by the housekeeper. After washing up, he hurriedly ate breakfast and gathered in the main hall. He had important matters to attend to today. Thus, he had to explain to everyone in the main hall. He scanned the crowd and found that Cheng Chumo and the others were not present. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are Tai Niu and the others?" Du Ziting took a step forward and said awkwardly, "Master, the 3 young masters are still sleeping. These 3 pigs only know how to sleep all day." Zhang Feng secretly spat. He was a little angry, but after thinking about it, he realized that going up the mountain to see his teacher had nothing to do with them, so he felt relieved. He then said with a serious face, "Old Du, how is the gift that I prepared for my teacher?" Chapter 1923. Yesterday, he told Du Ziting that he would go to Mount Shao today to visit his teachers, so he needed to prepare some gifts. At first, he felt strange to prepare gifts. Mount Shao was his own place, and he had to give gifts when he went back. But on second thought, his teachers had been busy these days, and if he didn't prepare something, he would feel that he didn't value them. After thinking about it, he decided to prepare something. After all, there was no harm in being prepared. Du Ziting also knew the importance of this matter. She pointed to the gift boxes on the table and said, "Master, according to your instructions, each gift box contains old ginseng, tea leaves, and wine. There is no problem." Zhang Feng nodded. He knew that his teachers were experts who were not greedy for gold, silver, and jade, so he could only use these to cater to their liking. He hoped that they would like it. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the door. But at this time, Jing Shu grabbed Zhang Feng and pleaded, "Prince Zhang, let us sisters go with you." "Yes, Prince Zhang, we also want to go," Zhang Yuyao also said with a hopeful look. This made Zhang Feng confused. He asked, "I'm going to see my teachers. What are you going to do? And I will be back soon." Jing Shu shook her head and said with a bitter face, "Prince Zhang, you don't know how we sisters survived when you were not here. We were worried that you would not come back after leaving. We have been looking forward to it for a long time, but you finally came back. Now that you are leaving, please take us with you. We were really worried that you would not come back." Zhang Feng looked at the two women affectionately. He didn't expect that the two women had such deep feelings for him and were so worried about him. If he didn't take them with him now, he felt a little wrong. He had to say, "Okay, then let's go together." Hearing this, the two women were overjoyed. Du Ziting stood on the side and smiled without saying anything. Young people she could understand. The carriage had been waiting outside for a long time. The group of people boarded the carriage and set off for Shao Mountain. This time, he didn't bring too many people. Only Zhang Yuyao, Jing Shu, and 5 servants. Because this was considered paying a visit to his master and thanking him for his kindness, there was no need for extravagance. Naturally, he didn't need to bring too many people. Soon, they arrived at Shao Mountain. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the academy. Zhang Feng poked his head out and felt a familiar smell. It was the smell of the mountains, mixed with the fragrance of countless flowers and trees. Even though it was winter and everything had withered, the academy was still thriving. This was the strength of the students. Wherever they were, it would always be filled with the aura of youth. After enjoying the wonderful feeling, he was about to get out of the car when he heard a series of exclamations. "Dean, the dean is back!" Zhang Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of students calling him. There were quite a few of them, and there were some familiar faces among them including Yunping, Qiuran, and the others. This made him a little confused. Why were there so many students here? Were they here to welcome him? Thinking of this, he was overjoyed. He tidied his clothes and walked out of the carriage. He smiled at the crowd and said, "Why are you all here?" Yunping stepped forward, scratched his head, and smiled. "I know the dean is coming back today, so I came here to wait for you." "Waiting for me?" Zhang Feng was a little surprised. Even though he knew that these students were here to welcome him, he couldn't help but be surprised. However, he still had to put on a show to avoid disappointing them. Therefore, he said with a happy face, "I didn't expect you to be so considerate. You didn't waste my usual teaching." At this time, he didn't forget to brag about himself. The students were obviously happy to hear this. They smiled and felt a little embarrassed. After a round of laughter, Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd. "Let's go into the academy. You must be waiting for a long time, right?" Qiuran nodded. "You are already waiting for us at the dean's residence." After saying that, he took the initiative to step back. The students also stepped aside and made a path for Zhang Feng. The carriage slowly pulled behind them and drove towards the academy. After a while, the group of people arrived at the residence. The students dispersed, leaving only Zhang Feng and the others. Zhang Feng helped the two women out of the carriage and walked towards the residence. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the 4 teachers and the old elementary scholar sitting on the stool, not saying a word. Zhang Feng greeted them with a happy face. He bowed to his teachers one by one. "Hello, teachers." He originally thought that his teachers would be very happy when he came back and then invite him to have a candlelight talk. However, something unexpected happened. Yu Shernan shot to his feet and glared at her coldly. "You still remember to come back?" Zhang Feng was stunned. He thought that his teacher would be very happy. Why was he so angry? He didn't dare to answer. He quickly looked at the other teachers, wanting to ask for help. However, the other teachers were still sitting and looking at him coldly. It was as if they took everything for granted. Even the old elementary scholar was the same. What's wrong with these teachers? Chapter 1924. Why was he angry with him? Just as he was racking his brains, the old scholar stepped forward and said with disappointment, "Where did you go this time? Be honest and explain everything clearly." Zhang Feng frowned. He probably knew why his teacher was angry. When he was about to answer, Jing Shu stood up. She bowed to the gentleman and said, "Gentlemen, Prince Zhang just came back. He is still injured. Can you let him sit down and talk?" Injured? Yu Shernan glanced at Zhang Feng. He was a little moved. In fact, he didn't mean to reprimand this student. In general, Feng Zi did everything well. However, this incident made them very angry. A dean of the academy actually went to the war-torn Shenzhou? Wasn't he worried about his own safety? Thinking of this, his eyes became cold again. Even if he is injured, let him stand. Why? Do you want to intercede for him? Jing Shu frowned and was a little dissatisfied. She didn't expect these gentlemen to be so strict. However, she didn't dare to refute and said, "I don't dare." Zhang Feng saw that the atmosphere was a little tense. He turned his head and glanced at the two girls. He said, "You two leave. Our teachers have something to say to me. You shouldn't stay here." Letting the two girls leave was for everyone's good. If the teacher scolded him later, it would be embarrassing. Zhang Yuyao was a little unwilling and pouted. She was very worried about Prince Zhang. Moreover, she had heard of these gentlemen's reputation. They were famous for being strict. This time, Prince Zhang would inevitably be reprimanded for doing such a thing. Jing Shu was obviously more sensible. Looking at the situation, she knew that she couldn't help much even if she stayed. She quickly pulled Zhang Yuyao and left in a hurry. Seeing the two girls leave, Zhang Feng bowed again. "Dear teachers, I know that I did something wrong this time. Please punish me." It was better to admit his mistake first than to ask. Maybe the teacher's punishment would be lighter later. However, he was wrong. The atmosphere in the arena did not ease because of his apology. Yu Shernan waved his sleeves and said coldly, "As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. Do you understand this principle?" Zhang Feng shuddered. He had never seen his teacher lose his temper like this. Moreover, it was directed at him. It seemed that he was really angry this time. He could only tremble as he said, replying to teacher, "This student understands. Since you know, why do you want to take the risk yourself?" Xueji stood up, pointed at Zhang Feng and scolded him. "Do you know what you're shouldering? You might not know, but today, old man will tell you." Speaking of this, he looked up at the roof and then at Zhang Feng. "You are shouldering the hopes of us old guys, the academy, and even the entire Tang dynasty. How can you put yourself in danger? What if something happens?" Zhang Feng was stunned. He did not expect his teacher to have such high expectations of him. And the academy and the entire Tang dynasty? This was a bit exaggerated, wasn't it? He could not afford it. However, in such a serious situation, he had to bow and say, "Yes, teacher. Well, I've finished my lecture. Let him tell us what happened this time." Chu Suiliang glanced at the crowd, then looked at Zhang Feng and said coldly, "Hurry up and tell us what happened this time." Zhang Feng nodded and thought for a while before he said, "The cause of this time is that I studied something that can go up to the sky. I called it a hot air balloon. Then I flew all the way to Chang'an in the hot air balloon. Originally, I did not plan to go to Shenzhou, but at that time, the hot air balloon was a little out of control, so I flew all the way to Shenzhou. Since I arrived in Shenzhou and there were Turks stationed there, I wanted to give them a blow, lest they come to the Tang dynasty and loot. This is also a temporary solution for the people of the Tang dynasty." His words were half true and half false. The main purpose was to calm down the anger of his teachers. Obviously, the effect was achieved. Yu Shernan stroked his beard and asked curiously, "Is your hot air balloon so magical? Can it really go up to the sky?" "Of course." Zhang Feng was excited and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. "At that time, we took the hot air balloon to Shenzhou. If you are interested, you can have a try in a few days." "Well," Yu Shennon's eyes lit up. "We can have a try too?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. It seemed that he had been fooled by this guy. He quickly waved his sleeve and said, "Don't try to divert old man's attention. Now we are talking about your private trip to Shenzhou. Don't talk about those useless things." Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Zhang Feng did not care. He nodded and said, "Yes, you can reprimand me. I know that I have sinned deeply this time. No matter what punishment you give me, I am willing to accept it." He knew that his teachers were just angry that he went to Shenzhou. As long as he took the initiative to admit his mistake, he believed that his teachers would not be too angry. Chapter 1925. Sure enough, this method seemed to be effective. Yu Shernan waved his sleeves, not knowing what to say. He sat on the side and angrily drank his tea. The old scholar stared at Zhang Feng and said earnestly, "Fengzi, we are not angry at you for tinkering with these strange things. We are angry at you for putting yourself in danger. Even if you want to serve the country, can't you let someone else do it? Why do you have to go yourself? You should know that the son of a rich family should not sit under the eaves." Zhang Feng hurriedly bowed and said with a sincere face, "What the teachers say is reasonable. This student will keep it in mind and will not do it again in the future." Only then did everyone nod in satisfaction. Chu Suiliang stroked his beard. "Since you already know, then we will not say anything more. You are still injured, so rest well." After saying this, he turned and left. Everyone saw that Chu Suiliang had left and did not stay any longer, so they all left. But when they left, they all gave Zhang Feng a meaningful look that was hard to understand. Zhang Feng was the only one left in the room. He lowered his eyebrows and glanced around. Seeing that his teachers had all left, he slowly got up. But at this moment, the door was pushed open again. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Teachers, do you have any other orders?" A voice came from in front of him. "Prince Zhang, it's us." Zhang Feng could not help but be surprised. This voice did not belong to his teachers. He could not help but be curious. He raised his head and saw that it was Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao. He said unhappily, "So it's you two girls. What are you doing here?" Zhang Yuyao chuckled. "I didn't know young Master Zhang was so afraid of you gentlemen." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhang Yuyao and casually found a stool to sit down. "I'm not afraid. I'm just showing my respect. I owe my master a great debt of gratitude. This time, I've angered them. It's only right for them to scold me." Prince Zhang is right. Jing Shu smiled and went forward to pour a cup of tea for Zhang Feng. "Sirs, you are doing this for the good of young master." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's face turned a little ugly. The words that his teachers had just reprimanded him were still ringing in his ears. Hence, he waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. You guys go back to your residence first. I want to be alone." "Oh." Jing Shu nodded. She could tell that Prince Zhang was not in a good mood, so she pulled Zhang Yuyao back to their residence. As for Zhang Feng, he took out a cigarette from his waist and slowly lit it, savoring this lonely life. At the same time in the imperial study, Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne with a cigarette in his hand. From time to time, he would take a puff. His complexion was not very good. He had been exchanging letters with Shang Zhou for the past few days, but there was no news about Zhang Feng. For this reason, he sent out a few more teams, hoping to find news about Zhang Feng. In fact, he did not have much hope that Zhang Feng would be alive. Thinking about it, after blowing up the Turkic camp, even if he had a flying magical weapon, he could not stay in the sky forever. Since that was the case, he would definitely land. However, until now, why was there no news? Could it be that he was already dead? Or had he been captured by the Turkic people? Or had he been eaten by wild wolves? He had thought about all these. Now, his only hope was to pick up the bones and bring them back. At least, he would have something to remember. However, at this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. Then little Gizi walked in with small, quick steps. Your Majesty, there is news." He hurried over and almost stumbled. He looked very anxious. Li Shimin raised his lazy eyelids, looking slightly tired. "What news?" Little Gizi hurried forward and said with joy, "There is news about Zhang Feng." "What?" Li Shimin stood up and looked at little Gizi in shock. He could not believe it. "Is what you just said true?" There had been no news about Feng Zi for a few days. He thought that something had happened to this guy. Why was there suddenly news? Could it be that the Turkic people let him come back? Or had this guy met with a misfortune? Thinking of this, his eyes became even more excited. At this moment, little Gizi bowed and said seriously, "Your Majesty, didn't you ask me to inquire about Zhang Feng?" According to the guard outside the palace, Zhang Feng brought his family to Shao Mountain this morning. As for when he came back, I don't know. Li Shimin frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Shangzhou was at least a few hundred miles away from Chang'an. How could Fengzi come back so soon? This did not make sense. Moreover, even if this guy came back, why was there no news before? Why did he only get the news this morning? All of this was strange. He could not help but be suspicious. Is what you said true? Are you trying to deceive me? Hearing this, little Gizi felt bad. How could he dare to deceive His Majesty? His legs went soft and he crawled on the ground. Your Majesty, what I said is true. The news came from outside the palace. A guard saw Zhang Feng go to Shao Mountain. Li Shimin knew that little Gizi did not dare to deceive him. However, this news was a bit strange. How did Fengzi come back? How did he escape the eyes and ears of Chang'an? After thinking for a while, he waved his sleeves. Fine, I'll assume that what you said is true. Go to Shao Mountain and take a look. If I find out that the news is false, I'll come back and break your legs. Chapter 1926. Hearing this, little Gizi shuddered. In fact, he didn't know if Zhang Feng had really returned. The news came from outside the palace, and he was only a messenger. Now, he could only pray that the news was true. Otherwise, his leg. What are you waiting for? Li Shimin glanced at little Gizi and said impatiently, Hurry up and help me change my clothes. Did Fengzi really come back? He had to confirm it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. Relying on these messengers wasn't a solution. Moreover, if Fengzi really came back, he had to check if he was injured. This was very important. Soon, the clothes were changed. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Xianling, Wei Zhang, and the others walked up. Feng Xianling looked at Li Shimin's plain clothes and asked curiously, Your Majesty, what are you doing? Li Shimin waved his hand impatiently. Aya, there's news that Fengzi is back. I want to go take a look. Fengzi was back? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. They knew that Zhang Feng had been in Shangzhou. Why was he back so soon? There was no news about him. Why was he back so suddenly? Even though they didn't believe it, seeing that His Majesty was so impatient, it seemed to be true. Wei Zhang stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, I'm willing to go too. Li Shimin was already impatient. Seeing that everyone wanted to go, he replied casually, Do as you wish. With that, he waved his sleeves and left. Wei Zhang and the others looked at each other and followed closely. Actually, until now, they still couldn't believe that Fengzi was back. After all, Shangzhou wasn't close to Chang'an. How could he be back in just a few days? Although they thought about it, they still wanted to find out. In next to no time, their group arrived at Ballista Mountain's White Deer Academy. Li Shimin hurriedly jumped off the carriage and ran toward Zhang Feng's residence. As Wei Zhang and the others were old, their legs were not as nimble, so they could only run at the back. As they ran, they shouted, Erlang, slow down. However, Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer. He rushed to the residence in a few strides and opened the door. A familiar figure was sitting on a chair, smoking. This person was naturally Zhang Feng. He was startled by the sudden voice and sat up abruptly. When he saw that it was Lao Li, he was so excited that he could not speak. Lao Li was one of his few good friends. Lao Li had helped him a lot in Chang'an City. When he was in Shenzhou, he missed Lao Li very much. Thus, he was naturally excited to see Lao Li again. On the other hand, when Li Shimin saw that it was Zhang Feng, he couldn't help but smile, as if all the grievances of the past few days had been revealed. Ever since Zhang Feng left, there wasn't a day that he didn't miss her. First, it was the Xuanwu Gate incident. Hundreds of officials forced him to abdicate. He even felt that the palace was a little suffocated. Everyone had betrayed him. At that time, he put all his hopes on Zhang Feng. Unfortunately, this guy didn't come back. However, it didn't matter. Later, there was also good news. The Turkic camp was bombed. Shelly and Tuli were injured. They all retreated to the grassland. Only then did the officials stop talking. Otherwise, he didn't know how these guys would slander him. This was all thanks to Fengzi. Thinking of this, he strode forward and gave Zhang Feng a bear hug. He said with emotion, Fengzi, you're finally back. It's good that you're back. Hee hee, I didn't know that you missed me so much. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimon's shoulder and then stepped back. He looked at Li Shimon with joy. How have you been these days when I wasn't here? Li Shimon patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and smiled. I'm fine. How about you? When did you come back? Why didn't anyone find out? He naturally wouldn't take the initiative to tell Fengzi about what happened in the palace. After all, it wasn't something to be proud of. I came back yesterday. Zhang Feng smiled as if he thought of something happy. As for why I didn't find out, it's because I have a unique skill. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xianling and others rushed in. When they saw that it was really Zhang Feng, they were so excited that they couldn't speak. They were also very worried about Fengzi. After all, they had been friends for so long. At that time, they all thought that this guy died in Shenzhou. They didn't expect that he was still alive and standing in front of them. How could they not be happy? In fact, the happiest one was Xiao Gizi. Just now, when he passed the news of Zhang Feng's return to His Majesty was still doubtful. Now that it was true, His Majesty could hug his leg, right? Zhang Feng, this brat, is usually not much, but now he has become our family savior? Thinking about it, comparisons were odious. Zhang Feng didn't know this. Seeing that everyone was stunned, he couldn't help but ask, "What? Don't you recognize me?" This voice broke the silence in the room and interrupted everyone's thoughts. Wei Zhang stepped forward and looked at Zhang Feng. Not simple, not simple. From Chang'an to Shenzhou, and then from Shenzhou back to Chang'an. Boy, how did you do it? Chapter 1927. To be honest, he was very curious about this. Although he knew that Fengzi had made something that could fly up into the sky, no one had seen it before and no one knew about it. He was not the only one who was curious. Everyone present was curious as well. Li Shimon was also curious and asked, "Fengzi, what's going on? Tell us." Hee, don't rush. Zhang Feng chuckled and waved for everyone to sit down. Sit down first. I'll get the canteen to prepare some dishes. We'll talk while eating. Upon hearing this, Li Shimon swallowed his saliva and felt his taste buds begin to bloom. He had not been able to eat or sleep well in the past few days in the palace. Now that Fengzi was back, he felt a little better. It would be great if he could freeload off the academy's delicacies. Thus he said, "Okay, let's talk while eating." Zhang Feng was naturally happy. He turned and waved at the door to ask someone to prepare the dishes. Not long after, a few students came up with braised meat, roasted chicken, and other things. They placed everything neatly on the table, turned around, and left. Zhang Feng waved to everyone and smiled. Come, sit down. Don't be shy." Li Shimon smiled faintly and sat down near Zhang Feng. "Old Wei, old Feng, why aren't you sitting?" Zhang Feng saw that Wei Zhang and the others had not sat down and asked subconsciously. Wei Zhang and the others looked expectantly at the food and wine, and then at Li Shimon. They had no choice. Without His Majesty's order, they did not dare to sit. Li Shimon naturally knew what everyone was thinking. He waved his hand and said, "Sit down. We're happy today. Don't worry about this." Then, he glanced at little Gizi. "You sit too." Little Gizi looked at Li Shimon in surprise. He had wanted to sit down and taste the delicacies for a long time. His Majesty had not eaten well these past few days, so how could a servant dare to eat well? Thus, he naturally starved with His Majesty. Now that His Majesty had allowed him to sit down, this was a great gift. Without hesitation, he chose a seat close to Li Shimon so that it would be easier for him to serve food to His Majesty. When Li Shimon saw that everyone was seated, he looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Fengzi, you haven't answered my question yet." "Don't worry." Zhang Feng picked up the wine jar and poured everyone a cup of wine. Then he picked up the wine bowl and said, "Come, let's drink first." Although everyone was curious, the wine stimulated their taste buds. Unable to resist the temptation, they clinked their cups and downed the wine. Seeing this, Zhang Feng put down the wine glass in satisfaction and looked at everyone with a proud face. "I can run from Chang'an to Shangzhou and back. It's all thanks to my hot air balloon." After saying that, he picked up a piece of braised meat and threw it into his mouth, gorging himself. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is a hot air balloon? He had never heard of it before. Is it the thing that floated in the sky of Chang'an last time? Wei Zhang coughed softly and asked shamelessly, Fengzi, is the hot air balloon you mentioned the one that flew in the sky of Chang'an a few days ago? Yes. Zhang Feng chewed 2 mouthfuls, glanced at everyone and said proudly, this thing is newly developed by me. It can go to the sky no matter where it goes. Not to mention Shangzhou, it can even go to the Turks and back. No one was surprised by this answer. After all, they had seen the thing in the sky with their own eyes. But there was one thing. Could this hot air balloon float to the Turks? Wasn't this a bit exaggerated? After all, Shangzhou and the Turks were not in the same place. They should be dozens of miles away from each other. Shangzhou was just a border of the Tang dynasty. How could it be as easy as Fengzi said? If so, why did the Tang dynasty need to resist the Turks? Couldn't they just send a few hot air balloons there? Therefore Wei Zhang, who had always been strict and old-fashioned, questioned, Fengzi, you said that it is possible to go to Shangzhou. After all, many people have seen it. But isn't it a bit exaggerated to go to the Turks? You know, Shangzhou is still some distance away from the Turks. Everyone also felt that Wei Zhang's words were reasonable. They nodded and looked at Zhang Feng with confusion. As for Zhang Feng, when he found that his boasting was questioned, he blushed and said, what do you know? The hot air balloon I made was supposed to go to the Turks this time. But I met Xieli in Shangzhou and taught him a lesson. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Turks and blown up these bastards. Oh. Li Shimin nodded and pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Then what did you do to Xieli in the end? In fact, he could see that Fengzi was boasting. But he was too lazy to expose him. Therefore, he could only change the topic. Zhang Feng did not pay too much attention to it. The moment he heard Xieli's name, he seemed to have regained all his strength. With an excited look on his face, he said, let me tell you, when Cheng Chumo and I arrived at the Turkic camp, those fellows actually did not dodge or hide when they saw us. They even kept cheering on the ground as if they were celebrating something. This really made me mad. Why didn't those Turks run when they saw you? Didn't they know that you were going to blow them up? Chapter 1928. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng curiously. How would I know? Zhang Feng was also puzzled. Then he changed the topic and said with a smile, speaking of this, I want to laugh. Of course, it's best for us that the Turks didn't run away. When we threw down all the gunpowder, those guys were instantly blown apart. Minced meat was everywhere on the ground, and blood stained the whole ground. After that, he picked up the wine bowl in front of him and took a sip. Then he laughed and said, every time I think of this, I feel happy. These bastards have robbed the Tang dynasty every year. It's time for them to pay their debts. That's right. Li Shimin nodded and looked at Zhang Feng with satisfaction. Fengzi, you've really made the Tang dynasty proud. Let's see if those bastards still dare to look down on the people of the Tang dynasty in the future. He was very satisfied. In this battle of Shang province, his side had only sent 4 people, while the Turks had thousands of soldiers. With such a large difference in numbers, they had been beaten to a pulp. It was really inconceivable. He knew the Turks very well. In the past, he had dealt with these guys a lot. These guys could be described as inhumane. They burned, killed, robbed, and did all kinds of evil. This time, they had suffered a blow, but it didn't hurt their foundation at all. What if they made a comeback in the future? Moreover, the Turks had a strong recovery ability, and their cavalry was even more fierce. What if they came to rob the border of the Tang dynasty again? Thinking of this, he quickly asked, Fengzi, this time you blew up the Turks, but what about next time? You know, these guys won't give up easily. Zhang Feng frowned. In fact, he also understood this. Although the Turks had suffered losses this time, it didn't affect their foundation. After a few years of recuperation, they should be able to make a comeback. At that time, the people on the border of the Tang dynasty would suffer again. This, while he was lost in thought, Zhang Sun Wuji's voice sounded. Fengzi, didn't you use that hot air balloon to attack the Turks this time? Can we use the same method next time? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Feng slammed the table and stood up. That's right, why didn't I think of that? The hot air balloons could fly in the air. Even if the Turks were somewhat inferior, they could only flee for their lives. There was no way for them to guard against the hot air balloons. If he could make more hot air balloons, he would be able to catch them off guard during the battle. Thinking up to this point, he glanced at the crowd excitedly. The hot air balloon is flying in the air. Even if the Turks see it, they won't be able to guard against it. Furthermore, at night, the Turks' vision will be impaired. We can definitely catch them off guard. Li Shimin nodded. Fengzi, what you said makes sense. However, when can you finish making this hot air balloon? Zhang Feng was stunned. The first generation of hot air balloons had already been sacrificed. If they wanted to recreate it now, they would have to innovate. In particular, they had to modify equipment that could prevent air leakage and also install equipment that could turn. Otherwise, the danger of the hot air balloon would be greatly increased, and the losses would outweigh the gains. After thinking for a while, he said, I still need to study the hot air balloon again. As for when it will be ready, I don't know. What about the hot air balloon you used to go to Shangzhou? Wei Zhang asked curiously. The one before? Zhang Feng spread his hands awkwardly. That one has been destroyed. Wei Zhang's eyes widened. How could it be destroyed? He remembered that this thing flew from Chang'an to Shangzhou and then back to Chang'an from Shangzhou. How could such a powerful thing be destroyed? This was a reckless waste of God's gift. The others also looked at Zhang Feng as if they were looking at a sinner. It was as if they were saying that he had done something very wrong. Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his hand and said impatiently, I didn't want it to be destroyed. There was an accident on the way back to Chang'an, and it was destroyed. What's the use of looking at me like this? Of course, he couldn't tell them about the time when he was treated as a beggar. He still wanted to save face. However, the others didn't want to hear this. They only cared about the things that were beneficial to the country and the people. But on second thought, Fengzi's contribution in blowing up the Turks was indispensable. So they fell silent. Zhang Feng saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He laughed and said, By the way, I blew up the Turks this time. I still don't know how that old guy Shelley is doing. Do you have any news? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's interest was piqued. Shelley could be regarded as his mortal enemy. When he was in the Sui dynasty, this guy burned, killed, and looted at the border. He once led the army to fight, but in the end, nothing was done. After ascending the throne, Shelley went from bad to worse, constantly harassing the people at the border. He had always wanted to get rid of this guy, but he didn't have the chance. It was Fengzi who helped him vent his anger. Thinking of this, he picked up the wine bowl and drank it. Then he looked at Zhang Feng. This time, I have to thank you. After the battle in Shangzhou, according to the news from the Turks, Shelley lost an arm and Tuli was seriously injured. So powerful? Zhang Feng opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe it. Chapter 1929. When he threw the explosives, he threw them at places with many people. He didn't care about Shelley at all. He didn't expect Shelley to be blown up like this and even lose an arm. In that case, Shelley wouldn't be able to ride a horse. Maybe he would even lose his position as Khan. But Tuli was lucky. He was only seriously injured. What a pity. Thinking, he said, How's the Turks' headquarters? Li Shimin poured a full cup of wine for Zhang Feng. He continued, Ever since Shelley and Tuli were injured, the Tujue's headquarters had different degrees of internal strife. Not a few aristocrats wanted to replace Shelley. This is a good thing. Zhang Feng slapped the table. He was a little excited because he knew this was a good opportunity. The Tang dynasty should send people to rope them in. Maybe we can pull the Turks into the Tang dynasty. You know, the Turks exist in tribal form. Every tribe has its king. Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng, thinking that this guy's thinking was a little simple. The imperial court naturally knows this. But this internal strife was quelled by Shelley's subordinates not long after. The Tang dynasty's emissaries didn't go in at all. So that's how it is. Zhang Feng suddenly understood. Although the Turks had suffered losses this time, they were not pushovers. It would not be easy to eradicate them. Thus, he continued, although there is no chance this time since they had internal strife, I believe that it will happen again soon. The next time will be a good opportunity. Everyone nodded, thinking that Zhang Feng's words were reasonable. The Turks were originally war-hungry and murderous. They had a wild nature in their bones. Every tribe was separated. They had their own kings and beliefs. Even the largest tribe, Shelley, was the same. He had used force to conquer the other tribes, and that was how he became the Khan. Now that this guy had lost an arm, the other tribes would definitely not accept it. At that time, there would be another great battle, and the grassland would change owners. Zhang Feng was naturally well aware of this. He glanced at everyone and said, "When I make the hot air balloon, everything I just said will be fine." Li Shimin nodded. He believed in Feng Zi's ability, so he didn't say much. He directly picked up the wine bowl and said with a smile, "After the hot air balloon is done, you have to let me try it. I want to see what's going on with that thing that can go up to the sky." "No problem. It's just a small matter." Zhang Feng took a sip and smiled. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and changed the topic. "What happened in Chang'an City recently? Why do I hear rumors about me everywhere?" Li Shimin put down his wine bowl and let out a long sigh. "Isn't this all your fault?" "Me?" Zhang Feng looked puzzled. "I've always been in Victory Prefecture. What trouble could I have caused?" Li Shimin snorted and was a little unhappy. Then he looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and said, "You tell him." Zhang Sun Wuji could naturally understand Li Shimin's feelings. He was still angry about being forced to abdicate a few days ago, so he coughed softly and said, "Feng Zi, when you flew over Chang'an City that day, the people in Chang'an City thought that you were a jinx, causing the whole city to be in a panic. That's not all. You made the emperor suffer." Speaking of this, he glanced at Li Shimin intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing that the latter didn't respond, he continued, "The ministers also thought that you were a jinx, and even the ghosts of the Xuanwu Gate. So all the officials asked the emperor to issue an edict." "What?" Zhang Feng exclaimed and widened his eyes. "This has nothing to do with me. At that time, I just wanted to go to Victory Prefecture to blow up those Turkic bastards." Now the best way was to clear himself of suspicion so that Li Er wouldn't suspect him. Otherwise, if he was punished like this, he would probably be sentenced to death. However, the others didn't think so, because they were the culprits who forced the emperor to abdicate. The real master hadn't said anything yet. Not only that, they even looked down on Zhang Feng. Just now, he said that he would go to Victory Prefecture halfway, but now he changed his words and went to Victory Prefecture of his own accord. How shameless. However, they didn't care. After all, the real master didn't blame him. What could they say? Therefore, Zhang Sun Wuji continued, "I don't mean to blame you. His Majesty did issue an edict, but the storm passed quickly." "That's good." Zhang Feng patted his chest and relaxed his nervous mood. "What happened after that?" Zhang Sun Wuji paused and then said, "Later, he also prepared a sacrificial ceremony and a Waterland Conference." Waterland Conference. Zhang Feng was stunned and vaguely remembered something. Didn't Xuanzang get to know Li Er at the Waterland Conference and become brothers? Now that Li Er was going to hold a Waterland Conference, would Xuanzang participate? This guy was going to India. If he got to know Xuanzang, maybe he could get some information about India? Or maybe he could arrange a few spies around Xuanzang. When the time came, they could go to India to gather information. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, "When will the Waterland Conference be held? I also want to see the world." Chapter 1930. Seems like you still have some conscience. Li Shimin snorted, then looked at Zhang Sun Wuji. When will the Waterland Conference be held? He wasn't worried that Feng Zi would see him, because there would be a lot of people. Moreover, the place where the emperor stayed was off limits. There were tens of thousands of guards, so it was impossible to get close. Zhang Sun Wuji thought for a while, then lowered his eyebrows. "I'm not sure yet, because there are a lot of rules that haven't been drawn up yet. It will probably be after the ceremony." Zhang Feng nodded. He wasn't in a hurry, since Xuanzang would surface sooner or later. Then they began to eat heartily. Before they could eat to their heart's content, footsteps came from outside the door. After a while, Yu Shernan and the others walked in with a gloomy face. He glanced at the dishes on the table, then looked at Li Shimin and the others. His face fell. "What are you doing?" He was teaching students just now, but when he heard that Li Shimin and the others were here, he knew that this guy wasn't easy to deal with. He would definitely urge Feng Zi to do this and that, so he rushed over. But when he came, he saw that they were drinking. Li Shimin was a little confused. He wanted to catch up with Feng Zi, but he didn't expect old Yu to rush in. He could only smile and say, "Mr. Bo sure is too polite." We heard that Fengzi is back, so we specially came to catch up with Fengzi. Catch up? Yu Shernan glanced at the dishes on the table and snorted. Why are you drinking? Li Shimin looked a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to answer Yu Shernan's question. Zhang Feng saw this and quickly smiled. Teacher, Lao Li just saw that I haven't seen him in a long time, so he came to see me. Drinking some wine is fine. Fine. Yu Shernan looked at Zhang Feng and said with disappointment, Didn't you say you were injured? Are you sure it's fine? Fengzi, are you injured? Li Shimin was a little surprised. He didn't know about this. If he had known, he wouldn't have dragged Fengzi to drink, let alone now that he was caught by Yu Shernan. Zhang Feng waved his hand, not minding it at all. It's just a small injury. No big deal. Hearing this, Yu Shernan was a little unhappy. He snorted coldly and said, Even if it doesn't matter, you can't drink. Take away all the wine now. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand towards the door. Soon, a few students came in and took away the wine jars on the table. Li Shimin, Zhang Feng, and the others could only watch helplessly. Their hearts ached, but there was nothing they could do. It was impossible to snatch the wine back, right? Until all the wine was moved away, they didn't say a word. Li Shimin saw that there was no more wine to drink, and Yu Shernan was also here. He had to say goodbye to Zhang Feng. Fengzi, we'll visit you again next time. Zhang Feng naturally saw the awkwardness in the scene, so he could only wave goodbye. The group of people cupped their hands and bid farewell to Yu Shernan and the others. Yu Shernan was like an old monk in meditation, not saying a word. He had brought disgrace upon himself, so he could only leave secretly. Seeing that everyone had left, Yu Shernan's expression eased a little. He looked at Zhang Feng and said earnestly, Fengzi, don't interact with these guys in the future. They're not good people. In his heart, he had already blacklisted Li Shimin. As for Zhang Sun Wuji and the others, they were treacherous ministers. Zhang Feng didn't know this. He had always regarded Lao Li and the others as good friends. How could he let others speak ill of them? However, it was different for his teachers. He still had to agree on the surface, so he said, Yes, teacher. This student will remember. Yu Shernan didn't say anything else, because he knew that it was better to do it himself. He flicked his sleeves and left. Only Zhang Feng was left in the room. He sat on a chair, lit a cigarette, and let the smoke stimulate his brain. He thought about how to break free from the restraints of his teachers, and how to not make them angry. Time slowly passed as he thought about it. It was night. A cold wind blew, and the white birch trees in the courtyard rustled. The white snow that hung on the treetops from the day before fell, making a crackling sound. After a while, silver-white snowflakes fell from the sky, and the ground was once again covered in silver. The next day, the golden crow slowly peeked through the clouds, revealing half of its red cheeks, like a shy little Kyanang. The golden sun sprinkled on the ground, and the snow seemed to be covered with gold bricks. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. From time to time, the mountain stream stopped these sparrows. They flew back to their nests with scattered fruits in their mouths. They even cried out happily, as if they were composing a victory movement. The loud sound of reading came from the academy. The morning reading had begun. This was the most precious time of the day. Zhang Feng was also woken up by the students on time. He washed up, ate breakfast, and went to the classroom to check on the students' homework. He didn't need to do this. With the teachers around, they could all do it. However, when he returned, the teacher said that he couldn't be lazy and asked him to continue his inspection. This couldn't be helped. He couldn't disobey his teachers. Chapter 1931. So, he came to the classroom. As usual, the students buried their heads in their books and began to read aloud without the need for others to urge them. Zhang Feng nodded pretentiously. These students made him feel at ease. He didn't need to worry about anything. His teacher was worrying for nothing. After seeing the students, he walked towards the research institute. Because of the hot air balloon incident last time, he was still brooding. Falling from the sky? It was too humiliating. Moreover, he was regarded as a child beggar in Chang'an City. Even his family couldn't recognize him when he returned home. This was simply shameful. In addition, he promised Lao Li and the others yesterday that he would let them try the hot air balloon after making it. Thinking, He arrived at the research institute in a short while. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard cheers. "The dean is back! The dean is back!" Zhang Feng turned around abruptly, thinking that the brat had such good eyesight to recognize Lao Tzu at a glance. Following the sound, he saw a guy as thin as a monkey waving at him. Who else could it be but Pihu? He walked towards Pihu with quick steps and said with a smile, "Little guy, your eyes are quite bright, huh?" Pihu scratched his head and smiled. "I don't have any other good points, but my eyes are good." There was a hint of pride in his words. After saying that, he seemed to have remembered something and shouted again. "The dean is back." The sound was ear-piercing and attracted a large number of students in a short while. Among them were many familiar faces, including Peng Shui, Jin Kai, and the others. They surrounded Zhang Feng, cheering excitedly like a flock of sparrows. "Dean, I heard you went to Shang State this time? How was it there?" "Yeah, I heard the dean almost killed Shelley, but in the end, that bastard ran away." "Is it true?" Everyone was talking at once, discussing animatedly. To be honest, Zhang Feng liked the feeling of being the moon surrounded by stars. However, couldn't these guys talk one by one? Were they going to make a fuss now? Each one of them was more anxious than him? It was too much. He was a little annoyed and couldn't answer. He could only wave his sleeves and raise his right hand. "Keep." The students were very tactful. Seeing that the dean was a little unhappy, they stopped talking. They just surrounded him and waited for him to speak. But at this moment, a familiar voice came from not far away. "Who is it? Who was talking about the dean? Am I going to break his legs today?" Immediately, Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun walked over angrily. They were just studying how to modify the hot air balloon in the laboratory so that they could give their teacher a satisfactory answer. Then, he heard a series of shouts outside the door, saying that the dean had returned. Wasn't this bull*T? The dean was far away in Shangzhou. How could he have returned so quickly? Therefore, the two of them rushed out in anger. But when he took a closer look, he was shocked. He was truly a benefactor. A living benefactor. Tears welled up in their eyes as they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ma Zhou took a step forward and touched Zhang Feng's broad shoulders. His voice trembled as he asked, "Are you really my teacher?" "If I'm not your teacher, then are you my teacher?" Zhang Feng scolded with a smile. He could understand how these two fellows felt. Just like old Du, they were excited. The facts proved that it was true. Hao Chu-jun looked at Zhang Feng excitedly and said with a smile, "Benefactor, when did you come back? Why didn't you inform us?" "I just came back yesterday." Zhang Feng laughed and tried to cover up the embarrassment. Then he said, "Let's not talk about this. I have something important to tell you. Let's go to the laboratory." After that, he walked quickly to the laboratory. Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun followed closely behind. But when they turned around and saw that these students didn't seem to want to leave, they said, "You can all go back. Benefactor has something to say." They didn't mean to dismiss these students. Since their teacher said that he had something important to say, it was definitely not suitable for others to hear. The students were sensible enough to leave in twos and threes. But they glanced at the laboratory unwillingly. Inside the room, Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun came to Zhang Feng. They were still excited. "Benefactor, what is going on? We were worried to death." This was true. A few days ago, when the academy sent the news that the dean had disappeared, they sent the students out to inquire about the news. But they found nothing, which made them very disappointed. Now the dean suddenly appeared in front of them. They found it hard to accept for a while. This was inevitable. Zhang Feng didn't care about this. He just roughly told them what had happened. Of course, he omitted the part where he fell from the hot air balloon and was treated as a child beggar. If the students knew that he had such a side, how embarrassing it would be. After the two heard this, they looked at Zhang Feng with respect. This time, they looked at him as if they were looking at a hero. Ma Zhou couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, "Benefactor, so what the outside world said is true? You really attacked the Turkic camp and injured Shelley. You are really amazing." Chapter 1932. That's right. Our teacher not only dampened the Turk spirit, but also boosted the prestige of the Tang dynasty. He is indeed worthy of being our teacher. Hao Chu-jun nodded and gave Zhang Feng a thumbs up. Then, he seemed to think of something and his eyes flashed with pride. But this time we also contributed. Wasn't this hot air balloon made by me and Ma Zhou in cooperation with our teacher? In fact, Zhang Feng was quite pleased with their words at the beginning. After all, they were praising him. There was nothing wrong with it. However, when he heard the latter part, he felt something was wrong. This guy seemed to be asking for credit. What hot air balloon was made by you and Lao Tzu? I was the one who did it. You guys were just helping me out from the side. But now, it's all thanks to you? Not only that, when the hot air balloon was mentioned, he remembered the embarrassing incident of being treated as a child beggar in Chang'an. Now, these two guys actually had the face to ask for credit. He frowned and pulled a long face. You two brats. Now you have the face to talk about the hot air balloon in front of me? Don't you know that the hot air balloon? At this point, he realized something was wrong and quickly changed the topic. Humph, the hot air balloon is not good to begin with. You still have the face to talk about it? Hearing this, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun were a little confused. Their teacher clearly took the hot air balloon to Xingzhou. Why did he turn around and say that the hot air balloon was not good? This was a classic example of not admitting it after putting on his pants. However, they did not dare to say this, especially Ma Zhou. He was timid and had already retreated to the side. Hao Chujun chuckled and scratched his head. Teacher, how can you blame us for this? Zhang Feng was unhappy when he heard this. How can I not blame you? You don't know how to study it properly and only idle around. Teacher. Enough. Zhang Feng stopped in time and glanced at the two. Let's not talk about this. Prepare the materials. We will start to improve the hot air balloon. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun were a little confused, but they still nodded and went to prepare the materials. At the same time, in Zhang Mansion, when Cheng Chumo and the others woke up, they discovered a problem. Zhang Feng had disappeared. Mother asterisk Kerr. This brat couldn't have slipped away, right? Don't want to take responsibility? His injuries were all caused by this fellow. If he didn't see him now, who would he look for in the future? Moreover, they had worked together to blow up the Turkic camp. No matter how you looked at it, they would be rewarded when the time came. They had already decided to go to the battlefield, and back then, Feng Zi had promised them heavy armor. He wanted to give the insect-like cavalry and turn Wei Zi into an assassin. Now that this brat had slipped away, who was he going to find to fulfill his promise? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but vent their anger. She rushed out of the guest room and wanted to settle accounts with Zhang Feng. At this moment, they bumped into Du Ziting. Cheng Chumo knew that this was the Zhang family's lackey, so he grabbed Du Ziting's neck with one hand and said fiercely, Du, where did Feng Zi go? Du Ziting was a little confused. Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Why was this group of people so ferocious today? Did Old Master owe them money? Or did he offend them? If that was the case, then he couldn't reveal Old Master's whereabouts. Thinking of this, he patted Cheng Chumo's shoulder and said earnestly, Did Old Master owe you money? I'll give it to you. Don't be so impatient, let the old man down first. After saying this, he moved his legs and was about to break free from Cheng Chumo's grip. Cheng Chumo increased his strength and didn't allow him to break free. He shouted, Old man, don't be so sarcastic with Lao Tzu. Feng Zi doesn't owe us money, but this fellow is even more despicable than that. Hurry up and tell me, where is he? Yes, hurry up and tell me. Du Go and Zhang Sun Chong were like foxes borrowing the tiger's might to intimidate others. They were very arrogant. Du Ziting originally thought that it was just a small amount of money, but it seemed like it wasn't. Looking at these people's fierce expressions, Old Master must have offended them. He had never seen such a scene before. Usually, everyone was respectful when they saw him. Now that he met these people, if he had known, he wouldn't have let Old Master bring them back. What the hell? Although he was cursing in his heart, he was already scared stiff. His face was pale as he said with a trembling voice, Masters, how would I know where Old Master went? If I offended you in the past, please forgive me. Just treat it as a fart, okay? These people still hadn't said what they wanted from Old Master. What if they wanted to harm Old Master? He couldn't say it even if he was beaten to death. You won't say it? Cheng Chumo frowned and was somewhat dissatisfied. He increased the strength of his hand. If you don't say it, Lao Tzu will beat the shit out of you. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn then. After saying this, he raised his huge right palm and swung it. Du Zitting only felt his vision go black. A palm leaf fan-like palm swung over. Chapter 1933. Slap. The slap was crisp and clear. Du Zitting saw stars in front of his eyes. Before he could react, his thin and weak body fell to the ground. He felt that his old waist was about to break. Then, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. This scream quickly attracted a group of servants. They knew that it was the housekeeper's voice and rushed over with weapons in their hands. However, would Cheng Chumo let Du Zitting off so easily? He hadn't achieved his goal yet. He strode in front of Du Zitting and grabbed him again. He shouted, "Hurry up and speak." Du Zitting felt a sweetness in his throat. It was as if something was moving in his mouth. He stuck his tongue out and saw a tooth fall out. He was shocked. My tooth. Cheng Chumo didn't have the time to care about this. He continued to shout, "I'm asking you a question. Where did Fengzi go?" Du Zitting was really scared this time. He originally thought that he could solve this problem with money. How did it end up like this? If he had known, he would have said it earlier. Master was so smart. He shouldn't be in trouble. He thought for a moment and his body trembled. Master went to Shao Mountain. Shao Mountain? Cheng Chumo frowned. He turned around and glanced at Zhang Sun and Du Zitting. He then looked at Du Zitting and said coldly, "You're not lying to us, right?" "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Du Zitting shook his head. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Cheng Chumo turned around and gave Zhang Sun and Du Zitting a look. Then, he let go of Du Zitting and ran out. The poor Du Zitting staggered. If it wasn't for the servants supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. On the other hand, Cheng Chumo and the others bought a few horses and rushed to Shao Mountain. They first went to White Deer College. However, they didn't find any trace of Zhang Feng. This made them furious. They thought that the old fox Du Zitting had lied to them. It wasn't until they heard a group of people talking about the dean going to the research institute that they understood. Wasn't the dean Fengzi? He went to the research institute? Thinking of this, everyone rushed back to the research institute. When he arrived at the research institute, he saw Zhang Feng leading Ma Zhou and the others in an experiment. They hurriedly went up and shouted, "Fengzi, Fengzi!" Fengzi frowned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? He turned around and saw that it was Cheng Chumo and the others. He instantly lost all interest because he knew that these fellows were definitely up to no good. He said with a helpless expression, "Why are you guys here? Didn't the doctor tell you to rest well?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Chumo jumped 8 feet into the air and glared at him. "You still have the cheek to say that? Why did you run away and leave us in the Zhang mansion? Tell me, do you not want to take responsibility for us?" "Stop." Zhang Feng quickly waved his hand and rolled his eyes. "What do you mean by taking responsibility? You make it sound like Lao Tzu did something to you." After saying that, he crossed his arms and said with some dissatisfaction, "Tell me honestly, why are you looking for me?" Hee. Isn't this attitude good enough?" Zhang Sun smiled and took a step forward. It was unknown if he didn't see Zhang Feng's dissatisfaction or if he did it on purpose, but he acted as if he didn't care at all. He said shamelessly, "Fengzi, look, we went to Shenzhou together this time and even blew up the Turkic camp. Didn't we make a great contribution?" Something was wrong? This was Zhang Feng's first reaction. When these fellows went there, each of them was more afraid than the other and almost peed their pants. Now that they were finally back, they were actually concerned about the Turkic matter. What great contribution was this? Could it be that these fellows still wanted to enter the government? That shouldn't be possible. These fellows were usually lazy and gluttonous. It was impossible for them to change today. What was going on? Thinking of this, he looked at everyone with a strange expression. "We did make a great contribution. So what?" "That's right." Dugo clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Fengzi, do you still remember the promise you made to us in the past?" "Promise?" Zhang Feng frowned and didn't understand. What promise did he make to these fellows in the past? He couldn't help but ask, "What promise? Did you guys eat the wrong medicine? Are you trying to go back on your words?" Cheng Chumo grabbed Zhang Feng and stared at him. "Did you forget that you want to turn me into a heavy cavalry? Heavy cavalry? Zhang Feng's eyes turned. His memory was a little fuzzy. He seemed to have said it before. It seemed that he didn't just promise Cheng Chumo, he also promised Buggy to turn him into a light cavalry. That's right. There was also Wei Zi. He wanted to turn this fellow into an assassin. Thinking of this, he smiled and pushed away Cheng Chumo's hand. I thought it was something else. Isn't it just this? Then when are you going to fulfill your promise? Give me the heavy cavalry. Cheng Chumo was excited. He pulled Zhang Feng's hand and said with a smile, now that I have made a great contribution, it is the best time to go to the military camp. Zhang Feng didn't reply. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. He seemed to be deep in thought and occasionally stole glances behind him. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it, but that he couldn't. Now that the forging workshop was making guns, where would he have the time to make these things? Chapter 1934. Moreover, even if it was made, these guys would definitely squander it all in a few days. This price was a bit too high. Now that he thought about it, why did he have to promise this? His mouth was really cheap. However, at this moment, Cheng Chumo's urging voice came from behind. Feng Zi, why are you dawdling? Are you thinking of going back on your word? Who the F***ck is going back on his word? Zhang Feng suddenly turned around and stared at everyone. Is Lao Tzu such a person? Really? You're not? Then who is? Cheng Chumo was a bit unconvinced and pouted. You. Zhang Feng was about to curse. Zhang Sun Chong, who was standing at the side, hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed him. He said fawningly, Feng Zi, Iron Bull is like this. It's not like you don't know. Why don't you just give us the things? After saying that, he saw that Zhang Feng's expression was not right and added, Feng Zi, don't tell me you don't have it? Who the F***ck doesn't have it? Zhang Feng frowned and was very dissatisfied. They actually looked down on Lao Tzu and even wanted to make Lao Tzu lose points in front of the students. How could this be? He said angrily, I can't give it to you for now because Lao Tzu is now modifying the hot air balloon. Yes, the hot air balloon. We'll talk about it later. Hot air balloon? The three of them were stunned. They surrounded the equipment on the ground and looked at it. They were talking about the heavy armor just now and did not pay attention to this thing. Now that they looked at it, wasn't this the same as the hot air balloon? It was this thing that caused them to fall to the ground and be treated as beggars. Why was this guy still researching this thing? Cheng Chumo turned to look at Zhang Feng and was a bit angry. Feng Zi, why are you doing this thing again? Do you think you haven't harmed enough people? If it wasn't for this thing, we wouldn't have fallen from the sky. At this point, Zhang Feng hurriedly rushed forward and covered Cheng Chumo's mouth, and quickly gave him a look. Cheng Chumo was a little confused. He looked at Zhang Feng and saw that Ma Zhou and Hao Chu Jun were looking at him curiously, as if they were looking forward to what was to come. He immediately understood and winked at Zhang Feng. Only then did Zhang Feng loosen his grip. He let out a long sigh and corrected himself. Have you forgotten how badly this thing has caused us? What's going on now? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Chumo and said snappily, if it weren't for these hot air balloons, would you have been able to perform meritorious deeds? Can you blow up the Turkic camp? You really have no conscience. Cheng Chumo chuckled and scratched his head in embarrassment. He knew that Feng Zi's words made sense, but he was still a little unhappy. Every time he thought of the hot air balloon falling on him, he felt disgusted. Zhang Sun was a little smarter. Seeing that Cheng Chumo had nothing to say, he laughed and said, Feng Zi, then why are you making this hot air balloon again? Don't tell me you want to blow up the Turkic camp again? Blow up your sister. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun and said snappily, have you all forgotten what happened last time? This time, I want to modify the hot air balloon again to avoid the danger last time, understand? Zhang Sun nodded, not quite understanding. Then, he thought of something and asked, if you're making hot air balloons here, what about our heavy armor and light cavalry? Hearing this, Cheng Chumo was also interested. Yes, if Feng Zi kept making hot air balloons here, then his heavy armor would be ruined soon. Thus he quickly asked, Feng Zi, you can't do this. You can make hot air balloons in the future, and I can help you personally. Now, you have to help me make the heavy armor. Dugo also nodded. Although he didn't get a share of these things, as brothers, He naturally hoped that Tai Nyo and the others would get something. In the future, when he wanted to play, he could just borrow it. Zhang Feng shook his head disapprovingly. You don't understand. There are many problems with hot air balloons now, and they must be improved immediately. Otherwise, they won't be able to be used in the future. Moreover, I promised Lao Li to make one for him to see. When everyone heard Lao Li, they instantly understood what was going on. Feng Zi didn't know who Lao Li was, but they knew. Since His Majesty wanted to see it, it meant that His Majesty also attached great importance to it. Then, this couldn't be delayed. However, what about their heavy armor and light cavalry? Were they going to just let it go? The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with unwillingness. In the end, it was Cheng Chumo who spoke. Feng Zi, since you want to do this, then we have nothing to say. What about the heavy armor and light cavalry you promised us? You can't just let it go, right? Zhang Feng had a headache. Why were these guys so obsessed with heavy armor? He let out a long sigh. How about this? Let's talk about it after I finish modifying the hot air balloons. Right now, the forge is making guns. Don't worry, I'll give it to you sooner or later. When the three of them heard this, they felt that this was Feng Zi's final compromise. There was no other way. After all, His Majesty also wanted to see it, so they could only nod and agree. Zhang Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Since there's no problem, you guys should hurry up and leave. I feel annoyed just looking at you. No, we can't leave. Cheng Chumo's head twitched, his face filled with reluctance. Chapter 1935. This confused Zhang Feng. He asked subconsciously, why? Why don't you guys leave? Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes. What if you run away again after we leave? Chang'an is so big, it's not easy for us to find you. Zhang Feng finally understood what was going on. These guys just wanted to follow him. They looked like misers, afraid that he would not give them heavy armor. But this was also good. If there was any heavy work later, he could let these guys do it. After thinking about it, he pretended to be reluctant. You guys can't stay. This is confidential and can't be seen by outsiders. No, we have to stay. Yes, this is the biggest concession we can make. The three of them argued until their faces were red. They were unwilling to back down. Zhang Feng saw that they were so determined and wanted to laugh. Since they wanted to stay, they could do hard work for Lao Tzu. He coughed lightly and said with a serious face, since you guys want to stay, you can help us later. Don't be lazy. No problem. Cheng Chumo waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem. Then, he ran to Ma Zhou. Xiaoma, what do you need me to help with? Seeing that Cheng Chumo had gone to help, Zhang Sun Chong and Zhang Sun Chong did not want to stay any longer, so they quickly went to help. Ma Zhou and Hao Chu Jun were a little confused. They were doing a good job. Why would they need help? They looked to their mentor for help. Zhang Feng waved his hand and smiled. Tainyo, you guys go up? Actually, they were already prepared just now. It was almost the same as before. They just tied up the seal a little tighter. This experiment was to see what the problem was with their own eyes. Originally, he was prepared to go up. Since these three guys were here, he naturally had to go up and sacrifice himself for science. However, Cheng Chumo obviously did not think so. He thought that he was just going to help. He did not expect to go up. This time he was furious. He stepped back. Feng Zi, are you trying to kill me? Don't you know how dangerous this thing is? Didn't you say you wanted to help? Zhang Feng revealed a malicious smile, then glanced at Zhang Sun, Chong and the others. Besides, you're not the only one going up. There are these two guys as well. And us. Zhang Sun and Du Go stared at each other. They still remembered the scene outside Chang'an City. That was an incomparably miserable time, falling from the sky. They did not want to experience that feeling a second time. Therefore, he hurriedly waved his hand. Feng Zi, we're not going. You know that our backs haven't recovered yet. You're sending us to our deaths. Don't worry. Zhang Feng smiled. I've improved the hot air balloon this time. There won't be any problems. If there really is a problem, I'll be waiting for you down there. Zhang Sun frowned in disbelief. Moreover, Feng Zi's smile did not seem to have any good intentions. He had just been thrown to the ground, and the shadow in his heart had not yet passed. How could he dare to go up again? He immediately refused. No, I'm not going. Zhang Feng's face darkened. Then, he glanced at Cheng Chumo and the others. You're not going either? Cheng Chumo smiled awkwardly. He did not want to go, but he did not want to give Fengzi face. So he said, Fengzi, it's not that we don't want to go, but this thing of yours is too dangerous. Enough. Zhang Feng waved his hand and interrupted Cheng Chumo. He was a little dissatisfied. You guys, when you came to me to ask for benefits, each one of you said nice things. Now that I'm letting you go, you're dragging me down. What, you don't want heavy armor and light cavalry? Heavy armor? Cheng Chumo instantly became spirited. But when he looked at the hot air balloon, he could not help but feel afraid. However, heavy armor and falling once were more important? Obviously. Heavy armor. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind. However, there was still some concern in his heart. He could not help but ask, Fengzi, is this thing really not dangerous? Seeing that Cheng Chumo seemed to have changed his mind, Zhang Feng put on a smile. Of course it's not a problem. Do you think I'm a vegetarian? Last time was just an accident. Besides, didn't the hot air balloon make a round trip last time? This time, we'll experiment in this field. We'll be back in a few minutes. What are you worried about? Cheng Chumo's eyes turned. Seeing that Fengzi's words made sense, he nodded and agreed. Seeing that he had convinced one, Zhang Feng turned his gaze to Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go. De Bing, Gu Zong. Ah! The two seemed to have been awakened and hurriedly responded. In fact, they were just discussing whether or not to board Fengzi's pirate ship. Halfway through the discussion, they were awakened by Sha Kai's sudden appearance. At this time, the two of them were still a little flustered. They subconsciously asked, What's wrong? Zhang Feng did not care so much. He just smiled. How about the two of you? Are you going to board my pirate ship? No, are you going to board the hot air balloon? The two of them looked at each other and were a little flustered. After communicating with their eyes, they still could not come to a conclusion. Then they looked at Cheng Chumo. Chapter 1936. Cheng Chumo glanced back, and the two instantly understood. Zhang Sun looked at Zhang Feng. Okay, let's go. Zhang Feng smiled. In fact, he had already guessed this result, so he said, Okay, you guys go up now. I promise you won't be in danger. In fact, he had his reasons for saying this. The previous incident could only be considered an accident, but this time was different. The seal had been reinforced, and it would only be tested for a while. That was why he dared to let the three of them go up. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare even if he had 10 guts. However, Cheng Chumo and the other two didn't think so. They were still immersed in the pain of the previous injury, but they had no choice but to agree to Fengzi's request. They could only reluctantly board the hot air balloon. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He quickly called out to Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. Get ready to take off. When the two heard this, they put the scissors on the hemp rope connected to the bricks, ready to cut at any time. Cheng Chumo and the other two on the hot air balloon didn't feel good. They held the basket with their hands, and their faces were filled with despair. They thought that they had just been thrown last time, and now they were going to be thrown again. Why was their life so bitter? However, it was not up to them to decide. Since they had boarded the pirate ship, there was no reason to get off. With a snap, the hemp rope was cut, and the hot air balloon slowly floated up. At first there was nothing. It was still very stable, and it felt the same as before. However, as it got higher and higher, it started to sway. This scared the three of them quite a bit, and they shouted in the basket. Fengzi, UF** King hurt me again. Help, I don't want to die. They curled up together and cried for their parents. Zhang Feng on the ground put his hands on his hips and raised his head, as if all this had nothing to do with him. In fact, he had been listening carefully. After all, they had just taken off. They didn't fly high, but the sound was very loud. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about Cheng Chumo and the others. On the contrary, he was very relieved. This time, the hot air balloon had been reinforced, and its stability was much better than before. Moreover, it was only flying for a few hours, and there was no danger at all. On the contrary, these guys kept crying and shouting, and it was annoying. Just as he was thinking about it, the crying gradually quieted down. Zhang Feng glanced at the hot air balloon and realized that it had drifted away. He turned his head and glanced at Ma Zhou and the others. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. On the other hand, Cheng Chimo and the others felt that the hot air balloon was swaying for a while, and they almost fell off. But now they were fine. They looked at each other and let go of their hands. They leaned over the basket and looked at it. The fear in their hearts lessened. Look over there, that's Shao Mountain. That's Chang'an City. They slowly let go of themselves, as if they had discovered a new world. After watching for a while, the hot air balloon made a sizzling sound and began to descend. The descent this time was a little different from the previous time. Last time, there was a sudden leak, but this time, it was much slower, as if it was blowing air. If one did not listen carefully, they would not be able to tell the difference. The three of them were still sitting in the basket stupidly. It was only when they saw that the ground was getting closer and closer that they came to their senses. Why did it drop? Yeah, why are we almost at the surface? Didn't Fengzi say that it would take a few incense sticks to burn? As they spoke, the hot air balloon had already descended to the ground. It landed steadily without any undulations. They quickly got down from the basket and surrounded the hot air balloon to look at it curiously. But at this moment, Zhang Feng came over with Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. Fengzi, why did we come down so quickly? Cheng Chimo looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled face. Zhang Feng glanced at the hot air balloon and smiled. What? You want to continue playing in the sky? Cheng Chimo waved his hand. Although the hot air balloon gave him a good experience, who would dare to joke with their lives? He hurriedly said, No, I'm just curious. Didn't you say that it would take a few incense sticks to burn? Why did you come down so quickly? Is there a problem? Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go also looked at Zhang Feng curiously. However, Zhang Feng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked around the hot air balloon a few times and finally checked the seal. He revealed an expression of sudden realization and looked at everyone. Actually, I didn't know before, but now I know. After saying that, he looked at Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun and said with a serious face, Remember, don't use hemp rope to seal the balloon next time. The reason why it fell too quickly this time was because there was too little Qi Chong. Also, the gap in the hemp rope was too big. If you use hemp rope next time, it will definitely be the same as this time. Don't use hemp rope? Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun were a little confused. If they didn't use hemp rope, what would they use? They wanted to ask, but when they thought that their teacher might have other arrangements, they quickly wrote it down in their notebook and said in unison, Yes, teacher. Zhang Feng nodded and then looked at Cheng Chimo and the others. He asked with a serious face, Did you feel anything unusual when you were up there? This is very serious. In the future it may be related to human lives. Think carefully before you speak. Chapter 1937. He knew that these guys were usually sloppy. He purposely made things sound more serious to prevent them from spouting nonsense and to let them know the severity of the situation. Zhang Sun Chong was smart and immediately understood Zhang Feng's meaning. After thinking for a while he said, When we were rising, we shook violently. I don't know if that counts. There was nothing else after that. After that, he looked at Cheng Chimo and Du Go. Seeing that they had nothing to add, he nodded and said, That's all. Zhang Feng frowned and was puzzled. Why did it tremble? Wasn't it fine normally? Why was there a problem now? He walked around the hot air balloon a few times and then checked the parts one by one. When he checked the iron wire, he realized that the iron wire was not tied tightly enough. He thought to himself that these guys were really lucky. They were fine. However, this also showed that Ma Zhou and the rest were not careful. It seemed that he had to be more careful next time. Otherwise, someone might really die. As he thought about it, he glanced at everyone and finally fixed his eyes on Ma Zhou and the rest. This is your mistake. Don't do it again. You have to check all the equipment properly. Otherwise, someone might die. Ma Zhou and the rest saw it and quickly nodded. Yes, teacher. Zhang Feng nodded and said, Go and prepare some candles and some thin copper wire. Remember, it must be thinner than the iron wire this time. Come and find me when you are ready. Ma Zhou and the rest were puzzled. Why did their teacher need candles? They could not use them. However, since their teacher had given them instructions, he might have other intentions. They nodded and turned to leave. Cheng Chumo and the rest were idlers. Seeing that they had nothing to do, they found a place to sit around a fire to warm themselves. Zhang Feng saw the commotion and came over. He cupped his hands and felt extremely warm. After a while, Ma Zhou and the rest came back with the items. Teacher, we have the items back. What do we do now? Hao Chu-jun put the items on the ground and asked seriously. Zhang Feng glanced at it and finally fixed his eyes on the candle. Light the candle first, then drip the wax on the seal. Drip on the seal? Hao Chu-jun stared blankly at Ma Zhou. He seemed to understand a little. There was a history of using wax to seal envelopes in the military. The wax was airtight. Once it dripped onto the envelope, it would be easy to tell if it had been tampered with. Even now, the military still uses this method to seal envelopes. Could it be that a esteemed teacher wanted to use wax to isolate the airflow? He thought for a moment and asked, Teacher, are you planning to use wax to isolate the airflow? Not bad. Zhang Feng did not hesitate and said directly, Since you can see it, then I will tell you. Wax water has a very good airflow isolation property, and it can also isolate water flow. It is very important in the experiment, but it is very afraid of high temperature. Once it is exposed to high temperature, it will melt. This is the reason why I used wax water this time. Both of them nodded. They could basically understand everything their teacher said. Zhang Feng smiled and glanced at the hot air balloon. Since you understand, then let's start the experiment. Now that there is still air in the hot air balloon, drip the wax on it. Both of them nodded and lit the candle with a match and dripped the wax on the seal. At first, due to the characteristics of the silk, the hot air balloon shrank slightly. However, they got used to it quickly. After a while, the entire seal was filled with wax. Ma Zhou looked at Zhang Feng and said seriously, Teacher, the wax has been dripped. There should be no problem. Zhang Feng nodded and did not reply. Instead, he looked at Cheng Chumo and the rest who were warming themselves by the fire. Tine Yo, De Bing, Gu Chong, get up and work. Cheng Chumo and the rest turned around and glanced at him. Their faces were a little ugly. To be honest, they did not want to fly anymore. When this thing first came out, everyone felt that it was a novelty. Everyone wanted to go up and try it. This was understandable. However, after the fall last time, there was a shadow in their hearts. It would take some time before it could be erased. Today, they were asked to go up again. There was already a shadow in their hearts. Moreover, when the cold wind blew, they were as cold as dogs. How could they stand it? Hence, Cheng Chumo spoke. He looked at Zhang Feng with a pleading face. Fengzi, didn't we just go up? Can't you find someone else to mess with? For example, your two precious disciples? Yes, Fengzi. Zhang Sun was also a little unhappy. He had almost frozen to death in the sky. It was not easy for him to come down and warm himself by the fire. Now, he had to go up again. How could he? He frowned. It's so cold up there. We finally came down to warm ourselves. Don't you know how to be considerate? Why don't you let those two guys go up instead? As he said that, he pointed at Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun. Du Go also acted according to the situation. He pointed at the two as if he wanted them to go up. Chapter 1938. Hao Chu-jun and the other two were at a loss as to what to do. They looked at Zhang Feng and were about to say something when Zhang Feng waved his hand to stop them. He smiled at Cheng Chumo and the others and said, Iron Bull, I know you feel cold in the sky, but this is for science and for the Tang Empire. You have to sacrifice once. As for Ma Zhou and the others, they cannot go to the sky. Why can't they go to the sky? Are you trying to trick us? Du Go was a little unconvinced. Do you think they can go to the sky with their physiques? Zhang Feng snorted and said angrily, Besides, if they go to the sky, who will record the data underground? You. Everyone looked at each other. Although they didn't know what data was, Fengzi said it so confidently. It should be something very important. They couldn't say much. It was just that they were more or less repulsed by the idea of going to the sky. They had just been thrown down last time. No one was willing to go there again. Cheng Chumo said embarrassedly, Fengzi, it's not that we don't want to go to the sky, but it's a little too cold. Can you relax a little? Or we can go find some people. He had already thought about it. As long as Fengzi agreed, He would go outside and find some irrelevant people. At most, he would pay some money. However, Zhang Feng obviously didn't think so. He frowned. He hated these guys' excuses the most. He waved his hand and said, "No, you have been there before. I don't feel at ease letting others go. At most, I'll let you take some things to keep warm. Is that okay?" Cheng Chumo looked at Zhang Sun and the other two. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, he said, "Well, you have to prepare more." Zhang Feng nodded and then looked at Ma Zhou and the others. "You go and prepare some things to keep warm. Try to hurry." Ma Zhou and the others didn't hesitate. They turned and ran away. After a while, they came back with all kinds of quilts and cotton-padded clothes. Zhang Feng casually glanced at it and then passed it to Cheng Chumo and the others. "Here, the quilt and cotton-padded clothes are all yours. Put them on and go up." Cheng Chumo and the others reluctantly took the cotton-padded clothes and slowly boarded the hot air balloon. After everything was ready, Zhang Feng looked at Ma Zhou and the others. "Untie the ropes and take off." Ma Zhou nodded and quickly untied the hemp rope. The hot air balloon slowly rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time, it was much more stable, unlike the last time when it kept rising. Cheng Chumo and the others seemed to be used to all this. They didn't roar and just sat in the basket in a daze. The hot air balloon flew higher and higher, slowly passing through the clouds. After about an incense stick's worth of time, it finally stopped in the air. Cheng Chumo and the others sat in the hot air balloon, snuggling with each other. Their eyes were unfocused, as if everything outside had nothing to do with them. On the ground, Zhang Feng raised his head and glanced at Ma Zhou and the others from time to time. He said, "Remember, after using wax water to seal the hot air balloon, it's obviously much more stable. There are no more swings, and there shouldn't be any air leakage." The two of them replied with an "oh," and started writing in their books. This experiment was very important to them. Not only did it solve the problem of air leakage, but it also stabilized a lot. It was undoubtedly a huge improvement. However, they soon thought of other problems. Just now, Tai Nyo and the others came down because of air leakage. Now that this problem was solved by their benefactor, how were they going to come down now? The air in the hot air balloon was sealed. As long as the air was not exhausted, it would be very difficult for them to come down. Thinking about this, Hao Chu-jun quickly asked, "Benefactor, wait, how are Brother Tai Nyo and the others coming down?" "How are they going to come down?" Zhang Feng frowned. He suspected that this guy had become stupid from studying. Didn't he come down just now? Why couldn't he come down now? He replied in a bad mood. "They'll come down now the same way they came down just now." "Are you stupid? Benefactor, have you forgotten?" Hao Chu-jun's expression changed, and he quickly reminded, "Brother Tai Nyo and the others came down just now because of air leakage. Now that you've solved this problem, how are they going to come down now?" Zhang Feng was startled. Hao Chu-jun's words reminded him. "That's right, I've already blocked this flaw. As long as the air inside was not exhausted, it would be very difficult for them to come down, unless..." He glanced at the two of them and quickly said, "Did you prepare sandbags or other heavy objects on the hot air balloon just now?" The rise and fall of a hot air balloon was related to the temperature inside the balloon. When the temperature inside the balloon was high, the weight of the balloon would decrease. When the buoyancy was lower, the balloon would rise. When the temperature of the air inside the balloon dropped, the buoyancy produced by the balloon would be lower than the weight of the balloon, and the balloon would begin to fall. However, this method could not be used in the hot air balloon that was currently being developed. Therefore, they could only rely on heavy objects, such as sandbags and other things. Because the direction of the wind at different altitudes was different, the airflow produced was also different. If they wanted to rise, they would have to throw down the heavy objects on the hot air balloon. Following the direction of the airflow, they would change their direction and altitude. Chapter 1939. If they wanted to descend, the weight of the hot air balloon couldn't be dropped. Instead, it had to be heavier. Of course, it couldn't be heavier in the air, so they could only rely on the airflow and wind direction to descend. The hot air balloon didn't have a rudder, so it had to move with the wind. This was inevitable and unchangeable. Just now, the iron bulls were able to descend safely because the hot air balloon had a slight air leak. It wasn't serious, so they could descend slowly. Now it was different. The hot air balloon's mouth was sealed, and there was no weight inside to suppress it. Who knew when they could descend? Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun were well aware of this, because they had done everything with their own hands. Now, facing their teacher's question, they were a little flustered, but they couldn't not answer. Hao Chu-jun could only say submissively, "Teacher, I was so focused on sealing the mouth that I forgot to put the sandbag. Please punish me." Zhang Feng frowned and thought to himself, "This is bad." Without the sandbag to suppress it, the hot air balloon would definitely rise higher and higher. He couldn't care less about what he was thinking and suddenly looked up. As expected, the hot air balloon could now be seen as a shadow. What should they do? The iron bowls were brought up to the sky by the hot air balloon, and now the mouth was sealed. When would they come down? Ma Zhou seemed to have noticed something and quickly asked, "Teacher, what should we do now? Will Brother Iron Bull and the others be in danger?" Zhang Feng glanced at the sky and sighed. "There's no danger. After all, the hot air balloon has been perfected. I just don't know when these guys will come down." Hearing this, Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun looked at each other and realized their mistake. They quickly lowered their heads and admitted their mistake. "Please forgive us, teacher. This time, it's all our fault." Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't mind. "It's not your fault. You were just following orders. The main thing is that I didn't explain it clearly to you." With that, he sighed and walked towards the fire. "You don't have to blame yourselves. Come and sit. Iron Bull and the others won't be in danger. They should be able to come down even when it's dark. Let's sit here and wait for them." Hao Chu-jun didn't hear any reproach in his teacher's words, so he casually found a seat and sat down. He glanced at the dusky sun in the sky and said, "Teacher, it's already noon. Brother Tainyo should be able to come down by now, right?" Zhang Feng looked up and said uncertainly, "I don't know. He should be able to come down, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a gurgling sound coming from his stomach, followed by a feeling of hunger. Therefore he looked at Ma Zhou and Ma Li. "Are you guys hungry? Let's go find something to eat." Ma Zhou rubbed his belly and said with a silly smile, "If Master didn't mention it, I wouldn't have felt it. I'm just a little hungry. I'll go and find something." After saying that, he pulled Hao Chu-jun and ran away. Not long after, the two of them ran back with all kinds of ingredients. There were fish, sweet potatoes, and other things. Ma Zhou grinned at Zhang Feng. "Master, this sweet potato is something I've been looking for a long time. I used to roast it a lot. There's also this fish." Zhang Feng looked at the sweet potato in Ma Zhou's hand, and the hunger in his stomach couldn't help but rise. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's get started." Ma Zhou chuckled and his hands were already moving. Hao Chu-jun was also helping at the side. The two of them roasted the sweet potato, and the other roasted the fresh fish. Not long after, a melodious fragrance floated out, causing Zhang Feng to swallow his saliva. Time seemed to pass very quickly in winter. The sun that was hanging above their heads just now had already begun to set in the west. Zhang Feng ate the roasted sweet potato in his hand and glanced at the sky. At this glance, he seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly stood up and said in surprise, "Where did Tainyo and the others go?" Ma Zhou and Ma Li also hurriedly stood up and carefully scanned the sky. As expected, they didn't find any trace of Tainyo and the others. He hurriedly asked, "Master, what should we do now? Has Brother Tainyo disappeared?" Zhang Feng was just about to say, "Immediately chase after them," when the tip of his nose was unwillingly attracted by a fragrance. He smelled the fragrance and looked over. He saw that the roasted fish on the fire was already crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The fish was already cooked. It would be a waste if he didn't eat it. Moreover, Tainyo and the others were in the sky. They shouldn't be in any danger, right? After thinking about it, he suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. He turned around and sat down. He looked at Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun and said, "Come, let's eat the fish first." Eat fish? Hao Chu-jun and Ma Zhou were stunned. Now that he was eating fish, he wasn't going to look for Brother Tainyo and the others? What was their master thinking? Getting rid of the donkey after it had left the millstone? Not admitting it after putting on his pants? No, they couldn't let their master go down the wrong path. Ma Zhou hurriedly said, "Master, finding Brother Tainyo is more important now. We should..." Halfway through his words, he didn't continue because he knew that his teacher definitely understood what he meant. Actually, His guess wasn't wrong. Zhang Feng indeed understood. However, how could delicious food be more important than brothers? Pay. Only for now. Chapter 1940. He coughed lightly and said with a straight face, "Think about it, we haven't eaten since this morning. How can we find Tai Nyo if we don't have any strength? So the most important thing now is to replenish our energy. Hurry up and eat." With that, he picked up a piece of grilled fish and started eating. Hao Chu-jun and Zhou Zhuo looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. How could eating fish have anything to do with finding people? But what their teacher said made sense. There didn't seem to be anything wrong. If they didn't eat their fill, what would they do if their legs went weak? If Iron Bull's brothers were in danger, they wouldn't be able to save them. The two nodded and silently agreed with this answer in their hearts. So they picked up the remaining grilled fish and started eating. After eating and drinking, Zhang Feng burped and looked at Ma Zhou and Zhou Zhuo. "Are you full? Let's go find Iron Bull and the others." Ma Zhou quickly put down the fishbone and smacked his lips. Okay. Actually, when he was eating just now, he felt a little guilty. Iron Bull's brothers were missing, but he was eating and drinking here. He really shouldn't have. However, the smell of the grilled fish made him give up on the distracting thoughts in his heart. How could food be more important than brothers? And they were the kind of brothers that smelled so good. Hao Chu-jun was different from him. He ate and drank as he pleased. Since his teacher was eating, what did it matter if he ate? And since his teacher had spoken, he couldn't let him down. He wiped the dust off the corner of his mouth and grinned. "Teacher, let's go." Zhang Feng nodded and stood up to look around. Then he said, "We'll split into 3 directions. I'll go east, Ma Zhou west, Hao Chu-jun north. If you find him, shout a few times and I should be able to hear you. If you don't find him, go south. If you don't find him in the south, come to the east. There must be one in the 4 directions." Ma Zhou and Zhou Zhuo nodded and turned to walk in different directions. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate and walked straight to the east. There were students shoveling snow on the field every day, so the snow last night wasn't very deep. However, there was still a sound of footsteps on it, like a movement. Obviously, he was not in the mood to appreciate the movement. When he thought of Iron Bull and the others, he could not help but quicken his pace. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they vaguely saw something that looked like a tent in front of them. Not only that, there were also some flames. How could the research institute have something like this? And why does this thing look like a hot air balloon? Puzzled, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. As he walked closer, he saw 3 people sitting beside the fire. They were Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun, Chong, and Du Go. This tent-like thing was also a hot air balloon. However, this hot air balloon seemed to be deflated at this moment, dispirited and listless. Zhang Feng was puzzled. Wasn't it sealed with wax? How could he be discouraged? He couldn't help but ask, "Iron Bull, what's the matter with this hot air balloon?" When Cheng Chumo heard this, he rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng. "You still have the nerve to say that. If we weren't smart enough to poke a hole in the hot air balloon, we would probably still be in the sky." "What?" Zhang Feng's eyes widened. Poked a hole in the hot air balloon? These guys actually poked a hole in the hot air balloon? Didn't they know how difficult it was to make this thing? They actually poked a hole in it? The veins on his head bulged. Just as he was about to curse, he suddenly thought of something. These guys didn't want to go up in the first place. If he scolded them now, what if they still didn't want to go up? He still had to rely on these guys for the experiment later. After thinking about it, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a gloomy face, "Can't you wait for the hot air balloon to descend on its own? Do you have to expose it? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Cheng Chumo raised his head and felt that the hair on his nose could be seen. "When will it descend on its own? I'm afraid we'll have to go tomorrow morning." After saying that, he seemed a little dissatisfied. Of course we're afraid of dying, but we're even more afraid of not being able to descend from the sky. That's why we poked the hot air balloon. Isn't it just some silk? At worst, I'll give you some more. Besides, we gave you so much last time. You probably haven't used it all, right? Yes. Zhang Sun rushed over and said, "Fengzi, it's just some silk. Do you have to go so far?" Zhang Feng's face turned slightly red. He really hadn't used up all the silk from last time. At worst, he could just change it. He didn't argue and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. How did it feel up there? Cheng Chumo's head twitched. Obviously, he didn't want to answer. Seeing this, Dugo quickly smiled and said, Fengzi, the effect up there was quite good. It was much more stable, but there was no way to control the direction. You saw it yourself when you were down there. Zhang Feng nodded. Actually, he had already noticed what Dugo said. There was no way to control the direction because of the weight. There was no heavy object on top of the hot air balloon to suppress it. As long as there were heavy objects like sandbags, he believed that such a situation could be avoided. Chapter 1941. He knew the reason, but how could he coax these people to go up? He glanced at the three people who were sulking and fell into deep thought. But at this moment, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun ran over. Teacher, teacher! Hao Chujun shouted as he ran. The sudden shout interrupted Zhang Feng's thoughts. He looked up and said angrily, What's wrong? Ma Zhou gasped and said, Teacher, what should we do if the hot air balloon breaks? Zhang Feng glanced at the deflated hot air balloon and replied, You should have some leftover silk, right? Bring it over and reassemble it. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun nodded, turned around, and ran away. Cheng Chumo saw this and quickly waved his hand. Fengzi, we won't go up later. He knew that Ma Zhou was going to get the silk now to remake the hot air balloon. Once it was done, it would be better for them to go up. Now was the time to say it in advance, lest they become lab rats later. Zhang Feng naturally knew what this guy was thinking, so he had to persuade him. Tainyo, think about it. You're sacrificing yourself for science. If you succeed, the people of the Tang dynasty will remember you, and your Chen family will be proud in the future. Cheng Chumo was stunned. Why did this sound so strange? It sounded like he was going to die? Sacrifice himself? The people of the Tang dynasty would remember him? Was this a trap waiting for him to fall into? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He quickly refused. No, 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 I don't want the people of the Tang dynasty to remember me. Lao Tzu hasn't married yet. I don't want to die yet. Zhang Sun also seemed to understand something and quickly interjected, Yes, you want to experiment on us. We're not stupid. Didn't we already experiment just now? Dugo was also about to say something, but unexpectedly, Zhang Feng was one step ahead of him. He said, That was then and this is now. Just now, I admit that I made a mistake. I didn't put the sandbag up, but it's different now. I've already prepared the sandbag. As long as you guys don't poke the hot air balloon again, I guarantee that nothing will happen. Dugo shook his head like a rattledrum, his face full of reluctance. Although I've done this a few times, it's still a little dangerous. I don't want to throw my life away. After saying that, he looked at Cheng Chumo and Li Yunhong. Don't you think so? It was as if Cheng Chumo and Lu Zilong had discussed this beforehand. They nodded in unison and even looked at Zhang Feng with disdain. This made Zhang Feng very worried. If these fellows weren't willing to go up, then who else could he find to experiment with? Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun had to record the data below. The students had no experience at all. If they went up, they might wet their pants. At the end of the day, it was still these guys. His brows furrowed and his face darkened. Iron Bull, don't you want heavy armor and light cavalry? Cheng Chumo was startled. Heavy armor was indeed something he had dreamed of. As the eldest son of the Cheng family, he had always been called a wastrel. This made him very uncomfortable. He had always wanted to get rid of this unpleasant title. His father had often beaten him because of this. However, how could it be so easy? When he met Fengzi, he knew that it was possible. However, this family wanted him to sit in a hot air balloon. This was something that could take his life. Compared to his life, heavy armor was a little less important. He narrowed his eyes and seemed to have made up his mind. I don't want it. How can heavy armor be more important than my life? When he said this, Zhang Sun and Du Go both widened their eyes, as if they didn't know this guy in front of them. They all knew that Iron Bull viewed heavy armor as more important than his life. Now, he actually said something like this? It was hard to believe. Did this guy really not want heavy armor? They looked at Iron Bull in disbelief, but they couldn't see anything. And this guy was really good at lying. This was the conclusion that the two of them had for Iron Bull. Because they didn't believe that Iron Bull would give up on heavy armor, the only possibility now was that this guy was lying. Then, could they give it a try? With that thought in mind, Zhang Sun also said, I don't want the light cavalry either. Zhang Feng was stunned. He thought that Iron Bull might have said this on impulse, but he never thought that Zhang Sun would say the same thing. One had to know that this guy loved to urge others from behind. This time it was completely different. He didn't urge others, but he fell into it himself. Zhang Feng had nothing to say. He could only admit defeat. Now that these two guys didn't want heavy armor and light cavalry, wouldn't he have no way to do anything to them? How could he coax them into the hot air balloon? If he went up, would he be able to do it? In fact, it wasn't a bad thing for him to go up. The hot air balloon was basically not dangerous now. It was just a matter of how it rose and fell. Moreover, he could understand the hot air balloon more directly if he went up. However, if he went up, would these guys also come up? He probed with some uncertainty. If I go up, will you guys come up? You want to go? Cheng Chumo frowned, then looked at Zhang Sun and Du Go. They seemed to be exchanging glances. Chapter 1942. If Feng Zi went up, then there would be no danger. To be honest, they were not willing to go up because they were worried about the danger. Now that Zhang Feng went up, these worries were basically eliminated. Zhang Sun understood in his heart and revealed a malicious smile. If we go up, then what about the heavy armor and light cavalry that you promised before? These words reminded Cheng Chumo. He looked at Zhang Feng and quickly said, Yes, do you still honor your promise? Zhang Feng smiled, thinking that these guys really knew how to take advantage of the situation. Just now, they said that they would not go up, but now that they heard that he was going up, they immediately thickened their faces and came. However, this was understandable. After all, he had promised these guys. He could only say, Honor the promise, okay? Are you going up or not? Yes, I will fight with whoever doesn't go up. Cheng Chumo glared and raised his right hand as he looked at Zhang Sun and Ma Tao. It was as if these words were meant for them to hear. In fact, Zhang Sun was extremely happy. If Feng Zi went up, then there would be no danger. He could also get a light cavalry for free. Only a fool would not go up. He quickly raised his right hand and imitated Cheng Chumo. I'm going too. Whoever doesn't go up, I will deal with him right now. Now, only Du Go was left. He was unwilling to go up. These heavy armor and light cavalry had nothing to do with him. Why should he go up? Although it should be dangerous up there, it was cold. Just thinking about the cold wind was enough. However, when he saw Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sun look like they wanted to eat him up, he swallowed his words of refusal. He could only say submissively, Then let's go. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Good, Lao Tzu did not misjudge you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun both staggered back. They were holding silk and many sandbags. They were so tired that they were panting. Hao Chu-jun quickly stepped forward and threw down the sandbags in his hands. He panted heavily. Teacher, I got the things back. Zhang Feng nodded and glanced at the materials. Start preparing now. You must be quick. After saying that, he glanced at the setting sun. Time passed very quickly in winter, and it was almost Yushur hour. He estimated that it would be dark soon, so he had to speed up. Thus, he looked at Cheng Chumo and the others. You guys work together and try to finish it before dark. Cheng Chumo and the others didn't say anything and hurriedly went to help. In a short while, the hot air balloon was remade. Ma Zhou looked at Zhang Feng and said seriously, Teacher, the hot air balloon has been prepared. This time, I have checked it 3 times. There is absolutely no problem. Yes. Zhang Feng nodded. Then he pointed at the sandbags on the ground. Put the sandbags there. Put as many as you can. If there are any other heavy objects, you can put them there too. Ma Zhou and the others nodded and put all the sandbags up one by one. Only then did they stop. Zhang Feng saw everything clearly from the side. Seeing that there was no problem, he took the lead and walked up the hot air balloon. Then he looked at Cheng Chumo and the others. You guys come up too. Cheng Chumo and the others saw that there was no problem and that Feng Zi had also gone up. Only then did they slowly step onto the hot air balloon. Zhang Feng glanced at Ma Zhou and said, "Untie the hemp rope." Ma Zhou nodded and immediately untied the hemp rope. Soon, the hot air balloon began to slowly float up. It was unknown whether it was because of the sandbags or other reasons, but the rise this time was particularly slow. Cheng Chumo and the others no longer had the fear from before. It was as if with Feng Zi as a protective talisman by their side, there was nothing to be afraid of. They each leaned on the edge of the basket and admired the beautiful underground scenery. Zhang Feng was not so leisurely. This time, he went up to record the approximate deviation of the hot air balloon's rise and fall due to the airflow, so as to avoid accidentally drifting far away next time. The hot air balloon rose higher and higher, slowly passing through the clouds in the sky. After a quarter of an hour, it stopped in the air with very little shaking. Zhang Feng stood up and glanced down. The beautiful scenery was in his eyes, but he still did not stop writing. "Iron Bull, how far do you think we are from the ground now?" He turned to look at Cheng Chumo and the others. In fact, he had a rough idea in his heart, but he was still a little uncertain, so he wanted to ask these guys. Cheng Chumo raised his head and was a little puzzled. "Are you full? Why do you care about this?" Zhang Feng did not like to hear this. The height of the hot air balloon was related to the gas inside. If there was more gas, it would be easier to rise higher, and if there was less gas, it would be easier to fall faster. This guy had such an attitude towards such an important matter? And most importantly, the hot air balloon could be used in the military and agriculture in the future. Height was very important. However, it was a little difficult to explain to these guys, and he did not intend to do so. He waved his hand and said with a serious face, "Don't worry about what I'm doing. First, how far are we from the ground?" Cheng Chumo curled his lips and was a little impatient, but he still glanced at the ground and said slowly, "This should be 2 miles. After that, he looked at Zhang Sun and raised his eyebrows. "Bug, what do you think?" Chapter 1943. Zhang Sun obviously did not have much interest in this question, but seeing that everyone was discussing, he could only glance at it and reply, 2 miles it is." "I don't think so." Dugo crossed his arms in front of his chest. He seemed to have a different opinion. He also looked down and curled his lips. "I think 1.5 miles. Zhang Feng nodded and did not refute. He recorded everything everyone said in his notebook. These were all important data. Even if they were 1.5 miles above the ground, the hot air balloon had stopped moving in the air. This meant that the hydrogen this time could only support the weight of 4 people, and it was 1.5 miles above the ground. If they wanted to fly higher next time, they would need to add more hydrogen, at least more than this time. This way they could basically guarantee that they could fly higher than this time. This could be used in the military. On the other hand, if they wanted to fly lower, they could add less hydrogen, at least less than this time. That way they could fly lower than this time. This way they could use it for agriculture. After recording everything, Zhang Feng was just about to speak when a gust of cold wind blew. Feeling the chill, he quickly said, "Throw 2 sandbags down." Cheng Chumo and the others had made hot air balloons before, so they naturally knew what the sandbags were for. It was nothing more than to lighten the load and use the wind to change the direction of the balloon. Knowing this, each of them threw a sandbag down. As the weight of the hot air balloon decreased, the cold wind blew and its direction slowly began to change. Soon, the hot air balloon began to make a sharp turn and floated down. Zhang Feng sat in the basket, holding a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other, recording the wind direction and the speed of the hot air balloon's deviation. Cheng Chumo and the other 2 snuggled together. This time, it was strange that they did not shout. Perhaps it was because they were curious. The 3 of them stared closely at Zhang Feng's notebook and were somewhat puzzled. Zhang Sun could not help but ask, "Feng Zi, the wind is so strong. What are you writing in that notebook of yours?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun Chong. "What do you know? If Lao Tzu didn't record an experiment again and again, how many times could you survive? I'm afraid there aren't any left." After that, he ignored the 3 of them. However, his words made Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others feel uncomfortable. Did he really think that Lao Tzu was a lab rat? The last experiment? Resentment was resentment, but on second thought, this kid was still a responsible person. He even knew how to record it down and wouldn't do any useless experiments. With that thought, Dugo looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Feng Zi, what are you recording? Take it out and let me have a look." Zhang Feng frowned. He put down the pen in his hand and glanced at the three of them. You don't understand. It's useless even if I show you. If you have the time, why don't you see how far we are from the surface? Dugo nodded and did not refute. He glanced down and said in surprise, We're almost there. It's less than half a mile. As soon as he said that, Chung Chumo and Zhang Sun Chong stood up and looked down. Sure enough, they were not far from the surface. They cheered. We're here. We're almost there. Zhang Feng glanced at Chung Chumo and the others. We're here. What's there to be surprised about? Chung Chumo was deflated. He glared at Zhang Feng and did not say anything. He cheered with Zhang Sun Chong and the others. After about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the hot air balloon swayed as if it had hit something. Zhang Feng quickly got up and glanced down. It turned out that they had reached the surface. He was about to ask Chung Chumo and the others to get down. Unexpectedly, these fellows were even more enthusiastic than him. The hot air balloon had just touched the ground when these fellows had already jumped down. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled. He slowly walked down from the hot air balloon. As soon as he came down, Ma Zhou ran over. He looked at Zhang Feng expectantly. Teacher, how was it just now? Is there any important news? Zhang Feng handed the book in his hand to Ma Zhou and said with a serious face. Just now, we were about half a mile to 2 miles in the sky. This is related to the hydrogen you injected into the hot air balloon. Remember, if you want to fly higher next time, you have to inject more hydrogen and put less sandbags. If you want to fly lower, inject less hydrogen and put more sandbags. Understand? Ma Zhou handed the book in his hand to Hao Chu-jun and nodded. Understood, teacher. Hao Chu-jun also nodded, indicating that he understood. Zhang Feng glanced at the sun in the sky. Seeing that the sun had set and the surroundings were starting to fog, he looked at everyone. That's all for today. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it later. Chung Chumo and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The experiment was finally over. There was no need to suffer. They kept cheering as if they were celebrating something. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, is it so torturous to sit in my hot air balloon? These fellows. With that thought, he turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, Hao Chu-jun spoke. He said with some disappointment, Teacher, are you still coming tomorrow? I won't be coming tomorrow.